Well. So the Dallas Cowboys, they've left Oxnard, California. They've arrived in Dallas, and today they gave an open practice at the Star. And I mean, the fans came out in groves. Fans came out, media came out, content creators came out. And I mean, the Cowboys did not disappoint. They absolutely put on a star. And I'm telling you right now, man, the Cowboys, they still got a little bit more tweaking to do. But nevertheless, I don't believe the season can start fast enough for Cowboys fans, and especially the Dallas Cowboys themselves. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys, I think they are feeling real good. I mean, they're healthy. The defense seems to have picked up things quite well. Christian Parker is acclimated. I mean, the rookies are acclimated. I mean, we got a cohesive team here, and they seem like they are ready. Let's talk Cowboys. Oh, yeah. We about to talk facts. What is going on, Cowboys Nation? I wanted to come on early today, but I had a few things to come up. But nevertheless, I wanted to see all of the things that are developing today. There are some very good things that have developed, and we got a lot of things to talk about tonight on Let's Talk Cowboys. Let's go. Let's get it. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, what are you waiting on? Man, we got a lot of great things coming up this season. Now, let's talk facts. We got a great show planned for tonight. We are going to come straight from the Star. As far as some of the things that I've seen some people talking about on X, we're going to come from the Star. We'll show a couple of plays. I'm sure they couldn't do a lot of filming, but I'm sure I'll show you a couple of plays, some things that were said. But nevertheless, we're going to come from the Star off the rip. Then we're going to go and listen to some of the player interviews. Player interviews tonight from the Star, or it'll be last night in a few moments from the Star. Then gonna talk a little bit about the new signing today, and may even talk a few things about some trade rumors out there that I don't believe that are really trade rumors, more of wishful thinking. But we'll talk about the new signing the Dallas Cowboys just made and why they made that signing. Then y'all might not realize it, but today, I believe, is the 1-year anniversary. And I'm not going to tell you what that 1-year anniversary means, but I'm sure some of y'all can pick up on that. Then, Nick Harris, I think he talked a little bit to Will McClay. So we'll see what he talked about with Will McClay and see if there's anything else on the horizon for the Dallas Cowboys. Then we're going to look at another little article. You know, people are talking about, you know, Joe Milton had such a great performance. And again, this is just what people do. They jump the gun on these things, and all of a sudden now Joe Milton is ready to take a team to the Super Bowl. And this is what people do. Let's let Milton keep on developing. The best thing he could be doing right now is developing and keep on listening and watching Dak Prescott. He'll get some time to play in garbage time this year to continue to sharpen his skill set. But we'll talk about that in a moment. And then we're going to end it with Around the League. And there's a big story, or a couple of big stories, that came from out of the NFL. And one of the reasons why I'm going to bring this up, because these things affect the Dallas Cowboys in the overall theme as it applies to the NFC. So, man, we got a great show for tonight. From the Star, player interviews, new signing, 1-year anniversary, Will McClay, trade assets, and Around the League. Let's go, Cowboys fans. Oh, let's get it. Yeah, let's go. Let's get this quick roll call in, and then we're going to get this show started for tonight. Yeah, let's get this show started for tonight. See what we got rocking. Let's go. Man, a lot of us, I know we ready for the season to start. Let's take our time, enjoy what's going on with these Cowboys.
Yo, G, bless 'em.
Yeah, it is the Queen. What is going on, Queen? Good to see you late night. Yeah, we locked in, G. Hey, we locked in. We locked in. We them boys. We locked in. What's going on with them boys? Mose Logan in the building, in the congregation. What's going on? Ron Mack, return of the Mac. What's going on, Ron Mack? Bass in the building. What's going on, Bass? Yeah, it ain't over yet. What's going on, Dolores Betty Boop? What's going on? Good to see you tonight. Enoch Taylor. What's going on? Amber Soprano. What is going on, Amber Soprano? Always glad to see you in the congregation. What's going on, Andre Johnson? What's going on, Kenneth Mackey? Good to see you. Stephen White, he says, hi, y'all, and salute. What's going on? Enoch Taylor, you said you over bags on the... Hey, man, let me tell you something. I started using the face regiment, man. I'm about to, man, hey, get you some of that turmeric soap. Get you some of that castor oil, I think it's that Jamaican organic castor oil. And some aloe vera. Works wonders, my brother. What's going on, Will the Fourth? The real Daryl, what is going on? JCT Slice, he said, gee, they all ready. We ready. And Shady still hating on Dak. He never gives up, but that's fine. We ready, Shady. We still have 4. What's up, JCT? Lonnie Cabal in the building. What's going on? What's going on, Kimberly Hunt? Good to see you tonight. Always looking forward to you being in the chat. What's going on, Ace Wade? What is going on with you? Good to see you. What's going on, B Turner? Good to see you. Richard Owens in the building. What's going on, Nana? What's going on? Hey, if it was Mike Tyson, I'd have way more money than I got right now. What's going on? What's going on, JV? Marlon Dillon in the building. That's Tech in the building. What's going on? 612 Walter White. What's going on? Hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Salute. What's going on? Virgil Brown. Andre Fields. Let's go. All right. I see Stephen Miller in the building. Pitbull 100. What's going on? Chef Pope in the building. My brother Terrell Senior. What's going on, Terrell Senior? Oh yeah, man. Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, castor oil. Yeah, hey, that castor oil is like Benjamin Button juice, man. I'm telling you right now, you get that in organic. Shoot, what's that Benjamin Button juice? Trying to tell you how to age backwards, man. Trying to tell you, boy. I'm not done. I got some more I'm adding to the regiment, man. Trying to tell you. What's going on, Dak Elite? Cry about it. What is going on? All right, good to see everybody tonight. Good to see everybody tonight. Man, we got a great show planned for tonight. Let's get this show started. First things first, man, let's come straight from the start. Cowboys, man, they were over there today, and they did not disappoint, man. They did not disappoint. The Dallas Cowboys put on a show. I mean, there is nothing like the Dallas Cowboys, man. Nothing like the Dallas Cowboys. And, you know, people can say what they want to say about Jerry Jones, but Jerry Jones, one thing he does, man, he makes the team very accessible to its fans, makes the team very accessible to the media. Love it, like it, or hate it. I think it is very, very, very exciting I think it's very, very exciting for the fan base. Stephen White, you probably got onto the mobile. Let me give you, hold on, I'm going to put the link in the description. I'll put the link in the description for the regular view. You can either do the desktop view or the or the vertical view for the mobiles. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get that up for you real quick. I'll put that in the chat. All right, let's see here. All right, I put that link in the chat for you there, Stephen White, in case you want that full one. Appreciate you, Chef Pope. The hoodie came from Fashion Nova. I don't think they have these anymore, but they'll be having some more during the football season. And don't you worry, I'll be doing some giveaways now that the season is starting. We'll be doing some giveaways, working on some Let's Talk Cowboys merch. So we're gonna get all that stuff going.
Yes! Here we go!
But here we are, man. We about to go from the star. I mean, in the Cowboys, again, they put on a show, and I'm telling you, man, they did not disappoint. Let's cue it up. They did not disappoint. DallasCowboys.com posting Dak Prescott.
Yo, G, bless him.
Telling you right now, man, they got plans for Jaden Blue. I've been telling y'all this for 2 years. They got plans for Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue wasn't going anywhere. You see Jaden Blue out there. Dak on the rollout. Nice little play right there. Yeah, they got plans, man. I'm telling y'all. Yeah, Cowboys today. Cowboys from the start, man. They were doing their thing. Hey, Mose Logan, man, I'm gonna tell you something. My goal is this year, Mose Logan. I'm gonna give away a jersey. That's gonna be my goal. My goal is gonna be to give away a jersey starting in September, more than likely. Starting in September. September, October, November, December. And I think the Cowboys will be in the playoffs January. So my goal is to give away at least 5 jerseys. I'm giving away at least 5 jerseys. That's not counting the other things I plan on giving away, such as t-shirts and things of that nature. So yeah, we got some big plans coming up. All right, that was Dak and Jaden Blue. And I was trying to make out who this was. I'm thinking this is I can't tell who this is in the backfield. Is this a Bonnie Conda? Or is that Malik Davis? No, that's Jaden Blue in the backfield. Okay, Jaden Blue. Again, Jaden Blue. And Cowboys look like they ready, man. Yeah, nice. That's CeeDee Lamb down the sideline. Yeah. Man, that crowd was out there today, man. That crowd was out there. That right there looks like Javonte Williams. Yeah, I think that was Javonte Williams right there. Oh, I see Cavonte Turpin around the outside. I'm sure this is all just a lot of generic stuff. Lot of generic stuff, but yeah, Ace Wade, the Cowboys, they got plans for Jaden Blue. It's obvious they got plans. Yeah, we're gonna use them in the passing game. Yeah, they got plans for him. They're just not showing it yet.
Yo, G, bless him.
Looks like Joe Milton out there. And then that looks like Phil Maffa. Yeah, that's like Phil Maffa. And I'm sure today they kept it pretty generic. That looks like Kuntz out there at the tight end position. What's Kuntz doing out there, man? Nice. That was Jaden Blue in the passing game. That was Jaden Blue. All right. Dak Prescott. Play action. Oh, he'd have been sacked right there, though. Contested catch, of course. Of course, George Pickens caught it. Of course. On Kobe Durant. But he'd have been sacked. Dak Prescott. Looked like a little razzle-dazzle there to Ryan Flanoy. All right, I like that play. See how it works in the regular season. I'm gonna remember that play. I know we'll see that again. All right. Cowboys like they lined up in what, 12 personnel? Malik Davis. Okay, running out of 12 personnel. I see you, Malik Davis. It's a different look, running out of 12. I think that was 12 personnel. 2 tight ends there on the right-hand side. Okay, you said that Kuntz is 6'8"? Oh my gosh. I didn't know he was, I didn't know he was 6'8". My gosh, you right, hallelujah. Man, you need to be out here grunking dudes. All right, here we go again. Cowboys is like 11 personnel. That's Jake Ferguson that time. And who is that? I think that's a Bunny Conda. Yeah, he'd have been stopped in the backfield on that one. All right, I see you, Sam Howell. Okay, somebody shot out of there. I'm going to go out on a limb. That might have been Jashaun Corbin, maybe? Because I don't recognize the number, so I'm assuming that's Jashaun Corbin, maybe? That almost looks like, was that 12 personnel again? All right. I'm assuming, I don't know, I can't tell what it is. Maybe Jashaun Corbin back there. I think this is Phil Maffa back there. I see a 7. All right. Yeah, these boys today was, they was getting it in today, man. Get it in. And I think, again, Shotty being very smart, just doing a few generic things, nothing major. Yeah. Nice. Straight from the start. Let me see who that was that gave us that nice footage. That is shout out to SGTSU31. I thought that was just one play. I didn't know that was a whole reel right there. Yeah, that was a nice little reel he put together there. Cowboys politics with the meme. look at the meme. Cowboys politics with the meme. SGTU31, he said lightweight. He said lightweight. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice clips there, man. Yeah, that's nice work there. Nice work. All right, let's see what else here. All right, today, can y'all believe this is Caleb Downs? This is Caleb Downs. Everybody was talking about this play today. This is Caleb Downs' first interception of training camp. First, if I'm not mistaken, this is his first interception of training camp. It's crazy. And really, to me, more of a nice play by Caleb Downs than a bad play by Dak Prescott. This is courtesy of Landon Holyfield. This was a nice play by by Caleb Downs. Because I don't know, it makes me wonder if, when you look at this, you turn my little mouse on here. it really makes me wonder right here, before you see the interception, I'm just kind of wondering if the tight end could have went a little more for this. But let's check it out. This is his first interception. First interception by Caleb Downs, and obviously that ended practice. And I'm going to tell y'all something. Dak Prescott did not appreciate that, bro. Dak Prescott did not appreciate that. Boy, y'all see Dak's body language. Boy, Dak did not appreciate that interception. Dak did not appreciate that interception. But I don't really think this throw was there. And Dak tried to put it where no one could get it but the receiver. And I don't know if he even saw Caleb Downs when you go back there and look at it. Because I'm trying to see who that is that makes that break. Who is that out there? Can't really tell who that is. But when you look at it, that throw actually isn't there. Caleb Downs, it's like he read Dak's eyes and just stepped right in there. Yeah, it's nice. Okay, that was Ryan Flanoy, wasn't it? Yeah, that was Ryan Flanoy. That wasn't there. I'm not concerned. It's practice, but yeah, that probably wasn't there. Let's look at that again. Probably wasn't there. And I'm assuming this play is designed for Flanoy, but as you can tell right here, Caleb Downs is in perfect position. You're not getting this ball anywhere in this range, which I think the CeeDee Lamb throw, might have been the better throw. Let's check it out, let it develop again. I think the CeeDee Lamb, what do y'all think? I think the Lamb one would have been a better bet. Lamb probably could have got Jalen Thompson on this. It'd have been tough. But I think this would have been the throw. Because this right here, I agree with you, Enoch Taylor. He gave Caleb Downs one right here. Great play, but I think he gave him one right there. Yeah, I think he gave him one. Somebody must have said if the defense get an interception, we'll end practice today. Somebody must have said if you get an interception, you end practice today. Dak said, okay, hold on just a second. I'm just playing out. I'm sure. Oh, I'm just playing, man. Rose, what up, Rose? You was in the building. Let me see. Let's see. Rose says, saw all of this. Oh, gosh. Rose said he saw all of this in real time tonight. Place was lit per usual. Yeah, it looked like it was lit, too. Bad, you said use that magnifying glass, bring it back to my grade school. Yes, sir. Hey, that was Caleb Downs' first interception of training camp. I mean, there's AOC. Shout out AOC. Y'all see AOC? That is AOC in the picture there. Yeah. I'm just blown away that was actually his first one. First interception. First interception of training camp. He's made some great plays. But I'm going to tell y'all right now, boy, look at Dak Prescott. Boy, Dak don't like this right here, bro. Look at Dak. Look at Dak Prescott. Boy, Dak is not happy about this, bro. Look at that body language. That man, Dak Prescott, is not happy at all, man. Boy, that man, Dak Prescott is not happy, bro. That is the competitor right there. I really love that. But that was a great play. Center field by Caleb Downs. I hope we see a lot of that this year from Caleb Downs, man. I really do. I really hope we see a lot of that from Caleb Downs. All right. Straight from the star again. Man, I am sorry. I am just excited about Von Miller being in Dallas. I am just excited. I am excited about Von Miller being in Dallas. This dude is going to pay some serious dividends. Man, I'm telling you. I believe people have underestimated Rashawn Gary. I believe they're underestimating Von Miller. Man, I'm telling us the Cowboys are going to have a way better pass rush than people believe. I believe they're going to have a way better pass rush. Man, I thought this was crazy today. This is some insane stuff by Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones has partnered with HEB. Look at Jerry getting his groove on. Y'all see Jerry? Boy, Jerry doing that money dance. That's that money dance right there, man. I'm telling you right now. That's that money dance. Jerry, man, I'm telling y'all, man, Jerry deserves so much credit. Jerry has listened. And that's the biggest credit you can give Jerry. He's listened. He's listened and he's done what he's needed to do. Jerry has built a great team. He's built a great team. And a lot of people, you know, we don't need no egos on this team. We don't need no egos on this team. Anybody who does their part in a championship, on a championship team, they are a part of the reason why you're doing it. Jerry is the GM and he's GMing, and he has done a great job. Proud of Jerry. Get out the way. Listen, understand what they're telling you. Get out the way, make the right moves. Jerry's doing what he's supposed to do. I don't understand how you don't deserve a lot of credit for that. Jerry deserves a lot of credit. A lot of credit. Hey, what's going on, Jerome Missy from the Bahamas? Hey, Jerome, boy, they done hooked up with HEB. I saw people in the chat, Jerome, talking about what's HEB. What's HEB? Shoot. What you talking about, what's HEB? Man, HEB, man, since I moved to the Metroplex, man, I ain't been to Walmart or Brookshire since I got here, man. HEB all day, boy. HEB all day, man. HEB all day. All right, next we got Patrick Walker, and we're going to listen to Jashaun Barham in a few. Patrick Walker said it happened. Jashaun Barham got in front of a microphone. Physicality, yeah, I showed it. There's more to show, and you'll see that as the year goes on. Is he ready for week one? He says, I'm ready right now. We can play red now. For real. On playing the Saints after the fights in the joint practice, he said, I hate them. I hate every team we play straight up. Yeah. He said straight up. I hate them all. That's the attitude I like. Yeah, I don't want to see nobody doing no podcast with the team we got to play. I ain't got time for that. Yeah, I ain't got time for that, bro. I don't know about y'all. I ain't got time for no podcast and friendly stuff. I'm like, yeah, bro, we hate y'all. Yeah. We hate y'all, bro. I love it. Jashaun Barham, we're going to listen to him talk in a moment. All right, next up, Kobe Durant. Let me see what we got on Kobe Durant. Okay. This was news from Todd Archer. Todd Archer said, seems like Kobe Durant will be the starter opposite Deron Bland as week one approaches. Savon Revel has had a nice camp, but Durant is getting the work with the ones. Now, don't worry about Kobe. Don't worry about Savon Revel Jr. and don't worry about Jashaun Barham. They will not be starters, but they will be a big part of what the Cowboys do. They're playing. Book it. They are playing. They're too good not to play. They will be playing. So I'm not worried about them not being starters. It just shows you that we got some depth. They will be playing. I saw this today. I thought it was pretty funny, the meme. But Nick Harris said on the second play of the team period, Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott got his feet caught while trying to hand off to Malik Davis and failed, and the entire Ford Center gave a collective gasp. He popped right back up, and he was fine. Had everyone like, people crazy. Yeah, boy. Hey, they said don't mess with the money. Down season said, yeah, in practice right now. Jaden said, don't scare me like that. Look at the meme by Busy Bee. Boy, these people be killing me, bro. Somebody said I almost had a heart attack reading this. Brave Cowboy 95. Clinton Foster said, oh, great heavens. Oh, man. Lou 21 said practice council, bro. Oh, man, Cowboys fans, boy, they be tripping me out, man. All right. Dak Prescott running out onto the field with the backhand throw. I guess it was that Jaden Blue. That guy didn't throw it backwards to Jaden Blue. All right. Then, of course, after practice, Cowboys were out there signing a bunch of autographs. Yeah, he's out there signing. And Dak's doing his normal thing. We saw Von Miller doing it. Man, this guy, Pete Shiuz or whatever, Pete Shiuz, I think it is. Man, this guy is, or Shiuz Pete. Man, let me tell you something. This guy, the story is big. I hope this guy can play. He gets on this roster. I hope he contributes. Then finally, we got that last interception by Caleb Downs. And this time we see it from the end zone angle. Courtesy of Lacey. Yeah, this time we got it from the, yeah. Yeah, that throw probably wasn't there. Dak gave him one on that one. Yeah. So they obviously they got the in practice on this. Obviously they got the in practice on this right here. So, hey man, very good by the defense. Very good day by the defense. But from everything that I heard though, Rose, you tell me if this is correct what I heard. Tell me what your perspective is on this. But I heard Dak Prescott cooked in the grand scheme of things. I heard Dak Prescott cooked that defense. I heard he cooked them. Oh, okay. Thank you, Bass, for giving me that pronunciation there. Appreciate it. Shiaz Pete. I thought they said Shiaz. I heard somebody say Shiaz Pete. Yeah, I thought they said Shiaz. Shiaz. We're going to get it right eventually. But, hey, I hope he really has a great season. Somebody posted the Cowboys unofficial depth chart also. This is the Cowboys unofficial depth chart going into this next game. So we'll look at that some more tonight here in a moment. We're going to look at that. We'll look at that. But I'm going to tell you now, man, the Cowboys, oh my gosh. Man, the Cowboys got they got some decisions to make. Oh my gosh, they got some decisions to make, man. Ooh-wee. I'm telling you, man, I don't know how the Cowboys going to pull all this off. The Cowboys are probably going to break our hearts. They are probably going to break our hearts. And the reason why I say the Cowboys are probably going to break our hearts because you can't keep all these players. You can't keep all these players. We're going to go through tonight and just, we're going to be doing this all the way up until the 30th. You can't keep all these players. Even sending some of them to the practice squad, you can't keep them all. And there are some players, I got a feeling, that we absolutely want to keep. And we're just not going to be able to keep them. We're just not going to be able to keep them. And I'm telling y'all now, we got some players on this team. And I've been telling y'all this. Matter of fact, I didn't put this on the agenda, but I'm gonna slip it in. Mickey Spagnola today was saying the same thing I was saying about some of these players. Mickey Spagnola was saying the same thing about some of the same players I've been talking about. The Dallas Cowboys, they're not going to be able to be slick and slide Camden Brown on the practice squad. They're not going to be able to be slick and do it. They're not. They're not going to be able to do it. They will not be able to be slick either and try to slide Michael Trigg. Because even though the Cowboys signed Michael Trigg to a 3-year deal, it doesn't seem like it's a fully guaranteed deal from what I can tell, because the Cowboys can still let him go out into free agency, and so they actually wouldn't be on the hook as a total guaranteed deal. They're not going to be letting him slide out there. I'm telling you right now. People are looking. He was the top 5. He was the 5th rated tight end in the draft this year. And I'm telling you, even though people have only seen a little bit of Michael Trigg, I think there are some people out there, they've seen enough. And his injuries are starting to mount up already. His injuries are starting to mount up. Nah, a player like Michael Trigg, nah, bro, you ain't gonna be able to put him out there. Camden Brown, you're not gonna be able to put him out there. You're not gonna be able to do it. You're not gonna be able to do it. So we're gonna go through this in a moment. You're just not gonna be able to keep them all. You're just not, man. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. So you can only stash a couple of them as it applies to. You can only stash a couple of them as it applies to injured reserve. So, man, Cowboys, they got a great problem, as someone said. I saw in the chat. Boy, they got a great problem to have. But nevertheless, man, it's a problem. It is absolutely a problem. You just can't keep them all. All right, so for now, man, we got plenty to talk about tonight, man. I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that hype button. Also, let's see if we can get us about 10 super chats tonight. I appreciate y'all, man, as y'all continue to support the channel. I appreciate y'all, man. Best chat on YouTube. Chef Pope, he said, I'm telling you, After Dark is like a work shift. 5+ hours of good content. Appreciate you. Now, I'm not sure I'm going to do 5 hours tonight. I told y'all anything past 3, and that is officially called overtime. That's Cowboys overtime. Yeah. 3 hours is After Dark. Anything after that is overtime. Hey, Nathan Too Tough, he said, we got to watch the Dallas Cowboys practice tonight. How was it? Rose said it was off the chain. Yeah, Rose said it was off the chain. So, I think they're doing practice again tomorrow. I think it's open. Well, we're into tomorrow now. It'll be open again today. Yeah, it'll be open again today. So, yeah, the Cowboys having it open twice. So, yeah, it's good to go. What's going on, Chris Dunaway? Hey, better late than never. Better late than never. Stephen White said, too tough to enjoy. Hey, man, better late than never. Hey, Emmanuel, I think the Cowboys will dominate in a lot of points this year. I do. All right, man, let's mosey on over to DallasCowboys.com. Let's mosey on over to DallasCowboys.com, man. They got some good interviews. We got some good interviews up. So from the Star, that's kind of our theme tonight. From the Star, man, we're going to listen to, from the Star. Now we're going to listen to some player interviews. Yeah, listen to some player interviews. And man, I'm just telling you, this dude, Jashaun Barham, boy, he is starting to be must hear. Anytime he steps in front of a microphone, man, it's like must hear and must watch TV. All right, so we got a good 16 minutes here.
Here we go.
First up in our player interviews, it looks like it is going to be none other than Demarion Overshown. I'm telling this right now, man. If Demarion Overshown is healthy, if Demarion Overshown can stay healthy, the Cowboys defense is going to be incredible. The Cowboys defense is going to be absolutely incredible. Timmy Terry, I see you there. You said, oh, okay. Boss Cowboy did an interview with CeeDee Lamb's dad. Oh, okay. Hey. Shout out to Boss Cowboy. Good work. Yeah, I saw some of the content creators out there today. AOC, Lose Take, just hit 10K on YouTube. Shout out to Lose Take. He does some very good work. Saw Lose Take out there. I saw I think I saw HTM Sports, maybe. I think I saw him out there. Then I saw Boss Cowboy. No, I saw Boss Cowboy out there, and I'm pretty sure. I think I saw a guy named BGJ, the Cowboys fan or something. I think I saw him out there. They were in a suite or something out there. I don't know what it was, but yeah, man, I'm sure they did a great job out there if they was out there today. So yeah, y'all make sure y'all check that out over there on Boss's channel with CD's dad. All right, and so this is going to be our player interviews. Our first one, again, it's going to be Demarion Overshown. Still Demarion Overshown, if he stays healthy, man, Cowboys defense is going to be devastating. It's going to be devastating. Demarion Overshown, contract year. He's either going to be here or somewhere else next year. But whatever that means, he's got to stay healthy. He's got to stay on the field. Same thing I said about Guyton. He's got to stay healthy. He's got to stay on the field. And I think if he stays healthy, he will stay on the field. And if he stays on the field, shoot, I believe my man Demarion Overshown is going to dominate. This is Demarion Overshown, first up.
It's always fun to see the blue and white show up for the support. We know how bad they want it just as much as we do. So when we get to actually be home, we love our people in Oxnard, but our people in Frisco, man, it's a different type of energy. So they ready for the season, and I'm glad they got a chance to see a glance of what we putting together for the season.
What do you think about Caleb Jones from Dak Prescott?
Hey, he's a baller. Look, I'm glad that people got to see it that haven't been paying attention to the media or whatever people his teammates been talking about him. He's a student of the game, man. He want to do great his rookie year. So, we pushed him to that, and, he's accepted that. He want to be great. So seeing him make a play like that, that's going to be common.
Tomorrow, I know it's preseason, right? But how big would it be for the team to go just 3-0 and have a good note heading into week 1?
Hey, winning is always the goal. From first string, second string, third string, fourth string, no matter who we play, we set a standard for our room. Shotty set a standard for this team. So when it comes to competing, we do that every day. So when we get a chance to do it in front of an audience or against another, opponent, that's times 10 as well. So we looking to compete and we looking to win. And I also heard, look, we haven't done that in how many years? Go 3-0 in the preseason. So any chance we get to compete, we trying to win.
That chemistry been with you and
Yeah. The funny thing is, last year, this was just kind of something that Brian Schottenheimer was saying. But I don't really think we saw it last year. But this year, compete every day. We've actually had some of these battles in training camp that we were kind of looking for last year. We were looking for some of these battles last year, but we got them this year. Camden Brown and Jonathan Mingo. Man, that's a serious battle, man. That is a serious battle. And the one who really made that a serious battle is Camden Brown. Camden Brown really made or really pushed Joe Mingo into, man, I got to do something because I'm in danger of not making this team. You even think about, Michael Trigg. And unfortunately for us, but fortunately for some of these tight ends, man, I believe Michael Trigg was about to push some of these tight ends to the brink of destruction until he got the toe injury. But we're also watching in this camp. We got to see some more. We're watching Kobe Durant. I don't know, hadn't seen a lot on Deron Bland. Savon Revel Jr. is pushing. Yeah, man. Savon Revel Jr. is pushing. This man is trying to get on that field. And I think he's going to get on that field. I also think Jashaun Barham. We're watching that this year. It's coming to fruition. Jashaun Barham is pushing the Dallas Cowboys to put him on the field. It don't matter who the starter is. They are pushing these guys they're pushing this team to put them on the field. So, man, we have been watching finally some of the stuff that we were wanting to see last year. This year, We're seeing it. Compete every day. Compete every day. Joe Milton and Sam Howell. I mean, Joe Milton and Sam Howell. And according to Brian Schottenheimer, they're still in competition. So we're gonna see, but hey man, this compete every day stuff, we're seeing it this year. We wanted to see it last year, but we're seeing it this year. And even as it applies to Overshown. Overshown is in competition. He absolutely is for that mic, with D Winters. I think it's going to be Overshown, but he can't slip. He can't slip. He got to keep putting it out there on the tape, putting it out there on the field. The Cowboys are bucking to put D Winters out there. But at this position that D Winters is in, he got his own battle to fight with Jashaun Barham. So, man, it's gonna be a lot. Terrell, hey, senior, help. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Chef Pope, he said, I got a banging menu in the works for kickoff. Can't wait. Let's go. Yes, sir. Miss Matrix, what's going on? Good morning. Good to see you tonight. We locked in now. Miss Matrix is officially in the congregation. We locked in. Bass said, let me see what Bass said here. He said with Thompson, where you think they putting Durant in Downs? It looks like they're gonna run Durant at cornerback. Downs is gonna be some kind of nickel. They'll be moving them all over the place. And then Thompson is gonna be the safety. You could see Caleb Downs moving in and out with Malik Hooker. Because we all pretty much know, I think Malik Hooker is on his way out. This will probably be Malik Hooker's last season. We'll see. But I think this may be Malik Hooker's last season with the Cowboys. We'll see how that turns out.
In the middle there.
It's been great. We help each other out a lot, able to feed off each other energy. So that's another thing. We're not just friends on the field, we friends off the field. So we able to talk to each other, make sure, we both clear on what we're doing. So we able to play fast. And, that's what's going to make us so dangerous between, me, him, everybody else in the linebacker room, how connected we are. So we can play off each other, know where we're going to be at, and it allow us to play fast.
It's easy to get that chemistry with a guy. You guys don't know each other until this year. How easy is it to get that chemistry?
I mean, it's something that you work on every day, from OTAs, minicamp, all that. You work on it, and, it's a trust thing. I know he got my best interest, and he know I got his back. So we all want to see each other do good. And
now, this right here, what Overshown is explaining, we couldn't see this last year either. We didn't see this last year either. Shotty was trying to implement it, but it didn't come to fruition. And one of the reasons why it didn't come to fruition, and I'm not even trying to be mean when I say this, because I want these two players to go on to have success. But there are two players that are gone, and we're going to talk about that in a few. But there are two players that are gone who are the reasons why, or a part of the reason. They were not the sole reason, but they were a part of the reason that what we're seeing this year in this family, this camaraderie, that we couldn't see. Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs. Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs. And these two players were connected at the hip. And they were a huge distraction, both of them. Yeah, both of them were a huge distraction. One of them going for a contract, one of them coming off back-to-back injuries, arguing about rehabbing at the facility, arguing in the court of public opinion, not only with the ownership, advocating for them to sign Micah Parsons, getting fines, speaking out in the court of public opinion against the coaches. Man, I'm telling you right now, I'm so glad that type of behavior is over. A family don't put its business out there in the streets. A family keeps its business internal, and it works those things out internally. And so when it comes to those two players, because they kept out talking to the media, all the little things they were doing, it was just one. Man, I want y'all to think about how crazy this stuff was. Micah Parsons, laying on the table, even if it was for 30 seconds, laying on the table, eating nachos. I mean, jersey on his neck. Trayvon Diggs out there, every chance he get, him and Michael Parsons doing the doggone interviews together. I mean, do y'all realize we had a player that was out with a concussion? A millionaire trying to hang his own television on a pole. Let that sink in. I'm telling you right now, if there is $1 million in my bank account, the handyman days are over for me. I don't know about y'all. Shoot. When I get 7 figures in the bank, you think I'm going to be Mr. Fix-It? I wish I would. I'm not Mr. Fix-It once I get $1 million in the bank. I'm sorry, man. I want y'all to think about this. I mean, we were going through we were going through stuff, bruh. We were going through things that you shouldn't even be going through. What? You get a player with a concussion from a TV dropping on his head that he trying to hang, and he's a bleeping millionaire? Stop it, bro. Stop it. This was man, we were going through some of the craziest stuff you could go through. It was crazy. It was literally crazy. And isn't it funny? Both of them are gone. And look at how the team settled down. With both of them gone, teams totally settled down, brought in leaders. Brought in grown men, leaders, guys who are hungry, want to win a Super Bowl, want to be in Dallas. We brought those kind of things in, and it changed. It did. Miss Matrix, she said, Michael, yes, but honestly, that was the Joneses and the media forcing the Diggs stuff. You know what? I'm gonna disagree with you a little bit on this, Miss Matrix. Diggs was a mess. Diggs started it from the get-go. When Diggs decided to rehab down in Miami rather than in Dallas, Diggs started it from the get-go because the Joneses were criticizing Trayvon Diggs, understandably in the court of public opinion, because when Trayvon Diggs rehabbed the last time, what was the thing they were saying? Diggs wasn't rehabbing good enough. He wasn't serious about his rehab. And Diggs didn't even look right after he came back from the first injury. So the second injury, Diggs knew clearly there was a clause in his contract to where he had to work out at the facility. And Diggs didn't do it. Got that $250,000 fine, and it was on and popping. Yep, the Dallas Cowboys were exposing him, but Diggs was just as culpable as the Joneses. He was just as culpable. It was like vinegar and water. Those two did oil and water. They just didn't mix. And Diggs in himself would never be honest. I was saying this all last year. Diggs never was healthy. I don't care what anyone says. Diggs never was healthy. And there were people out there saying, oh, yes, he is. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. And people kept saying, oh, yes, he is. And I was like, yeah, I'm looking at the same tape. And I can clearly see Diggs still favoring that same leg. And then to top it all off with Diggs was out there talking about, yeah, we need to play more man. No disrespect to Diggs. Diggs couldn't play zone, and Diggs couldn't play man. Diggs couldn't hold water last year. Couldn't do it. Diggs couldn't hold water last year. And then the thing that I'm really tripping on, and I hope he does have some success. He's out there in Seattle. He complained about the Cowboys running man. Complained about the Cowboys running primarily zone, and then goes to a team that runs primarily zone. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up. You gonna complain about running zone primarily and go to a team that runs on. But hey, at the end of the day, I think it was the best thing for him. Miss Matrix, I hear you, but I can't count that when multiple players in public have spoken about how bad the Cowboys rehab training team was. Well, I'll say this, Miss Matrix. You didn't hear Overshown talking about this. And Overshown has pretty much came back healthy from both of his. I mean, we've had other players that have worked with this same, and a lot of people vouch for this guy, Britt Brown. They say he's the best in the business. There were other players. They rehabbed with Britt Brown, and they came back just fine. Came back absolutely fine. But again, at the end of the day, yeah, I get what you're saying, Miss Matrix. I'm sure you get what I'm saying too. But at the end of the day, it's not even just those things. Trayvon Diggs, his affinity for Micah Parsons was also his downfall. His affinity for Micah Parsons. And you even think about the guy, who's the defensive guy that we had here? What was his name? Al Harris? Al Harris, no longer with the Cowboys. Reportedly because of Trayvon Diggs. Because Al Harris kept making excuses for one Trayvon Diggs. And just by association, Al Harris, not with the Cowboys no more. But again, he's with the Bears. He's doing a great job over there. But everybody thought that Al Harris was going to be the defense coordinator here. But everything happens for a reason. So he's doing good over there. But at the same time, I'm just telling this man, Trayvon Diggs, and I don't think it was just that injury stuff. Diggs just didn't have the right mentality to be over here. And for what they were trying to do, Diggs didn't have the right mentality.
And that's the best thing about this team in general. Like, I think everybody want to see the next person succeed.
Yeah.
No matter what we're dealing with that day.
Yeah.
We're going to show up for our best day at work for our brothers. So that's the kind of connection we got. We're not going to let each other fail. And it's just going, like I say, that starts off the field. But
yeah, and Miss Matrix, let me tell you another part of this. Don't discount this part, Miss Matrix. I'm going to tell you another reason why the Cowboys were sour with Diggs. We do realize that after Diggs signed that contract with the Cowboys, Miss Matrix, let's add this part in too. Diggs had the biggest ego. Diggs had always had something to say. Diggs basically took money from the Cowboys because Diggs didn't even play barely a full season once he signed that contract in 3 years. What was it, 3 years? Diggs barely played. And if you don't think that, hey, Miss Matrix, if you don't think that'll make a franchise mad at you, boy, if you don't think that don't make a franchise mad at you, and then they got to play you because you're making all the money. In reality, if they didn't owe you money, they'd cut you. They cut you. But because you make all the money, they know they can't cut you. So they want you to play and get something out of you because they hadn't got nothing out of you in 3 years. That was another reason why they were mad at Trayvon Diggs. And Trayvon Diggs at the same time, his big ego was like, but hey, it don't matter. You still owe me the money. Man, Trayvon Diggs basically got paid. And people say he got paid for what he did. What did he do? He had that one super season. But then he signed the deal and got hurt. Got all that money and barely played one season. I'm pretty sure that had some things to do with it too. I'm sure that it had some things to do with it too. Bad blood all the way around between Diggs and the Cowboys.
On the
Bad
field,
blood all the way around.
we're a string. We're attached together. So it got to be, the communication got to be there. The chemistry got to be there.
From the day that Christian and his staff got here to now, where would you say this defense has grown the most?
I say just trusting, what we see, trusting our instincts. He allow us to play fast just by putting us in the right calls, just by, testing us in the meeting rooms, making sure everybody know who they tied to, what the other 10 people doing on the field. So I think he's allowing us to use our skill set, use that run and hit factor that we need to play, that certain play style. We able to play like that because, he allow us to play fast. So that's one thing when you get a coach like that, also teaches you the game so you can play fast, you win ball games.
This is the biggest thing and the biggest difference between Christian Parker and Matt Eberflus. Last year, Matt Eberflus strikes me as this guy who's really smart about football. Because it's not like Matt Eberflus don't know football. We're not going to fool ourselves and lie and say that Matt Eberflus don't know football. But the problem with Matt Eberflus, extremely stubborn. He has a way that he wants to do things, and it's no other way. And Matt Eberflus's way of even communicating plays, Matt Eberflus's way of plays, from what my understanding is and what I heard, it's like you had to literally have a whole paragraph conversation to even know what Matt Eberflus wanted you to do, where he wanted you to be. It was like he couldn't make his system goo gaga so that the players could get it simply, and rather than them thinking on every single snap, just going out there and just playing and getting muscle memory based on simple things that he's trying to tell them. Matt Eberflus was just, and it seemed like he had a people problem too. Because I'm telling you, there was a mutiny over there in Chicago, and that's why I thought it was crazy. As I started thinking and studying on it, I was like, Jerry crazy for bringing this dude in. It was a mutiny over there in Chicago. But nevertheless, Christian Parker, for as detailed as Christian Parker is, what I keep hearing people say, but he's also simplified it. He's simplified it. He hasn't dumbed it down. He simplified it. This is the fastest I've seen a Cowboys defense pick up a defensive system in decades. Even, I can't think of a time that the defense seems like they've picked up a new defensive coordinator's defense this quick. Christian Parker got in there and did work, man. When you think about, they changed out all these players on defense. Christian Parker comes in, gets right to work, and starts teaching that defense. People lined up at the office door, and he's just teaching. And then they hit the field, and immediately, even in OTAs, we were like, man, they seem to know like where they are, where they need to be, all those different things. And then we saw in training camp, last year we played the Rams, and we realized that it was all smoke and mirrors. This year we played the Rams, and we were like, wait a minute, this defense looked pretty good. Then we played the Saints, and we were like, this defense is pretty good. Played the first playoff game, and we were like, man, this defense is pretty good. Then we played the Cardinals, and we were like, man, this defense is doggone good. Christian Parker got these guys rolling. And so if the third team got it, well, what is the first team going to look like? Christian Parker has done a bang-up job of implementing a defense. Got players who could get it and players who can execute it. It's going to make all the difference this year. All the difference.
The shorter play calls, has that been an adjustment to get used to?
What was that?
The shorter play calls in CT, has that been an adjustment?
It hasn't been. Like I say, we've been working on it all off season, and it's like one thing about defense, it's just different terminology. Like you can teach schemes and fundamentals different type of way, but once you get on the field, it's different calls. The scheme is the scheme. It's about, accepting the coaching, knowing what you're finna get from the offense. And I feel like he's done a great job at doing that. So the play call is really just it's not even a factor, to be honest.
That's his chef, Pope. They brought him to Christian Parker's
How
teaching.
excited you were for this season being healthy. Now that it's so close, where's your mind at and how's your excitement with it?
Being healthy is the least of my concern now. That's just football now. I'm glad I was able to get over that hurdle. But now it's just about winning. I feel confident in what we put together over the offseason, what we still stacking, through this fall camp. But throughout the season, I'm just excited about what we built. This brotherhood is something different.
First, healthy training camp for Overshown. First healthy training camp. And I'm talking from start to finish since he's been a pro. First season, almost made it, hurt in the preseason game. This year, of course, no preseason game, but he's played in the scrimmages. Marion Overshown, I'm telling you now, if he stays healthy, this defense is going to be one of the top defenses in the league.
Different. And, I'm just ready to lay it all on out on the line for, the other 10 on the field with me.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And DeMario and Overshown, fully confident. I'm telling you right now, whatever he got done, whatever Overshown got done, man, he probably need to share with some people. Because, again, Overshown said he got the best knees in the NFL. That's what he said. They don't put that, hey, I'm telling y'all right now. Anybody, hey, the older folks know what this sound mean. Shoot, they done gave my man Overshown them bionic knees. Let's go, Overshown. Let's go, Overshown. They done gave my man them bionic knees. Shoot, I'm telling y'all, boy, Overshown is going to be a dog this year. When Overshown went and got moved together, he was telling us, I'm about to be a dog this year. I hope he does. I hope he does. And if he stays healthy, I think he will be. All right, next up.
Yeah! Here we go!
Jashaun Barham. This man is off the chain. Check him out.
Good, can't complain. Just getting working with the team, so it feels good to be out there.
They obviously trust you with a lot of different responsibilities. Just to have that trust as a rookie, what does that mean to you? How do you feel like you're doing with that?
I feel like it means a lot, but I still got a lot of work to put in, so I'm just trying to get better every day, trusting the coaches, trusting my teammates. I mean, it feels normal. I did it in college, so it's just a step up in the NFL and just having to call plays, demanding the defense, so just getting used to it.
How tough was it being out?
I'm telling y'all right now, a lot of people don't realize it, but Jashaun Barham actually could have went in the first round when you think about it in the grand scheme of things. He could have went in the first round. The issue is people didn't know what he was. You know, as Shotty explained, as his stock started rising, he wound up getting an injury. But when you think about Barham is as good as, I would dare say, Barham, people are going to realize it later, but I believe Barham is going to turn out to be as good as Sonny Styles. He's going to turn out to be as good as Ruben Bain, who went in the first round. This dude is going to be so much better. He's going to be so much better than people understand. He is going to be so much better than people understand. And there will be people looking back at this dude in the draft, and they're going to be kicking themselves in the butt. They absolutely are going to be kicking themselves in the butt. And so I'm telling this man, Jashaun Barham, let me see here. You think about Jashaun Barham, and when you think about the players that went in front of Jashaun Barham, a lot of people were saying that they believe that Jashaun Barham might have been on par with Orville Reese. Might have been on par with Orville Reese as well as Sonny Styles. People are saying that they think that he was as good as those guys. Ruben Bain Jr. When you look at those top three players, those were the players everybody was talking about. But Jashaun Barham, when you go back and look at his statistics, you go back and look at his film, he almost looks like Orville Reese. He almost looks like him. Barham is one of them, man. Barham, I'm telling you. Barham is one of them. Got the mentality, got the attitude, got the skill, the ability, the execution. Man, this dude is serious about his. He's serious about his.
But you had such a good start to camp and you get the injury and having to wait. How tough was that, having to wait, not be able to practice and finally get to show stuff in Phoenix?
Man, I don't know. I almost couldn't do it. I was trying to get out there to play Seattle, but they told me wait. But it felt good, though. I was a little tired, but trying to get my win back, be able to play a lot more.
You said you need to work on things. What are some of the things you think you need to get to work on?
I mean, of course, I think my hands, my height, playing lower, sideline to sideline, my coverage. I feel like all around I'm not perfect, so it's a lot of stuff I can still work on.
The physicality that you showed, is that what you're going to bring? A lot of people are excited about what they saw in the game, Mr. Carter.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's something. That's one thing that I showed. But of course, there's many things that I can use, and we're going to see as the season goes.
What was your mentality going into that Arizona game?
I don't like them, so I don't like no team we play against, so I treat every team the same.
Yeah. And then that'll help you have a quick start, I imagine, and make those plays early on?
Of course.
The play where you dipped into the left guard and you got the tackle for loss, would you attribute that to your...
Hey, Phil Dog, you said something right here. You said Barham might look better than them because he's on a better team also. And watch this. It's not just he's on a better team. Boy, he gonna eat in this system. Yeah, bro. He gonna eat in that system. He gonna eat in that system. You know, Hail Mary, you make a very funny comment here. Hail Mary said, don't be surprised if the defense gets more attention than the offense this year. They did get more attention than the defense last year. Hail Mary, I don't know if you get more than... I mean, you was the worst defense in football. I mean, that Dallas Cowboys defense was the talk of the town for the wrong reason. But I get what you're saying. They may be talking about the defense more positively this year than they talk about the offense. I get it. Because last year, they did get more attention. We were awful as a defense. We were awful, man. It was after about week number 4 or 5. Oh, yeah, that defense was the talk of the town. That defense was trash. What up, Tommy Solo? He said, yeah, I'm really liking our locker room right now. Hey, that's a big improvement. Yeah, Jack fan experience, you're right. Yeah, Barham ain't playing no buddy ball, strictly business. The attitude and the temperament of this team, perfect. Hey, let me tell you something, Jank fan experience. He kind of reminds me of Ray Lewis. That's who he reminds me of. Shoot. Man, he reminds me of Ray Lewis.
Experience on the ball, just being able to know how to dip under guys and have that experience?
No, I would say that's off the ball. You work on slipping box, setting and slipping, we call it. But you work on slipping, shedding. I feel like you got to use them all. You can't just always run and hit. You got to learn how to slip blocks and get off blocks. So,
I actually thought you to kind of get this thing going for real.
Week 1? I'm ready right now, for sure.
You're ready right now.
Good. If week 1 is right now, I'll be ready.
Have you showed that you should be a part of the rotation?
You said what?
Have you shown enough to say you should be part of the rotation?
I mean, that's up to the coaches to say, but I'm going to keep putting in work that I know I can. Yeah.
Coaches have said that.
Yeah, hey, man. Hey, y'all know Clarence Hill can ask some crazy questions, man. Clarence Hill can ask some crazy questions. Shoot, hey, man. Hey, Barham ain't having it, bruh. Barham ain't having it, bruh. You know, have you worked into the rotation? That man said that's up to the coaches. I'm putting in work, man. Boy, it's just different, man. This dude is different, I'm telling you.
You ask all the questions, you're very inquisitive.
Mike linebacker, if we don't, it all depends on what happens, but Mike or Will 2027. Watch what I tell you. Mike or Will 2027. Wouldn't surprise me if he's the Mike. Yeah, Richard Devins, yeah. He plays like Ray Lewis. Yeah, Lou Prieto. Yeah. Yeah, he reminds me of Ray Lewis. Yeah, he said, Ray Lewis, I was just thinking that, and then you said the same thing. He reminds me of Lewis, man. And that's saying something. He reminds me of Ray Lewis. Even the look. Shoot, might need to go see Dana. Y'all know who Dana is, don't you? Shoot, he might need to go see Dana, man, because even when I kind of look at him, just kind of glance at him, oh, hey, man, you might need to go see Dana, man. Check what this man father is. He kind of look like Ray Lewis a little bit. No disrespect to his own father. But, man, this dude kind of, just look at him as just kind of the glance. Shoot, definitely like he could be Ray Lewis' nephew. He remind me of Ray Lewis.
How much has that been a part of your mentality going into being with the Cowboys?
Asking questions?
Yeah.
I mean, of course, I feel like you got to ask. This is how y'all asking questions now to know more. I feel like it's helpful for you and your job. So of course, I'm going to keep asking questions.
How has it been learning from Christian Parker and Scott Simons and some of these coaches?
I mean, I feel like it's a perfect coaching staff. They're going to put you in the right spot to make your plays. It's up to you to make it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Let me hear that last part again. What did he say about Christian Parker? Let me hear that again.
You say you should be part of the rotation?
I mean, that's up to the coaches to say, but I'm going to keep putting in work that I know I can. Yeah.
Coaches have said that you ask all the questions, you're very inquisitive. How much has that been a part of your mentality going into being with the Cowboys?
Asking questions?
Yeah.
I mean, of course, I feel like you got to ask. This is how y'all ask questions now to know more. I feel like it's helpful for you and your job, so of course I'm going to keep asking questions.
How has it been learning from Christian Parker and Scott Simons and some of these coaches?
I mean, I feel like it's a perfect coaching staff. They're going to put you in the right spot to make your plays. It's up to you to make it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it, man. This man said it's the perfect coaching staff. That's it. That's it. Put you in a position to make plays. Is there anything more you can ask for from a coach? What else is there to ask? Just put me in the right position. Your preparation, and putting you in the right position. Things happen like that. Things happen like that. I love everything he said, man. I love the way he even interviews. He ain't got time for all that shucking and jiving, man. He ain't got time for all that shucking and jiving, bro. The dude just straight football, straight to the point. Interviews. I have a feeling ain't none of his interviews gonna be long, bro. None of them. Ain't none of his man interviews gonna be long. Man, just be straight to the point, boy. Yeah. Yeah, Dak Elite. That's it. No Eberfest here. That's right, bro. Complicated and stubborn. Yeah, I like that, D-Natty. Barham came from a disciplined background and went to an all-boys boarding school in Maryland. Yeah, boy. Yeah, coaching matters. All right, let's see. I don't recognize. Okay, let's get this one in right here.
Not Oxnard, but back here with all these fans here. It feels great to be home. I mean,
Okay, I'm sorry. Cooper Beeb, because I don't see his face, didn't recognize his face. Cooper Beeb. Cooper Beeb. Cooper Beeb is going to go down in history as one of the best third-round picks of the Cowboys. Jashaun Barham is going to go down in history as one of the best third-round picks of the Cowboys. Savon Revel Jr., if he stays healthy, will also be one of the best third-round picks of the Cowboys. The Cowboys in back-to-back years in the third round have now hit on 3 third-round picks 3 years in a row, looks like. All 3 of them look like they should have went higher than the third. BB is one of the best centers in the game. Best centers in the game. Never hear about this dude missing blocks. Never hear about him missing assignments. Dude is on point. Savon Revel Jr. starting to look like he should have been a first-round pick the way he's playing. And now we got Jashaun Barham. This dude going to be pushing somebody for playtime. These third-round picks by the Cowboys over these last 3 years, they've been incredible. And it is insane. Hey, man, I'm glad to hear Cooper Beeb talk. Love it. Love it. Let's check out Cooper Beeb.
Yes! Here we go!
I mean, just look at the turnout. I mean, we love our fans. Man, it's just a great support fan base. It's just so fun to be around. See, I mean, we got a packed stadium in here, indoor. It's just great to be home.
Yeah, iron sharpens iron is what they always say. You're going up against 2 of the best, really 3 of the best defensive tackles in the league. How good has that prepared your interior offensive line?
Oh, I mean, it's just a great challenge day in, day out. There's definitely a lot of back and forth. They win some, we win some. But like you said, iron sharpens iron. It's just solidifying that interior of our O-line. So it's been good work. You learn every time you lose, you learn from it. You get with those dudes, kind of see what they were seeing, but it's just great work.
This is one of the best things, and I talked about this earlier in the year. Our defense was so deplorable last year. No wonder our offense wasn't good in the red zone. No wonder they were not good in the red zone. No wonder drives were stalling. Cowboys in practice running all through the defense last year. I mean, there's no challenge. I mean, everything looked like it worked with the Cowboys in practice, I'm sure. Man, I bet you everything looked like it worked. I bet you they were running red zone plays. They were probably scoring 10 times out of 10 in the red zone. No challenge whatsoever. Then they get in the game. The stuff that they were looking at in practice, it wasn't working on the field. Why? Man, we didn't even have a defense that could even emulate even a halfway decent defense. I mean, of course. Of course we were not good in the red zone last year. Of course we were missing on so many different ways and cylinders. We were missing. The defense was trash. Man, this team was I can remember last year in training camp, CD was cooking this secondary so bad. CD should have been brought up on charges, man. I was saying it last year. CeeDee Lamb was cooking that defense so bad they should have been brought up on charges, man. Not this year. Shoot, not this year. He wasn't beating up on this defensive backfield. So Cooper Beeb is right on point. Yeah, got somebody that can challenge us now. Now you got some defensive tackles that can challenge Ty Smith, Todd Booker, Cooper Beeb. Now you got some edge rushers, Von Miller, Rashawn Gary, that can actually challenge Terrance Steele, that can actually challenge Tyler Guyton. Give them a little bit of hell so that when they get into a game, they'll be a little bit more prepared now. Yeah, you got some things that will help these guys be better. Like, man, I'm telling you. No wonder this offensive line and this offense didn't reach its full potential last year. Trash defense on the other side, not this year.
Season at this point in the year feel different than where you were at this time a year ago?
I would say the biggest thing you can feel is just the brotherhood and the culture that we're building here. I mean, it's just another level up. You know, dudes just rallying around each other. Like, I feel like you got way more people bought in. The brotherhood's there. You can just feel the energy around the building.
And for you personally?
I mean, year 3 for me, I think the comfortability standpoint is the biggest thing for me. You know, I'm confident in my abilities, confident, you know, directing traffic, giving out the IDs and stuff, and things have slowed down for me a lot. I think that's the biggest change for me.
Year 1 to year 2 is usually a big jump. You've seen Tyler Booker now. How comfortable do you think he is? Because you're sitting next to him, you know, every.
This dude is in year 3, and everybody always says year 3 takes about 3 years. Well, Cooper Beeb, y'all hear me say this statement a lot. When you are drafting players to me in the first 3 rounds, those players need to be good out of the package. Those players need to be good out of the package. Those players need to be so like, hey, we about to make guacamole right now out the package. You are a part of the plan. Cooper Beeb came out the package balling, man. Came out the package. So what is he going to look like in year 3? What is Cooper Beeb about to look like in year 3? Playing opposite of better competition in his own practice. Man, Cooper Beeb in year 3, Booker in year 2, and Ty Smith. Man, them boys about to eat. They about to eat. And if we can get Tyler Guyton, we can get him just to be good. Terrance Steele, we just get him to be good. Unstoppable. Unstoppable.
Every snap.
Oh, he's, you know, miles ahead of where he was. I mean, you look at him last year and he was dominating. He's just so much more comfortable in his role and understanding of, you know, how our offense works. And, you know, just one of the biggest things I'm proud of him is just the leadership aspect. You've seen him really step up and be that another one of those voices in the locker room. And he's just like anybody, just getting more comfortable. It's coming more natural to him, and he can just play free.
I gotta ask you about the conditioning. What's your take on that? Like, it's one of the, you know, linemen. Are you a fan of the conditioning? Do you feel like you're back in high school doing the pacer test? Like,
no, I mean, I enjoy it. Like, you know, like anything, the more in shape team, you know, when it comes down to it, it's going to win. And that was something that we decided to do as a team and our leaders on the team. It wasn't something Shoddy forced us to do. It was just something, we knew, when it comes down to it in the fourth quarter, you're going to be tired. We got to be able to stay above our competition, and that's what that is. So, we enjoy it. Some days it's a little bit tougher than others for sure, but at the end of the day, we know that hard work's going to pay off.
Your second year with Clayton Adams, what would you say is unique about his approach, and as you've gotten to know him through these 2 years, just him as a person behind the scenes too?
I would just say just how smart of a football coach he is, and just the way he draws up different schemes. He definitely puts us in the best position to succeed, and I love to pick his brain. We bounce ideas off each other all the time, and just the way he sees the game. We've worked with him, like me and him, one-on-one, and just helping me see the game from his level has been huge. But just his creativity and his understanding of the game is something I don't think a lot of people see.
Like specifically his gap scheme knowledge is what gets praised the most. Where do you see that come up whenever he's teaching?
Yeah, I think just honestly one of the biggest things with him is just looking at our team and understanding that was what we needed to implement to succeed. The first year, 3 years ago, my rookie year, we didn't really get there. Clayton comes in, and I think that's really where you saw the jump in our run game, is adding more things that fit our nature as O-linemen and things that we're good at. And just the different ways, we can run the same gap scheme, but it's going to look different, 4 out of the 5 times. So it keeps defenses guessing and keeps them off balance.
I know it's the preseason, but how big would it be for this team to be able to go 3-0 and be able to walk into week 1 with knowing that you guys did everything you can to get the wins in those games?
That would be huge. Everybody knows this game's all about momentum, and if we can get that winning feeling, just continue to head into the regular season, it'd be huge for us.
Yeah. Yeah. Got some good things going. Chip the King, man, you getting ready to make a song called Bam Bam Barham Shuffle? You about to make a song? Bam Bam Barham Shuffle. You got a song you about to make? About to make a song. I see Bobby's Hobbies. He said, hey, G, has the defense collectively taken off their church shoes? It looks like they have. It looks like they have. But we're going to see. And I think we'll see by game 4. But I've already told y'all, man, just looking at the schedule, do not be surprised if the Cowboys start off as a top 10 defense. Do not be surprised. And I'm going to show it to you again tonight if we get time. Do not be surprised if the Cowboys are a top 10 defense by the time we start week number 5. Because you got to think about it. We're not facing offensive juggernauts. Come on, the Giants. We're not facing offensive juggernauts. The Commanders, not an offensive juggernaut. The Baltimore Ravens, they're not an offensive juggernaut. The Texans, man, C.J. Stroud right now is struggling so bad, it is insanity. He's struggling so bad, it's insanity. I'm telling us we may be going into week 5, and the Cowboys may absolutely be a top 10 defense. They might be right there at about number 8, 9, or 10, because we're not facing offensive juggernauts. We got to realize what a top 10 defense is based on. Stats. What kind of stats do you put up? Again, and I'll show it to us in a few. Look at the teams we're going up against. We're not going up even with what team will we face that's truly going to be an offensive juggernaut? There are very few. There are very few. The Rams? Who else comes to mind? And I don't think the Rams are an offensive juggernaut. I don't necessarily consider the Seattle Seahawks an offensive juggernaut. They're more of a defensive juggernaut. The 49ers, man, if you have not been looking at the 49ers, the 49ers, oh my gosh, they are injured across the board. But I'll give Kyle Shanahan credit. Kyle Shanahan can call plays. But if you just really look at this in the grand scheme of things, we're not playing offensive juggernauts. We're not. We're going up against a second-year quarterback in Jackson Dart. Man, I'm no more sold on Jackson Dart than a man on the moon. I'm not sold on Jackson Dart. Jaden Daniels and that offense and everything with Washington, not sold. The Baltimore Ravens, man, we don't know what the heck they're going to be. Got a brand new coach. We don't know what they're going to be. We know they're going to be able to run the ball. But I'm not so concerned about the Baltimore Ravens because I know that we're going to be able to stop the run. And I know that Lamar Jackson is going to struggle against a defense like Christian Parker's. I guarantee you he's going to struggle. I guarantee you he is going to struggle against Christian Parker's defense. I'm telling y'all right now, do not be surprised. Just based on what you're going against. Do not be surprised the Cowboys, by week 5, they're still a top 10 defense. Because at the end of the day, what's the most that the Baltimore Ravens are going to do? They're going to run the ball. Even if the Baltimore Ravens were going to be hard, who's after that? Who's after that? I'm telling us C.J. Stroud is struggling. He is absolutely struggling. We're going to see what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers look like. Baker Mayfield and, what that offense looks like. But in the grand scheme of things, man, I'm telling you, we're not facing offensive juggernauts. We're not, except Rams. I wouldn't consider the Seahawks an offensive juggernaut. I consider them a defensive juggernaut. But when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, the offenses that we're going to be playing, they're going to struggle against that Christian Parker's defense. You watch what I tell you. We'll look at it. We'll look at it in a few. All right, this is Joe Milton. You know how the media, they're already ready to crown Joe Milton. I love the progress of Joe Milton. I want Joe Milton to keep on progressing. Keep on progressing, keep doing his thing, keep his head down, stay humble.
Was that game for you in Arizona in terms of just some of the quarterback battle, just your confidence and that kind of thing?
The game was great. It's always an opportunity every time my name is called just to go out there and showcase what I have and what I've been working on. So that's what I was looking forward to do, and that's what I did.
How different is year 2 in this system versus year 1 for you?
A big difference. I made a huge jump in my stride of just this offense, getting closer with everyone on the team, but also just...
Mimosa a dog, you said who that in the preseason, going to see what you're working with this week. Oh, you talking about the New Orleans Saints? They don't even have, what's his name, playing. Alvin Kamara's not even going to be playing. Nah, I don't think you're going to see anything from the Saints. I really don't. I don't think you're going to see anything from the Saints. And I'm going to tell you something. The Cowboys are coming to beat the Saints. After what happened in training camp, Kellen Moore going against the Cowboys. Now, you better believe, yeah, they trying to win. They trying to win Friday. Get ready. Get ready if you are a Saints fan. The Cowboys are coming to win. They are coming to win on Friday. I'm telling you right now. They're coming to win on Friday. After that 10-plus fight scrimmage, oh no, they coming to play. They coming to win. You watch what I tell you. Cowboys coming to win.
My development at quarterback, me understanding myself more, just doing self evals, just being able to understand that when I'm in a great.
Now it's funny. Who does Joe Milton sound like? Who does Joe Milton sound like now when he's talking? Who does he sound like? Anybody knows who Joe Milton sounds like now when he's talking?
I'm able to deliver the ball however I want to. Whenever my base is bad, it kind of come out, however. So just got to have a great base at all times.
Scotty was talking about the poise you showed in that game and also the soft touch and your different arm angles and stuff like that. How much of that goes back to that base and how much of that goes back to the work you put in?
I think that just goes back to the work I put in. It always going to come to light. Just whatever you do in the dark is just going to come to light. So that's all the stuff I've been doing in the dark, and it's just starting to pan out.
Big Z. Who he sound like? Big Z? Big Z. Yeah. Joe Milton sounds like Dak Prescott. That's what he sounds like. Yeah. Why? He sounds like Dak Prescott, doesn't he? He sounds like Dak Prescott. It's exactly how he sounds. Best thing that could have ever happened to Joe Milton. And I don't even think he realized it at the time. I would not be surprised if there was a conversation that when they started looking at the team that they were going to go to. That they chose the Dallas Cowboys because they were thinking that, oh man, Dak is, injured, whatever the case may be. Not realizing that Dak Prescott was going to turn into Tom Brady / Benjamin Button and start really taking care of his body with avocado ice cream or whatever the heck he doing. Dak Prescott is aging backwards. Dak Prescott, I don't know what's going on, but when I look at him, Dak Prescott looks better now than he did in his rookie season. Just like Tom Brady looks better now than he looked in his rookie season. So Dak Prescott's taking care of his body and all of these things. But Joe Milton is learning so much under Dak Prescott. Leadership. Leadership includes how you talk in front of the microphone, how you respond after wins. All of those things are going into it. And so, man, Dak deserves a lot of credit for taking Milton under his wings and really helping Milton become who he is. Milton is going to be a quarterback, I believe, in this league next year. Somebody's going to approach the Dallas Cowboys. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that later on in the show. But I believe somebody's going to approach the Dallas Cowboys. They're going to approach the Dallas Cowboys about Joe Milton. There's no doubt in my mind. And they're going to make the Cowboys an offer that I think they're going to make the Cowboys an offer it's going to be hard to refuse. It really is. Because you got to realize with Joe Milton, the reason why I say that is you got to realize what Joe Milton's age is. Joe Milton, while people may want him to be the heir apparent to Dak Prescott, typically when you are wanting your heir apparent quarterback, you want him to be a rookie. You want him to be a rookie. The bridge quarterback is those quarterbacks in that 27 to 28 range. So Joe Milton, I don't think he's going to be the bridge quarterback for the Cowboys if he just keeps stacking up what he's doing now. I think by next year, somebody's going to make a serious offer to the Cowboys about Joe Milton. It's going to be tough to turn down.
Is there anything specifically that you work on, like any training you did this offseason that was different to work on that kind of stuff, or was it just doing a bunch of work?
Just doing a bunch of work. Just getting ready for real live plays. That's pretty much it.
How did you embrace this quarterback competition? How was you always having to compete for a job, even going back to high school?
Yeah, it's fun, man. You get to pick each other's brains. You get to compete. I mean, that's pretty much the biggest, but also just you get to find out the true person behind the helmet, underneath the helmet, whatever what I'd rather say. But it's great, man. I love competition. I love competing no matter where I'm at. It's life. I compete with no matter if my grandma was out here, I'm going to compete with her. So it's great.
Obviously, you've been around for your whole life. You talk about the self-evaluation. What made this offseason so different? Was it more honest conversations with yourself?
Oh, no. Going into year 3 of the NFL. A lot of people wish they can be here. I'm just making sure I stay here. Just getting better on my craft, perfecting Joe's craft, and learning about Joe, especially when I got time to. So.
What was the biggest thing in this whole offseason that you said, I got to fix this?
I say my mindset in between plays, being able to flush a play, not worrying about the last, not being too emotionally invested. When I say that, not yelling at someone because they're wrong, or not getting mad at myself for doing something wrong, or not taking the right footstep. Just being able to flush and move on with the next play.
Is that a hard thing for you to do, or is that just something that you can just do?
I'm just a person that just loves football a lot. And
yeah, this dude, see, he's sounding like, Dak has really helped this man's mindset. You can tell some of this stuff sounds like things that I've heard from Dak Prescott in the past. It is so good for him to have been around Dak Prescott. And Joe Milton, I believe, has the opportunity to be a quarterback in this league. And because of his age, and that's why I say once again, because of his age, someone's going to make the Cowboys an offer, and I believe because they love Joe Milton. Because I'm just telling you right now, if there was a team out there, if Joe Milton was my quarterback, and I know basically he's a backup to Dak Prescott, and Dak Prescott is basically on on a trajectory to where we know we're not moving off Dak Prescott unless something was to happen. And then I'm looking at the way Dak Prescott takes care of his body. I wouldn't do, and I don't think the Cowboys would do it. If they see an opportunity for Joe Milton to really go out there and make some big-time quarterback money, and in return, they can get them a 2nd-round pick or a 3rd-round pick, I believe they're going to do it for Joe Milton. I think they'll do it for Joe Milton. I do. I think they'll do it for Joe Milton. And I do think next year he's going to be, there's going to be some offers for Joe Milton. Tony, what's going on, Tony? I'm trying to figure out how to read your last part of your name. Tony Quick-Gates. Bad. Give me the Tony. Do I want the pronunciation for the last part of your name? Do I want the pronunciation? Tony, can you give me the pronunciation of the last part of your name? Is that Quick-Gates? Cates? Anyway, good to see you in here tonight. Cowboys After Dark. Good to see you in here tonight. Tony, you're right. He ain't going to be in Shedeur Sanders' situation. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not going to be in Shedeur. He's not going to be in Shedeur Sanders' situation. Yeah, Chip the King, yeah, he's gotten way better. He's gotten way better, but I'm still nervous if he has to play in the season. Well, I'll tell you this. I think that we'll just keep praying for Dak Prescott. But Dak Prescott is really taking care of his body. And when you take care of your body, man, that thing will bounce back in ways you never believe. It'll bounce back. What's up, 409 Chew? What's going on with you? Yeah, 409, yeah. Oh, man, let me tell you something. ATL, oh, my gosh, for sure. ATL, I wouldn't touch the New York Jets. We're going to see what Malik Willis do over there in Miami. Is that his name, Malik Willis? We're going to see what Malik Willis does. But 409 Chew, boy, ATL, man, ain't no doubt, bro. Ain't no doubt, bro. They got some serious quarterback issues over there, man. They got some serious quarterback issues over there. Tony, what you say? Wait, Tony, what you mean by no, sir? I don't know. I don't want to know what this means, right? Oh, you said I don't want to know what QK8SZ mean? Anyway, I'm glad to have you in the chat tonight. What's going on? Good to see you tonight. How's everything going? Eric Folks, what's going on? What's going on, Shadid? Oh, you drinking a Red Bull? You're drinking Red Bulls and M&M's. Why you say you drinking Red Bull and M&M's? Boy, that's rough right there, man. Be careful, man. Be careful, boy. That sounds like a science. That sounds like a chemical experiment right there, boy. Be careful, man.
I just get very, very, very emotionally tied to it, and I'm pretty sure all quarterbacks do. But
yeah, that's Dak Prescott talk right there. I've heard Dak say that before. Man, you forget the last play. You forget the last play and move on to the next. That's Dak Prescott talk. I've heard him say that before.
That's just the name of our position. So.
Well, that's one thing mentally that helped with this offseason game boys that Coach Johnny had more complimentary.
Shoot, my daughter. Having a girl is different. If I had a boy, I think I'd probably be the same as last year. But having a daughter.
Oh, stop that! Stop it, man! I don't want to hear nothing about. You know what? I can appreciate the girl dad stuff. Oh, I'm a girl dad. I hear guys say that all the time. Stop it! Stop it, boys. Boys help men. Let me tell you something. Fathers love their daughters. They absolutely do. There's a special connection between fathers and daughters. Now, I don't have any daughters. There's a special connection between sons and mothers. But let me tell you something. But when it comes to them sons and fathers, don't you ever discount this. Nobody says this but fathers. Fathers tell their sons, I want you to be better than me. No one, fathers do that. You don't hear that coming from mothers to sons. And the reason why, it's not a knock on being a mother, because that's a great thing. But a mother can't be a mother can't be a man to a son in the grand scheme of things. That father tells that son, and sometimes he's a little tougher on that son because he's telling them all the time, I want you to be better than me. Fathers don't just tell sons, I want you to be good. They don't just say, I want you to be better. They say, I want you to be better than me. And they push them to be better than them. Man, I love the girls and the daughters things, but stop acting like if you had sons, you wouldn't be better. Shoot, stop that mess. Man, my sons push, my want for the success of my sons push me extremely hard. Extremely hard. Because I want to be their role model, not some athlete, not some movie star, not somebody on social media. I want to be their role model. What a father should look like, what a husband should look like, even what success looks like. I want them to look at me because I want my sons to be better than me. Yeah, that's a man right there. Stop playing. Shoot, that's a man right there. Hey, Joe, I love you, Joe. Joe, I ain't trying to hear this girl. Hey, I ain't trying to hear this girl dog, this girl dad stuff. That's all people talk about, girl dad stuff. I ain't hearing that stuff. Shoes now.
Daughter now is just to teach you patience. So being able to just be patient with everyone.
Shoot, what you think boys gonna teach you? What you think boys gonna teach you? Shoot, they really gonna teach you patience, especially when they act like you when you was young and dumb. Stop playing. Stop playing, man. Hey, I can appreciate that girl dog, that girl dad stuff. I wish I had a daughter, but I'm gonna tell you right now, man, them sons will push you in ways. Man, them sons will push you in ways you ain't never been pushed before. Sure, I ain't trying to hear that stuff.
Not so short-tempered, not so just ready to get mad at someone just because they messed up. Just being able to, it's life. You're gonna mess up, you're gonna make a mistake, just move on to the next play.
Jonathan Mingo and Camden Brown both have big catches from you. You're obviously competing for Rogers a lot, but what have you seen from those two in particular in your relationship?
Why High Dak has 2 daughters?
Shoot, I've seen a lot from those two, but from OTA, from when Cam got here, and shoot, since the longest I've known Mingo, they both work hard, and they both. I don't think they're looking at it as a roster spot. I think they're just going out there and make the best of their opportunities, and that's what they do best. Those guys work real hard, man. I can keep saying that over and over, but the biggest thing is their mindset, and the want to. They want the ball. They come to me between plays, during practice, and they just what did I see? They ask me all those questions, and they just really want the ball. So I try to do my best to make sure they get the ball.
Last one, please. What has been your assumption of Caleb Downs, and he got that in the end zone now?
Shoot, Caleb. I mean, I've been playing against Caleb since college. I always thought he was a great player, but obviously now to have him on our team is great. The pick at the end was great too. Great look by him, looking off of Dak. But he's a great player. I love the way that he's just physical, real smart, and he's the type of person that if you don't know, he'll ask.
Thanks, Joe.
No problem. Thank y'all.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Joe Milton is learning. And again, I think there's going to be some people calling the Cowboys about Joe Milton. And I tell you right now, it mess around and get bad enough in this midseason for some teams at the trade deadline. Shoot, they could actually be talking to him. They might be asking him earlier than that. I don't think the Cowboys would shake him this year, though. I don't think they would shake him this year, but I think there's going to be some teams asking next year for sure. Mose Logan, he said, I have 3 daughters. I'm definitely a girl dad, but didn't get it. He said, but don't get it wrong. I wanted sons, but I'm grateful what the Lord gave me. They good and healthy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, I wanted a girl, but I got all boys. Yeah, I wanted a girl, but I got all boys. And I'm telling you, man, them boys will push you in ways. Shoot. Man, them boys will push you in ways you will never imagine. You'll never imagine, because when you have a son, man, it's different. A father don't necessarily tell a daughter he wants her to be better than him. What a father does with a daughter is he tries to give her everything that she wants. That's what a father would typically do with a daughter. But when it comes to a son, he's more focusing on, I'm going to give you everything you need because I need you to be a man. I need you to be a man. I want you to be a man. And he's always talking to him about being a man and how I need you to be better than me. He's loving him hard. He's loving him. It's not that he's not nurturing him. He's nurturing him. He's, he talks to him when he needs to talk to him soft, but then he talks to him hard when he needs to talk to him hard. And he's always pushing him into that responsibility, that leadership. Because, man, you're going to be leading your own home one day. You're going to be having your own sons, your own daughters. You're going to have a wife to take care of. And so, man, them sons, man, them sons will push you in ways, man. Boy, them sons will push you in ways you never dreamed, bro. They push you in ways you never dreamed. Now, they'll make you want to be better. Yeah, Chris Dunaway said, I was blessed with both. Amen. Amen. Yeah, Tommy Sullivan, you got what, 3 sons and 1 daughter? Yes, sir. You know what I'm talking about? Shoot, them daughters, you protect. Them sons, you teach them how to be protectors. Amen. Shoot, amen. Teach them boys how to be protectors. So, hey, them boys will make you get on your P's and Q's, man. Yeah, them boys will make you get on your P's and Q's for sure. For sure they will. But again, appreciate y'all rocking with me. Those are some good player interviews. Frank Lawrence said, G-Man, with the Cowboys weapons, I'm thinking Milton balls out. A good quarterback nets us another year with an extra first-round pick, and the really bad teams need a quarterback, so a high first round at that. You know what? I can see, man, I don't know about a first, but I could definitely see a second or a third. Depending upon how desperate a team is. I could definitely see it. Chip the King, all boys. Yep, me too. Me too, all boys. And Chip the King. Boy, love they mama, bro. Love they mama, boy. Them boys and them mothers got a connection too. Russell said Nick Foles, the backup, won a Super Bowl, had a few of the best quarterback games ever, never long-term starter. Yeah. All right, let's do this quick little thing here about the signing the Cowboys had. I wanted to kind of go over this today. I didn't get a chance to go over it the other day. Cowboys signed a tight end. Let's check this out.
Yes! Here we go!
Cowboys signed a tight end the other day. And we all pretty much know why the Cowboys signed a tight end. This isn't about making the team. Cowboys signed a tight end because they got a couple of tight ends that's injured. That's what's going on with the Cowboys. So they got somebody basically for the last game of the season, because in reality, I think the 3 tight ends that are going to make the Dallas Cowboys squad, they're on the team. Probably don't want to play them a whole lot. Even Schoonmaker probably gonna not play a lot this week. They're gonna probably let Kuntz. And then this guy right here. Let's see who it is. Let's kind of read up on this story. Written by Zach Dimmitt. Cowboys, it says the Dallas Cowboys are making an addition to their offense ahead of the team's final preseason game against the New Orleans Saints on Friday. The Cowboys have signed former New England Patriots tight end Mitch Van Vuren, per reports from Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. In a corresponding move, Dallas released rookie defensive tackle Kelvin Gilliam. I don't even know who Kelvin Gilliam is. Says Dallas undrafted rookie tight end Michael Trigg, who impressed in the preseason opener, didn't play against the Arizona Cardinals due to a toe injury. DJ Rogers also didn't play due to injury, leaving the Cowboys with just 2 healthy tight ends in Arizona, and Luke Schoonmaker and Zach Kuntz. Yeah. In other words, they're not playing Brevin Spanford, and they're not playing Jake Ferguson. What's going on, Brave Cowboys? What is going on, Richard Velez? Yeah, so what they're telling us is they don't want to play those guys. They're putting him in the package until the first game of the season. Says adding Van Vuren now gives the Dallas Cowboys another healthy body at the position. He will have a chance to impress the coaching staff this week in hopes of landing a spot on the practice squad. I'm going to tell you who I think is going to be on the practice squad. I think it's going to be Kuntz. I didn't realize Kuntz was, I forgot who said it, but I didn't realize Kuntz was like 6'8", 6'9". I mean, that type of tight end will have visions of sugar plums dancing in your head. Even though, Miss Matrix, as you said, you didn't think he played too good the other night. Miss Matrix. She said she didn't think he played too well. He didn't play too well. But again, people fall in love whenever they see somebody that's a large human being. It says the Van Buren sighting came shortly after Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer told the media that the team was looking at the possibility of adding a new tight end to the roster. A 6'5", 255 pounds. At 6'5", 255 pounds, the former Division III football player and former Marquette track star. Wow, Marquette track star. Hey, Brandy. Marquette track star, okay. Former Marquette track star offers some intriguing upside as a depth piece. Other teams clearly recognize this, as Van Buren has also previously signed deals with the Seattle Seahawks and the Cleveland Browns before ending up with New England. We're looking at that, Schottenheimer said. I would expect us to add a tight end. Schottenheimer added that he was impressed with what Kuntz brought to the table against Arizona. With Trigg sideline and Schoonmaker potentially on the roster bubble, he could look to make some noise as the potential number 3 tight end behind Jake Ferguson, Brevin Spann Ford. Talk about Zach Kuntz, he played really well, Schottenheimer said. Was a little nervous getting in there at first. Got popped one time, and that kind of helped settle him down a little bit. He had the 4th down drop, but he played really well. It's amazing how you be talking about it's amazing how somebody be talking about the stuff that somebody did well. The stuff that somebody did bad and didn't say they did well. Man, you drop a ball on 4th down, bruh. You don't drop a ball on 4th down and say you did well unless you come back and catch a couple touchdowns. You gotta make up for that. He says, I think 40-something plays, and I'm so really pleased with him and proud of him. He deserves credit. Had a big explosive 25-yard play between him and Sam Howell, but yeah, both those other tight ends are working back. Whether they make it back in time for the game, we'll see. Cowboys will begin their final preseason game against the New Orleans Saints at home on Friday at 7 p.m. Central Time. I would actually like for Michael Trigg to get up and get back on that field. Your best ability is availability. Got to stay on that field, man. Got to stay on that field. And also, too, who is the guy? Let me see. Porter Jr. Everybody's been talking about the Cowboys trading for Joey Porter Jr. Let me go ahead and bust everybody's bubble right now. The Cowboys are not trading for Joey Porter Jr. I'm gonna go ahead and bust y'all bubble right now. I do not believe the Cowboys are trading for Joey Porter Jr. I do believe the Cowboys could possibly, look at some cornerback help, but I don't think it's gonna be Joey Porter Jr. It is being reported that the reason why Joey Porter Jr. has not signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers is that Joey Porter Jr. wants to reset the market. And I'm telling you right now, if the Dallas Cowboys were to bring in Joey Porter Jr. and extend him and then let George Pickens go next season, oh, I'm furious. Shit. Enough's enough, man. We ain't bringing nobody else in here, man. We are not doing it. And people talking about Porter Jr. Please. And it's always funny to me, man, every time there is an opening, boy, people start talking about Cowboys signing him. Now it's Porter. I got one more player I'm going to bring up on new signings. I'm gonna bring up one more player, but man, every time you look up, somebody's talking about the Cowboys should sign him. Sheesh. Look at this. This is the story over here on Joey Porter Jr. Joey Porter Jr. wants to reset the market. Yeah, you think he coming to Dallas? We're not resetting no market. We're not resetting no market with Porter. Says nobody wants to trade a 26-year-old starting cornerback, especially not one the Pittsburgh Steelers drafted themselves, who has established himself as one of the team's most important defensive players. Hold on a second. Let me do something real quick. Man, ain't nobody trying to sign no doggone Joey Porter Jr. Not trying to do it. Who in their right mind? Who in their right mind are going to try to sign Joey Porter Jr. to a humongous contract? Who in their right mind? I know I wouldn't do it. Cowboys still got business to take care of next year, Cowboys Nation. All right, let me read some more of this. It says the whole point of drafting and developing players like Joey Porter Jr. is to keep them around for their prime years. It says, unless, of course, that player wants to be paid like something the Steelers don't believe he is. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport stated he is likely to reset the cornerback market when he signs. Do what? If that's really Porter's goal, it shouldn't be in Pittsburgh. Under those circumstances, the Steelers should trade him. Does Porter view himself that way? Don't take my word for it. He asked about his ranking in early April, and he saw himself as a top 5 cornerback before coming into his own last season. I feel like I should have been up in that rank my rookie year. The media don't see it that way, but the players, they respect it. Porter said on the Blue Pocket podcast early this offseason, I feel like I've been that guy for a minute. Okay. I feel like that's what people really harp on my game about is the PIs and the penalties. But it's like, y'all hold no other defensive back under that microscope. I haven't gave up a touchdown in 3 years. No wide receiver put over 50 to 60 yards on my head alone, and I travel with the best of them. You saying I'm not top 5 because I have 50 yards in penalties, that's crazy. Penalties have been Porter's biggest issue since entering the league, but he did a good job cleaning them up in 2025, nearly cutting his total in half from a career-high 17 he had in 2024. He's right to point out to the lack of touchdowns allowed in coverage since he's entered the NFL. It's by far his best argument. But this isn't about whether he's a good player. He obviously is. It's about whether he should reset the market as one of the very best players of the position. There shouldn't even be a debate for that caliber of player. T.J. Watt was an obvious one throughout his prime, for example, because he had the accolades to back it up with Pro Bowls, All-Pros, and even a Defensive Player of the Year award on his belt. The closest Porter has came was a single vote for Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2023. It says a lack of splash plays for Porter has hurt Porter. There's no way around it. I understand good corners may not have the ball thrown their way, limiting opportunities for interceptions and forced fumbles. But 3 interceptions and 0 forced fumbles is still a low number. I have stats to prove it via Pro Football Focus charting. So here it's got the chart. See here. Trent McDuffie, 43 games, 247 targets, turnovers forced 10. Devin Witherspoon, 44 games, 234 targets, turnovers forced 4. Christian Gonzalez is a monster. And people were talking about Christian Gonzalez was coming to the Cowboys. It ain't happening. They're not only saying that Christian Gonzalez wants to reset the market. They're saying that Christian Gonzalez wants to get a contract to where even the next person who come along won't make more money than him. That's nasty work. Now, Christian Gonzalez, you stay where you are, bro. You stay where you are. 34 games, 214 targets, 3 forced turnovers. Derek Stingley Jr., absolute beast. 45 games, 211 targets, 15 turnovers forced. Patrick Surtain, before the Achilles, was an absolute monster. 47 games, 211 targets, 7 turnovers forced. Joey Porter, 47 games, 201 targets, 3 turnovers forced. Denzel Ward, 44 targets. 44 games, 193 targets, 7 turnovers forced. J.C. Horn, 37 games, 161 targets, 6 turnovers forced. Sauce Gardner. And I got Patrick Surtain actually mixed up with Sauce Gardner. I'm sorry. Sauce Gardner is the one with the Achilles tear. Sauce Gardner was a beast before the Achilles tear. Sauce Gardner, 42 games, 133 targets, and 2 turnovers forced. Patrick Surtain is the best in the business. I mean, right now to me, Patrick Surtain II is the best in the business. Best in the business. I would say the guy from Houston, maybe second or third. Christian Gonzalez, second or third. You kind of get him in there however you want. But I haven't really heard a lot of people talking about Joey Porter Jr. like that. I mean, not like that. I just haven't heard a lot of people talking about him like that to where he's a market resetter. It says if anyone has the argument that few targets lead to few takeaways, it's Sauce Gardner. He's barely targeted relative to the rest of the group. Christian Gonzalez and Devin Weatherspoon aren't exactly hyper-productive in that area either, but they were at least key players on 2 of the best defenses in football last season and the 2 teams that ultimately met in the Super Bowl. So, again, Porter is trying to reset the market. That's what's going on with Porter. He's trying to reset the market. I won't read all of this, but Porter's trying to reset the market, and I can tell you right now, Cowboys aren't interested in that. They're not interested in that. So everybody, talking about Cowboys get Joey. And again, I don't even know sometimes when people be like, yeah, just go get Joey Porter. With what money? With what money? Yeah, you got 20-something million under the cap, but you're basically going to just go and blow that on a cornerback when you got 2 good cornerbacks, potentially a third in Savon Revel Jr. I don't think the Cowboys, when they go looking for cornerback help, which they possibly could, when the Cowboys go looking for cornerback help, you can believe it's not going to be Joey Porter Jr. level, I want to reset the market level type of cornerback. That ain't going to happen. No, Savon Revel Jr. is going to get on the field. Yeah, Savon Revel Jr. is going to get on the field, so that's what it's going to be. Let me bring up one more guy. Man, I just laugh sometimes when people start talking about some of these players. I just laugh when I hear people talking about these players. This was another player that people were talking about. Let me put this guy down. Another one of these. Let me put this down as a kind of a. This was another one of these people that people brought up. I started seeing some people talk about this guy, and I was very confused. I was very confused. Here's another guy that I heard people saying the Cowboys should pick up. Why would the Cowboys want Trey Benson?
Yes! Here we go!
Why would the Cowboys want Trey Benson? Trey Benson has done nothing. Trey Benson has been hurt. Sometimes I'm like, this is like old Cowboys ways of thinking. Why do we got to bring in Trey Benson? Why would we want to bring in Trey Benson? Oh, hoping that he'll do something here that he hasn't done anywhere else. Stay healthy. Why would we want to go get Trey Benson? Says here, the Arizona Cardinals waived running back Trey Benson with an injury designation. ESPN Adam Schefter reports that Benson cleared waivers and will head to injured reserve. Really? I wonder why Benson... I wonder why he cleared waivers. The Cowboys should not be interested in Trey Benson. Why? For what? What? So he can be hurt here too? Says here at first glance, it appears that Benson will lose another season to injury. The former third rounder from 2024 draft hasn't played since week 4 of the 2025 season. He tore his left meniscus against the Seattle Seahawks and wasn't activated despite returning to practice. Benson's left knee still hasn't recovered. So why would we want him? Why would we want him? says Benson was facing an uphill battle to make the roster. The Cardinals signed Tyler Alligator. I don't think that's. I'm pretty sure I butchered that name. In free agency, and used their top pick to select Jeremiah Love. Veteran back James Conner restructured his contract to stay on the team. Now, James Conner, that's a whole nother discussion. Trey Benson. Why would we want Trey Benson? It says his injury has opened the door for players further down on the roster, such as Bam Knight, Corey Kiner, to get more opportunities. Both Knight and Kiner have made the most of their preseason snaps and are charging towards a 53-man roster. Why would we want Trey Benson again? Why would we want him? Trey Benson is headed to injured reserve. It marks the second time in 3 years he's missed a significant amount of time due to injury. I'm sorry. I don't understand it. Why? Why would we want him? Did I say alligator? I meant alligator. It probably still sounded like alligator, didn't it? It sounded like alligator. I'm pretty sure I still messed his name up. He said the Cardinals will begin the season with a rotation of Jeremiah Love, Tyler Algier, and James Conner in the backfield. It's pretty dang on good. They'll likely roster at least one of Bam Knight and Corey Kiner behind those three for depth and special team purposes. Yeah, that's pretty good backfield right there. Love's injury situation may also impact what the team does at the running back position. The latest update on the number 3 overall pick from head coach Mike LaFleur is that he's progressing well. However, he faces a tight window to be ready for their season opener against the Los Angeles Chargers. Stop it. You're playing for nothing. Ain't no way I'm bringing this dude back. Ain't no way I'm bringing him back in a hurry. Sit your butt down somewhere. Okay, Chip the King, you said Phillips from Miami. Phillips from Miami. He got cut? Okay, I'll look there in a moment. Cardinals can select up to 8 players to return from injured reserve during the season. Only 2 of those spots can be used on players placed on injured reserve before submitting their 53-man rosters. I wouldn't be surprised if they did some kind of injury buyout on Trey Benson and cut their losses with him. A player designated to return from injured reserve must sit out at least 4 games. They have a 21-day window to activate the player once he returns to practice. The main question the Cardinals face is whether they want to commit one of those 2 spots to a player who has only played 17 games in 2 seasons, especially since Love should be back and close to full strength before week 5. Again, I don't even understand. It's like every time there's a player out there, there's always a conversation about the Cowboys. Why would the Cowboys want this guy again? Why we want him over here to be injured? And this is exactly what I was saying just earlier. Trey Benson is expected to reach an injury settlement. He put that back on the screen so y'all can see it. Yeah, Trey Benson expected to reach an injury settlement with the Cardinals. It would probably be the best thing. Let him go start his career somewhere else. Not in Dallas. Not in Dallas. We don't need him in Dallas. He's done nothing to even warrant being in Dallas. Don't bring in somebody hurt. What would you do that for? Doesn't even make sense. I'll be honest with you. I really think the Cowboys, I think they are settled at running back right now, unless there is somebody that they cannot refuse. I believe they are set at running back. I told y'all before, I thought it was going to be the same thing it was last year. Jaden Blue, Malik Davis, and Javonte Williams. Why mess with it? You're not a running team. Contrary to what some people believe, the Cowboys actually are not a running team. We run out of 11 personnel. You're not a running team. George Pickens turned us into a passing team. Once you added George Pickens to CeeDee Lamb, Ryan Flournoy emerged, Kevontae Turpin with his speed, now you got Camden Brown. You're a passing team. You're actually not a running team. And if you develop Michael Trigg, and if Ferguson get his butt back down them seams, you're going to be one of the most prolific passing teams that we might have seen since the fastest team on turf. I'm telling you, man, the Cowboys' offense is not a running team. We're a passing team that runs the ball. Those are 2 different things. We're a passing team that runs the ball. And the running back room that we have, contrary to so many people knocking it the entire offseason, saying what we needed at the running back position, I mean, I'll be honest with you, for me, I think it looks fine. Y'all tell me what y'all think. I think the running back room looked good. What about you, Miss Matrix? I mean, Miss Matrix said that we've cut Malik Davis 5 times. He only comes back and just does exactly what we want. So I think the Cowboys are all about to say, you know what? Let's just give Malik Davis a chance. We got Javonte Williams. Let's give Malik Davis a chance. We got Jaden Blue. Perimeter game. We're about to do some different things with Jaden Blue. And if Phil Maffa can do something on special teams, maybe you'll even keep Phil Maffa and let him continue to develop. I think the Cowboys running back room at this point in time, it's fine. People say, oh, man, you need a veteran running back. Yeah, his name is Javonte Williams. yeah, his name is Javonte Williams. No point in creating issues for yourself. There's no point in creating issues. I think the Cowboys, they are fine. I believe they are fine in the running back room. Chip the King. Nah, Blue ain't taking too long to develop Chip the King. Brian Schottenheimer ain't showing us what he's going to do with Jaden Blue. Watch what happens during the season. You're going to see what I'm telling you. Shotty's been hiding what he's doing with Jaden Blue, and he said it around the first or second press conference. He said that we're not showing y'all everything that we're doing with Jaden Blue. Shotty went as far as saying that everything that we've been watching has been very generic. You're going to see some different things from Jaden Blue when the season starts. Jaden Blue is not going to be the number 2 running back. He's going to be passing game, screen game, quick pitches. You watch what I tell you. They're going to do a whole lot of different things with Jaden Blue, and Jaden Blue is going to be just fine. Get him in space, and he'll be okay. Get him in space. Because as long as Malik Davis stays healthy, I mean, okay, run Malik Davis and Javonte Williams. What's the problem? What's the problem? Malik Davis is going to give you more leeway to say, okay, let's keep bringing Jaden Blue along because now we got Malik Davis and he's basically Mr. Dependable. Malik Davis, low ceiling, but high floor. Low ceiling, high floor. Mr. Dependable. Frank Lawrence, right on time. Frank Lawrence, Malik is consistent. 4.8 yards per carry, right up there with the top 13 NFL starting running back. There it is. Malik Davis, Mr. Dependable. I mean, at this point, I believe the Cowboys are just saying, he's a good running back. We got a good to / great running back. Javonte Williams is on the verge of greatness. So you already got a great running back. Malik Davis is a good running back. And I'm not talking about good enough. Malik Davis, honestly, is a good running back. He is. He's a good running back. Objectively, he's a good running back. He's not gonna break 19 runs a season for you. He's not gonna break 19 runs a season. But I tell you what he is gonna do. I bet he's gonna get you more than 19 first downs a season. Shoot. Now Malik Davis runs hard, man. Malik Davis runs hard. From what they said, Andre looked like he did some pretty good blocking, or at least that's what Shotty said. He did some pretty good blocking. Yeah, Dak Elite. And this is that old Cowboys thinking to me. You always see these fans, they do want big names. They do. Dak Elite, they want big names. They think big names equal big things. It don't. Big names don't mean big things. Absolutely doesn't. Again, tell me all the big names from the Seattle Seahawks last year. Tell me all the big names from the Seattle Seahawks last year. Help me out. Chip the King said we don't need big names, just teamwork, and we'll be fine. Yeah. YOLO Space Ranger. I'm going to go out on the limb here. I'm going to go out on the limb, YOLO Space Ranger. You are a Jacksonville Jaguar fan. I'm going to go out on the limb. I mean, I could be reaching here. But I'm going to go out on the limb and say you are a Jacksonville Jaguars fan. Welcome to Let's Talk Cowboys tonight. Appreciate you joining the conversation. All right. so we are beyond the new signing. Let me see, what do I want to do next? Trying to debate if I want to go to Mickey Spagnola. Let's go to Mickey Spagnola. I hate to hold y'all in suspense because the 1 year anniversary segment is going to be absolutely great. The 1 year anniversary segment is about to be fire, or at least I believe it's about to be fire. But before I turn that loose, I do want to slip in Mickey Spagnola. I forgot to put this on the list today. Y'all forgive me. I forgot to put this on the list. But Mickey Spagnola had some things to say about the Cowboys today. And they were very interesting. And I mean very interesting to say the least. Because I'm going to tell you this. Mickey Spagnola. I don't know if y'all have noticed this. Mickey Spagnola, very skeptical about the Cowboys. Very skeptical about the Cowboys' success. I'm going to let you hear what Mickey Spagnola had to say about the Cowboys. Check this out. And I thought this was very interesting. All right, hold on a second. Matter of fact, man, I'm telling you, doing these Cowboys After Dark, I'm telling you, Miss Matrix, they got my brain mixed up. It was Tuesday yesterday, and I was sitting around trying to figure out how I was gonna go live because it was a Wednesday. I'm thinking in my mind it's a Wednesday, and I'm not gonna be able to go live. And my wife asked me, she was like, "What you doing?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm trying to get ready for Bible study." My wife said, "So you ain't gonna live out Tuesday?" My wife said, "You getting ready for Bible study?" She said, "What about Tuesday?" Man, your boy head messed up after the doggone Cowboys After Dark. I'm still wrapping my head around getting used to those. Okay, let me see here. Let me see if this is what I was listening to. Oh, here it is right here. I was listening to these guys talk to Mickey Spagnola today. I want you to hear some of the stuff they were saying about Nicky Spagnola. Check this out. Or what Nicky Spagnola was saying about the Cowboys.
We bring cheap.
And I'm telling you, man, he has been very skeptical about the Cowboys. And I think he's seeing so much now that even Mickey Spagnola is turning on this. Listen to this. This is crazy.
Our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
We are doing well. I know there is a lot to get to today, and I wanted to start with this and see if it's changed position-wise. Do you feel best about the depth on this team at wide receiver, or have there been developments in training camp that you're like, I think I like this position even better?
I think the depth at wide receiver is going to force them to potentially cut somebody that they don't want to cut, or be forced to keep an extra guy at wide receiver. I think, the emergence of Cameron Brown, he can't, turn a blind eye to that. And then Mingo is telling you, hey, I deserve to be on this team. So that'll be, I think, a tough decision either way, because keeping 6 receivers, and then, you know what, you almost can qualify it because you can look at Kevontae Turpin as a gadget guy, but special teams, and then you have 5 pure wide receivers. So I think, the depth there is going to cause a problem there. And then I think there's a couple places right off the top of my head that the lack of depth is going to cause you some concern.
Now, let's think about what he's talking about. This is all about Camden Brown. And I'm going to tell you the real dilemma. People don't want to be honest about this. Well, it's Cowboys After Dark. Let's be honest about this. The issue isn't Jonathan Mingo has said, I deserve a spot on this team. The real issue is the Cowboys gave up a 4th-round pick for Jonathan Mingo. Now, I want us to remember, there was a guy in my I don't know if it was a stream or a video. And he was asking me, why was I being so hard on Jonathan Mingo? And he said, if you're going to talk facts, talk facts. Well, I guess because he hasn't been around long enough, he doesn't understand the facts are actually wrapped, or Jonathan Mingo is wrapped in the facts. Let me give us the facts on Jonathan Mingo, whether we understand this or not. And I think you'll understand it more as I unpack this. So the Cowboys said in the year that Jonathan Mingo got drafted, listen to how crazy this is. If I'm not mistaken, Schoonmaker was drafted in 2024, correct? I'm thinking Schoonmaker was drafted in 2024. And we'll look at it when let me see here. I'm thinking he was drafted in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. But something else happened in 2024. If you listen to Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys, the player that they had on the player who they were looking at in 2024, but they wound up drafting Schoonmaker, is none other than Jonathan Mingo. If I'm not mistaken, this is what they were alluding to. The player that they really wanted was Jonathan Mingo. And I'm not sure how this all went, but the Carolina Panthers wound up drafting Jonathan Mingo. The Carolina Panthers wound up drafting Jonathan Mingo before the Cowboys could. And let me make sure on this. Cowboys, let's see, Panthers. I think it was 2024. The Panthers drafted Mingo. I think what was it? 29th overall? Let me see here. Okay, it was 2023. And let me make sure. So if it's 2023, let's go back and look at Schoonmaker. So that means that maybe Schoonmaker was what? Drafted in 2023 also. Let me make sure. Okay, so correct, wrong year. Let's go back one more year. Schoonmaker was drafted in 2023. But the Cowboys wanted Jonathan Mingo in 2023. But Jonathan Mingo wound up getting drafted by the Carolina Panthers. So the Cowboys then got Schoonmaker, is how this all went down, if I'm not mistaken. They wound up getting Schoonmaker. Schoonmaker was then, after not being able to find any traction on the Carolina Panthers, did not live up to that second-round draft pick. Since the Cowboys had Jonathan Mingo on their draft board and was not able to get him, traded a fourth-round pick. If that fourth-round pick wasn't involved, my question becomes, would this really be a matter of we got to keep 6 wide receivers? This doesn't sound like to me that Jonathan Mingo has performed at a level to where the Cowboys are saying, yeah, man, we got to get Jonathan Mingo. Or we got to keep Jonathan Mingo. No, it sounds like, no, we gave up a fourth-round pick for Jonathan Mingo. We think he can be good. We want to make good on that fourth-round pick. We don't want to be wrong on that fourth-round pick. Same thing they're saying with Schoonmaker. They don't want to be wrong on Schoonmaker on a second-round pick. If we're really being honest, Schoonmaker and Jonathan Mingo have underperformed. Both of them. BOFEM. Both of them. They both underperformed. If Schoonmaker wasn't a second-round pick out of Michigan, and if Jonathan Mingo, if they hadn't gave up a fourth-round pick for Jonathan Mingo, Jonathan Mingo has been with the Cowboys now since 2024. What has Jonathan Mingo done? As I was telling the person who was asking me why am I so hard on Jonathan Mingo, well, what has Jonathan Mingo done since he's been here? I mean, what has Mingo really done? What has Mingo done that jumped off the page, jumped off the film? What has Mingo done? There is no way that a second-round pick wide receiver should be playing special teams. No, he shouldn't be playing special teams. If you're a second-round pick, and I even put this in the comment, let's put this all in perspective. Do y'all realize Ryan Flanoy was a 6th-round draft pick? Ryan Flanoy was released from the Dallas Cowboys, came back, and worked his way in front of Jonathan Mingo. If it wasn't a 4th-round pick, Mingo wouldn't be here. Bottom line, Mingo wouldn't be here. Dak Elite, Mingo wasn't hurt. Not last year. I remember Mingo last year. And if he was hurt some of that season, your best ability is availability. Mingo would not be here if it wasn't for that pick. I don't believe he would be. And when somebody's got to tell you what Mingo has done, because this guy was explaining to me what Mingo has done. He plays special teams. He goes down and make tackles. He plays on the kick return team. Yeah, it's strange you got to tell me that. Because he's done nothing from the wide receiver position. Turpin jumped him. Flanoy jumped him. Pickens made him obsolete. And now here we are again in 2026. Camden Brown has done more in training camp, in games. We know who Camden Brown is because of what we've seen in training camp, what we've seen in practice, what we've seen in the game. And somebody got to tell us who Jonathan Mingo is. Man, I'm telling us right now. Mingo don't make this team if there's not a 4th-round pick tied up in him. If there's not a 4th-round pick tied up in Jonathan Mingo, he's not on the team. That's what Jonathan Mingo is all about. 4th-round pick. 4th-round pick. Dak Elite. You're answering the question. Yeah, he's barely on the field. It don't matter what the reason is. He's barely on the field. Camden Brown came in and made that man obsolete, and they know it. But they don't want to give up on him because they got a 4th-round pick tied up in him, and they don't want to be wrong about it. Same thing with Schoonmaker. Schoonmaker is not good. Man, let me tell you something. Kuntz could actually outdo Schoonmaker. Amber Soprano, thank you. I forgot about this player. He couldn't beat out Tolbert either. Mingo was supposed to beat out Tolbert. Mingo didn't even beat out Tolbert. Everybody on the depth chart continued to pass Mingo. Mingo is on this squad if people are being honest. Mingo is on this squad because there's a 4th-round pick tied up in him. Because there is no other way that anyone else would look at Camden Brown and then look at Jonathan Mingo and say, ooh, hard decision. Who? Who looks at an undrafted free agent, comes in, works his way up from the dirt? Camden Brown worked his way up from the dirt. And Dak Elite, you said he didn't have a chance. Well, what do you call Camden Brown? Camden Brown worked his way up from the dirt. UDFA from the dirt. Making plays. Started Moss in the 3rd team. Moss in the 2nd team. Moss in the 1st team. Worked his way in the first team reps. We do know Jonathan Mingo was on that same team, right? We were not hearing about Jonathan Mingo in training camp. We weren't hearing about him mossing people. We were not hearing about any of those things. Then we get Camden Brown in the game. What does he start doing? Camden Brown starts mossing people in the preseason game. This man on his first touchdown in the preseason, moss. Second touchdown in the preseason against the Seattle Seahawks, one hand moss. Comes back. Jonathan Mingo has this one big play. And oh man, Jonathan Mingo. Yeah. Camden Brown said, now hold my drink. Camden Brown's thing came back again. Big time play. Big time play. Mingo is here because of that 4th round pick. There's no room on this team in actuality for Jonathan Mingo. Camden Brown, it should be Lamb, Pickens, Flournoy, Turpin, Camden Brown. That is truly the wide receiver, the wide receiver core. But again, it's that 4th round pick. It's that 4th round pick. That's the only thing it is. Miss Major said you lost me, Coos G. Let me tell you something. I'm just saying that's how bad Schoonmaker is that Kuntz is actually competing with him. Because Kuntz shouldn't be competing with Schoonmaker. Schoonmaker didn't live up to that 2nd round pick. But why is Schoonmaker here? From Michigan, 2nd round pick, don't want to be wrong. Why is Milton here? Why is Jonathan Mingo here? I would love to see what this would be if he didn't have that 4th round pick tied to him. The Cowboys could actually go out and do better than Jonathan Mingo. That don't mean Jonathan Mingo isn't good. But when Camden Brown upstages you, Tolbert upstages you, Ryan Flournoy, 6th round pick, upstages you, oh no. Oh no. Shadid, he says, do you think Turpin is better than Camden Brown? No. No, I don't think Turpin as a pure wide receiver is better than Camden Brown. No. But Turpin under contract. Number 2, Turpin adds a certain element. We got to get that element back in the kickoff game. Turpin, he's going nowhere right now. Turpin's under contract. But Jaden Blue is going to be the new Cavante Turpin. Book it. soon as that contract is up, Jaden Blue is going to be the new Cavante Turpin. Bigger, better, and they're hoping to improve. That's what's going to happen with Jaden Blue.
You know what's going to happen now, Mickey, is like once Cam Brown and Mingo are like solidified, people are going to go, well, now one of our receivers is expendable. We can trade one. What? One of our very expensive receivers. We can trade it. That's what's going to happen.
No.
I'm not saying, I'm not suggesting it. Mickey,
Mingo nor Camden Brown are good enough for you to say that you can let go of George Pickens or CeeDee Lamb. No. 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 I wouldn't even be willing to trade Ryan Flournoy right now to let Camden Brown or Jonathan Mingo step in that spot. Now, if I was going to let somebody step in that spot, I'd be honest with you. It'd be Jonathan Mingo. I mean, not Jonathan Mingo. It would be Camden Brown before it would be Jonathan Mingo for me. For me. But neither one of those wide receivers are at a point. And the reason why Camden Brown, the only reason why I'm saying Camden Brown isn't at a point to where you can trade Ryan Flournoy, he's an undrafted free agent. We need to let him continue to develop in this game. But where he is right now, you're excited. You're excited because Camden Brown can't hit free agency. But I just wonder if Jonathan Mingo hit free agency. I just wonder if Jonathan Mingo hit free agency. You could actually let Jonathan Mingo hit free agency and he would probably clear and you could bring him back. But I bet you this, you ain't letting Camden Brown hit free agency. He ain't coming back, bro. He ain't coming back. I guarantee you, he's shown too much. Camden Brown has jumped off the tape to NFL teams. Go ahead and try to play that. Go ahead and try to play that game like you did last year with Ryan Flournoy. Boy, I bet you teams right now kicking themselves in the butt about Ryan Flanoy. I bet they, man, I knew we should have got that dude. I bet they won't do that with Camden Brown. They ain't gonna make that mistake with Camden Brown. They ain't gonna make that mistake with Camden Brown. They're not gonna do it. Yeah, Miss Matrix. Yeah, Turpin's not a pure receiver. He's a gadget guy. He got speed. That's why they like him. Yeah, he's more of an all-around guy like Taysom Hill. Heck, even let him throw a few trick passes. Yeah, he got some speed. That's why they like him. And he got a contract now. He got a contract. But again, watch what I tell you. Jaden Blue gonna be the new Kevontae Turpin before it's all said and done. He gonna be the new Kevontae Turpin. They're grooming him right now. Check out what Mick continues to say about this.
I'm going to go a different direction, though. What is the fate of Michael Trigg on this team?
So if he isn't practicing this week because of the injury, I think that they've got to figure out how they can get him on IR and then...
Did I not tell y'all the same thing? Can't let Michael Trigg. You can't let Michael Trigg hit free agency either. You can't let Michael Trigg hit free agency either. NFL know what Michael Trigg is. They know what he is. Michael Trigg is almost Odell Beckham Jr. in a tight end's body. And what I mean by that, go look at this dude's tape and some of the catches that he makes. Oh my gosh. Man, this dude, Michael Trigg, is making some of the most handsy, acrobatic catches you'll ever see in your life. You can't let Michael Trigg hit free agency either.
You know, so they can keep his rights. I just think that he's a guy that if you cut and you say, I'm going to put him on the practice squad, I don't know that he gets through waivers. So you remember the little deal that they pull, all the teams pull, is they keep somebody on the 53 initially. They cut somebody that doesn't have to go through waivers, and then after 24 hours, you put that guy on IR, and he'll be on there for what, 3-4 weeks, and then you re-sign the guy that you cut that you told don't go anywhere else and sign. So they might be able to pull something like that with him. I just don't think somehow, some way, you want to lose his rights. But if he's not ready physically to play, I don't know how you're going to be able to keep him. Keeping more than 3 tight ends along with a fullback might not be doable.
Yeah.
Can't do it. Michael Trigg and Camden Brown are too good. And Dak Elite, I'm not telling you that Jonathan Mingo isn't good. What I'm telling you is he's not good enough. See, we got to stop making excuses for Mingo. And I'm not talking about you, Dak Elite, in particular. I'm just saying we got to stop making excuses for him as the Cowboys. Because everyone said when he was at Carolina that they changed coaching staffs or office coordinators or whatever they did, they changed. And so Jonathan Mingo didn't get a fair shot. So he gonna come to Dallas and he gonna get a fair shot. Well, he came to Dallas. And we said Mike McCarthy didn't throw to him. Cooper Rush couldn't get him the ball. Well, last year he was on the squad. Why didn't he beat out Tolbert? Mingo was supposed to challenge Tolbert. He was supposed to beat Tolbert. Couldn't beat Tolbert. They kept him over Ryan Flanoy. Ryan Flanoy hit the street, came back and beat out Jonathan Mingo. Hit the street, came back and beat Jonathan Mingo. He had every opportunity in the world. And even if he did get better, he didn't get good enough. It's not that Jonathan Mingo is not a good player. He's not good enough. He's not good enough. I'm sorry. He's not good enough. He's not good enough to be in a wide receiver room, Dak Elite. He's not good enough to be in a wide receiver room this good. That's what I'm telling us. He's not good enough. He's not good enough. He wasn't good enough if they're telling the truth in Carolina. He came to Dallas. He's not good enough. He's not good enough. If you're even having to debate, and I'm gonna use the same barometer that I used for Deshaun Watson, because this is the same issue that's going on with Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. I said this before the quarterback competition even started. If Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson are competing, even if it's 40-60, if it's 40 Deshaun Watson, if it's 40 Shedeur Sanders, 60 Deshaun Watson, I'm going with Shedeur Sanders because Shedeur Sanders shouldn't be that close to Deshaun Watson. He out of here. That's what it been with me. It's the same thing I'm going with Jonathan Mingo. Mingo, you've been here. Couldn't beat Tolbert. Couldn't beat Flanoy. Couldn't beat Turpin. Now we got Camden Brown. It shouldn't even be a conversation that Camden Brown is making you think twice about letting Camden Brown go to the streets and keep Jonathan Mingo. But the Cowboys are basically saying, well, we got to keep Jonathan Mingo. Why? Tell me why again. Because he's a special teams contributor? That's why we're keeping him? We're keeping him because we know doggone well we got a 4th round pick tied up in him and we don't want to let him go. But we're also saying something else. Camden Brown has shown more than him. Yep. That's what they're saying. This shouldn't even be a competition. If Camden Brown is competing with you, if Camden Brown is competing with Jonathan Mingo, it's telling us all we need to know. It's telling us all we need to know.
No, I'm with you. We talked about roster manipulation, and I know, obviously, Mickey, no one would ever say that a player was kind of dinged up just to find a way to circumvent the roster limits.
Well, but there's certain things you have to prove.
You're right.
To put a guy on IR. It's not like the old days.
I don't know what this guy's talking about. Everybody do this. Everybody plays this doggone injured reserve game. Man, the NFL knows what it is. The NFL might as well stop playing, add a couple of more players or 3 more players to the doggone practice squad because they know doggone well some of these players that people be stashing on injured reserve ain't injured. Stop playing with me, bro. This dude talking about, no team would do that. Yes, they would. They do it all the time. Teams do this all the time. Man.
Where you stash guys on injured reserve, and it was like being on the taxi squad, right?
Right.
So there are some physical, how do I say it, ramifications.
Oh, stop it. The leniency is there. Stop it. Boy, everybody does this, man. Everybody plays this game. It's a loophole.
Or you have to be able to prove it to put a guy on injured reserve.
Now,
I wonder what the burden of proof is. Yeah, he injured. Okay, put him on there. Stop it. Stop it.
Shoddy was very effusive with his praise of the offense yesterday, especially lack of penalties. On the flip side, though, there were some particularly agitating pre-snap penalties on the defense. Did you see anything there? Is that just part of the ramp-up period, or am I supposed to now be worried about penalties yet again for the Cowboys?
Well, those guys aren't going to be playing on Sunday, right?
One of them was James Houston. I hope he's playing.
Well, he'll be.
Yeah, but see, I was thinking the same thing on this. The Cowboys did very well with penalties. That's the third team. We still got to see what the first team looked like as it applies to penalties. So we don't know what they're going to look like. I mean, we don't know what they're really going to look like. So we'll see in the first couple of games what the Cowboys look like on penalties. Yeah, DC says, facts, G. Brown is doing it in 1 year what it took Mingo 4 years to do. And Brown got more touchdowns in his career. 2, Mingo got his first last game. Yeah. Man, this dude Brown, and again, it's not about liking Brown because I had no ties to Brown. But in the grand scheme of things, it's just being honest. Man, let Brown and Mingo both hit the street. I guarantee you Brown will get picked up before Mingo. Mingo has done nothing to make anybody in this league say, Cowboys better not let go of Mingo. Camden Brown, there's a reason why the Cowboys are afraid to let go. I'm telling you right now, the Cowboys are trying to figure out how they're going to keep Camden Brown because it's got to be political, man. Chip the King, it's got to be somewhat political. And don't get me wrong, Cowboys aren't the only one to play this game. Teams will invest in a player, and they don't want to admit they're wrong on the investment, and they'll keep said player. It's not just the Cowboys doing that nonsense. Other teams do it too. They'll keep a player because they got a draft pick tied up into him, and they say, oh, we gave up something for him. We want to let him develop a little bit more. But Camden Brown has came in and did what Mingo couldn't do in 4 years. Mingo, I want y'all to think about this. Who were they talking about more in the Jonathan Mingo, Joe Milton touchdown? Who were they talking about more? In the Jonathan Mingo, in the Joe Milton to Jonathan Mingo touchdown, who were they talking about more? Who? Now let me ask you the next question. Who were they talking about more on the Sam Howell to Camden Brown touchdown? Do y'all see my point? Sam Howell didn't make a great throw, didn't make a good throw. Camden Brown made a great effort at the ball and got Sam Howell that touchdown. Yeah, that's what happened. Oh, I got another one for us. When Joe Milton threw Camden Brown the touchdown, who were they talking about more? Joe Milton or Camden Brown? Joe Milton or Camden Brown? They were talking about Camden Brown. Why? Joe Milton threw the ball. It was a great placement of the ball. Threw it in a place to where only Camden Brown could get it. But watch this. But he couldn't get it with two hands. He couldn't get it with two hands. Camden Brown got it with one hand. That's all I'm telling you. When Joe Milton throws the touchdown to Jonathan Mingo, everybody's kind of like, well, it's about dang gone time. But that was a great throw by Jonathan, by Joe Milton. But when he throws it, when Sam Howell throws it to Camden Brown, incredible catch. Went up between two defenders. High pointed it, got it, fought for it. Second touchdown. Fought off the defender with the right shoulder. Left hand, one hand snag. Bam. Right there. And Dak Elite, you know something else? They actually had been putting Camden Brown with the ones in training camp, and Camden Brown was doing the same stuff. Camden Brown was doing the same stuff to the ones. Yep. Camden Brown was doing the same thing to the ones. So that's the issue with Camden Brown. It's not that Jonathan Mingo is not good. He's not good enough to be in this wide receiver room. The same way Jalen Tolbert wasn't good enough. And it wasn't that Jalen Tolbert wasn't good enough to be in the wide receiver room. What ticked off the Cowboys about Jalen Tolbert is that Jalen Tolbert let Ryan Flanoy beat him out. That's what ticked off the Cowboys about Jalen Tolbert. Jalen Tolbert was supposed to prove to the Cowboys that they didn't have to go get George Pickens, but they had to go get George Pickens because Jalen Tolbert wasn't enough. Y'all remember that? And so it's the same instance now we're dealing with Jonathan Mingo and Camden Brown. I'm just wondering when the Cowboys are going to finally admit that Jonathan Mingo just isn't good enough to be in this wide receiver room. Because he's going to be playing a lot of special teams. crazy work, man.
A rotation guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's. I should have said that they won't be starting.
Yeah.
on
No,
Sunday.
I got you. Okay.
And again, back to Mickey Spagnola talking about the Cowboys and their injuries. We don't know what the first team is going to look like with the not injuries, but the penalties. We don't know what they're going to look like with the penalties yet. So I'm very interested to see what does the first team look like with these penalties. I am.
Okay.
Yeah, and defensive ends are going to jump the gun. I mean, it's going to happen. But they only had 4 penalties, right?
Right. I think that is correct. And they were all defensive penalties, I believe?
Yeah, I believe so. So were they roughhousing or were they just offside?
I think they were just offsides. It was more than that.
Well, they got called for one interference.
Yeah.
These interference calls they're calling in preseason are so ticky-tack that it's like, come on. Let them play football.
Okay, I like that philosophy. Now, I know the same logic can be applied here, so I want to ask not just about the game, what have you thought or what can you glean from the run defense throughout training camp? Because I know 5.2 yards per carry given up in the game doesn't look great, but again, we're talking backup on backup.
Yeah, no. I think that if we're going to kind of judge the run defense, judge it in the scrimmages.
Right.
And the scrimmages, they were really good, especially against the Rams. That has, they have a very good running offense, right? And I still can't get out of my mind the 273 yards they rushed for against the Cowboys in that playoff game. Was it 2018?
Yeah.
How crazy is it that people blame Dak Prescott for losing to the Rams in 2018, and the Dallas Cowboys defense gave up 273 yards rushing? That is insanity. Who are you beating? Who are you beating? What kind of This has been a problem for Jerry Jones for a long time. A defense that couldn't stop the run. This was before Michael Parsons, before Mike McCarthy. Just crazy. Just crazy. Absolutely insane. Yeah, Lorenzo, you're talking about got to contribute in other ways. Yeah, that's the very reason why you got to think about it. Camden Brown is going to make this team. And they're going to still keep Jonathan Mingo on special teams. I'm sorry, that shouldn't be. That shouldn't be. Camden Brown is not as good on special teams. And he going to make this dang on team. He's going to make this team. Bottom line. They see a high ceiling on Camden Brown. Yeah, he making this team. They ain't caring nothing about no special teams. They going to make him play special teams. That ain't going to be the thing that's going to let him make the team. I wish they would do it. Do it and watch what these other teams do. Cut him and make that the excuse. All right, Frank Lawrence, he said in today's NFL, keeping extra wide receiver should be no-brainer. Yep. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you a scenario, though, Frank Lawrence. I thought Cavonte Turpin could be counted as special teams. And that way, you would be able to keep, like, Camden Brown, Jonathan Mingo, and if you wanted to, you could keep another wide receiver. But you got but now you got Cavonte Turpin taking up one of those spots. I'm going to tell you another player that's taking up one of those spots, and Mickey Spagnola kind of glossed over it. It's doggone Hunter Lipke. I believe Hunter Lipke is a good to great football player. Can absolutely contribute. He don't fit this offense. He don't. Hunter Lipke don't fit this offense. This offense, again, is an 11 personnel offense. 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. This is an 11 personnel offense. You might see some 12 sprinkled in there. Saw some of that tonight. 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers, one running back. This offense is not a 21, 22, 23 offense. It's not. It's not a dual backfield offense. Hunter Lipke is a fullback. Well, if you're running 11 personnel the majority of the time, Hunter Lipke is almost a useless position other than special teams. I'm not spending that kind of money on a fullback playing special teams who rarely plays fullback. I mean, it's almost like they're holding themselves hostage with Hunter Lipke. They're holding themselves hostage because they don't know what to do. He's a good to great football player, but they don't know what to do with him on offense. So they've relegated him to special teams, paying him like he's contributing to the offense. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. It's absolutely crazy work. And I'm telling us right now, man, when Jonathan Mingo's contract comes to the front of the congregation, I believe that's when you're not going to see Jonathan Mingo no more. You're not going to see Jonathan Mingo no more, I believe, when his contract comes to the front of the congregation. Frank Lawrence said, see video, Trigg dragging 6 Auburn defenders for yards after the catch. Yeah, man, I'm telling you. Man, people have to go watch that Trigg film. Trigg next level. Yeah, Frank Lawrence, again, appreciate those 3 super chats. He said, Mingo, Schoon, Lipke, either play them or release them. Frank Lawrence. The Cowboys are paying Hunter Lipke to play offense, and he's not playing offense. Hunter Lipke isn't playing offense. Hunter Lipke got the Cowboys in a chokehold. Kevontae Turpin, if he don't get back to returning kicks like he did in 2024, Kevontae Turpin is holding them hostage because you're going to start seeing, and they're going to continue to use Kevontae Turpin because of his speed. And I did see some things in the last 2 weeks of camp that made me like, okay, it looks like they're trying to get Kevontae Turpin back to being the gadget guy rather than the third wide receiver, because now that's Ryan Flanoy. So I guess Kevontae Turpin, less snaps on offense, keep him to the gadget stuff, and play Ryan Flanoy and give us a little bit more of Camden Brown. I think you also will see some more Mingo, because I think they're going to start trying to get the value out of Mingo. So I think he's going to get his opportunity this season, especially if they keep him on the roster. They're going to give him his opportunity. But they got to figure out what the heck they're doing with Hunter Lipke, because he's really taking up a roster spot that a lot of teams don't let take up a roster spot unless they're using that particular player, like the San Francisco 49ers. They use Usek or whatever his name is, the fullback. I mean, they use him enough to justify keeping him on the squad as a fullback. Yeah, Tommy Solo. Yeah, Turpin. I believe Jaden Blue is going to be the new Turpin.
So every time I see the Rams, I see them running up and down the field, but they didn't do it in the scrimmage. And they did a pretty good job in the scrimmage.
And last year they ran all over us
against the Saints, stopping the run, and had been given the offense problems with their run defense. So, they've upgraded the talent there. It's not the same guys. And, as I keep pointing out, 7 or 8 of the starters in the first 5 games of the season last year aren't even on the team this year. So the run defense has improved. Now we got to see it in a game, because the Giants are going to come out in that opener and try to run the football.
A fun fact about that Rams game that I will never forget. I was sitting right next to Mike Bassick, and the first Rams offensive play was a carry for like 9 yards, and he looked at me and said, "We're going to lose."
And it was 2 running backs right over 100 yards.
Yes.
And one of them just came off the couch that week.
That's not good for you, man.
No, that's why we lost.
Mickey, I'm kind of curious. Does what Barham did on Saturday change the rotation, or what the look's going to be at Mike and Will, or did they already kind of have a vision for it and we're going to see more of it? It's more of a rotation than we think.
Just real quick. So again, that 2018 Rams playoff game. Cowboys gave up 273 yards rushing. Anybody remember how many rushing yards the Cowboys got in that game with Zeke? Or how many rushing yards did Zeke have? Anybody remember that? How many yards did Zeke have in that game? How many yards did Zeke have in the 2018 Rams playoff game? People be blaming Dak Prescott for these doggone playoff losses and not paying attention to the stuff that was going on around him. Look that up and then tell me what you think about the yards that Zeke got. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it may increase the rotation, right? I just think if he continues to play like that and he stays healthy, somehow, some way, you got to get him on the field. Now, maybe not 55 snaps, right? But between the three of those guys, Winters and Overshown, I think he's got to fit in and maybe get.
Zeke ran the ball 20 times and got 47 yards. 47 yards on 20 carries. And people blaming Dak Prescott because he's 2-5. That game, 273 yards. The 2023, how many yards we give up? Defense couldn't stop a runny nose, man. Defense couldn't stop a runny nose. Now, one of them San Francisco games, I understand why people are trying to blame that on Dak Prescott because of a turnover he made earlier in the game that didn't actually contribute to, in the grand scheme of things, didn't contribute to the loss. But again, if you look at those games, Cowboys couldn't run the ball, one-dimensional, one wide receiver. Man, them 49ers team, boy, we was going up against the juggernaut. I don't even think we realized it. Shoot. 49ers had a quarterback, they probably would have three-peated. I'm serious. If the 49ers would have had a quarterback, they'd have three-peated. Because they were about 2 or 3 throws away from winning 3 Super Bowls. Just didn't have the quarterback play when it mattered.
An even split with the other 2 guys and the 3 of them. But I just think you see he's got to, and I think it'll be dependent on what the other team does well offensively. Or do they want to run the ball? Well, then I think he might be on the field more than maybe we anticipated. But I don't think that was any one-hit wonder of what he did, because he was doing that in training camp until he suffered the injuries and then missed about a week and didn't get to take part in the scrimmage against the Saints. And, oh, my, the Saints better be glad he wasn't on the field with what was going on, right? Because he would have been right in the middle of it, I'll guarantee you that. And they might have backed off and said, well, we don't want to mess with this guy.
Azteca said he was at the game. Azteca said at that Rams game, he said offense scored the first touchdown, then after the Rams just started running the ball down our throats. He said he can remember the defensive coordinator, Chris. Man, Azteca, that's the dude I was trying to think of the other day. What happened to Chris Richard, man? He never really became the quote-unquote defensive coordinator. He was like under the other guy. And everybody thought Chris Richard was the next big thing in football. He was going to be the defense coordinator for the Cowboys, and then he was going to go on to be a head coach. Man, what happened to Chris Richard? I got to look that up. You said, yeah, Chris Richard yelling at Jalen Smith and Van Der Esch. You can't let them run all over you like that. What are y'all doing? Oh, man. Man. Miss Matrix said the defense couldn't stop a running nose. She said they couldn't stop my granny in a wheelchair. They were bad, Miss Matrix. They were bad, man. They were bad.
He's strong, dude. Just watching his upper body, the way he moves guys around, that is a strong young man right there. That being said, with the outside linebackers, too, and your edge rushers, I did see Von Miller talking a little bit with Malachi Lawrence, having some conversation about that. And you kind of have heard a lot of whispers about, hey, he's also good at helping younger guys develop. Do we feel like we're going to see more of that, or you're seeing more of that right now with Von Miller working with some of the younger guys, too?
I saw that the first day he actually he signed one day, was in uniform, wasn't going to practice the next day, and he was talking with those guys off to the side. The thing that stuck out to me during his press conference, he pointed out that I can help this team 10 to 15 snaps a game without even being on the field.
Yeah,
meaning
caught that.
helping other guys, seeing things, and
caught that. Yeah, we talked about that then with Miss Matrix, then with Cowboys Nation. We talked about that. Yeah, we talked about that. This man said he can contribute sacks without being on the field. Boy, that's heavy right there. That's heavy. I love it. I love it. Von Miller, I'm so excited about this dude being on this team, man. I'm telling you, I'm over the moon excited.
You know, if you got a teammate like that on the field, willing and is secure in his own skin, that he's like, oh, if I help this guy,
right, Frank Lawrence,
I'm not going to get as many snaps.
Night,
and that goes on, by the way, sometimes with veterans, but it sure didn't see that was him. He even pointed out that he had been listening to the Hall of Fame induction ceremony speeches and said he heard guys talking about guys that helped them along the way. He said, someday I want someone to go up there and say Von Miller helped him along the way.
Yeah,
so, yeah, you're exactly right, Corey. I just think he looks like he's going to be a fantastic teammate and doesn't mind spreading the wealth that he has gained over 15 seasons in the NFL.
I do think.
Yeah. And I'll be honest with you, Sports Guru. We don't need this to be the Von Miller that was with the Denver Broncos. We actually don't need that, because we already got players that if they'll listen to Von Miller, then what Von Miller is not, they'll be able to make up that slack, if that makes sense. Because Rashawn Gary, I think people are underestimating him. If Von Miller can get Donovan Ezeraku to be half of what he was in college, 17.5 sacks the year he came out of Boston College to only have 2 sacks in the NFL. If Von Miller can just get him up to speed and get him to about 9 to 10 sacks, you give me Von Miller with about 8 to 10 sacks, even though I'm saying he's going to get double-digit sacks with the Cowboys. If you can get Von Miller up to 10, if you can get Ezeraku up to 8 or 9, you can give me Rashawn Gary with 10, and then you sprinkle that around these other players and come out to somewhere around 45 to 50, somewhere around, let's just say somewhere around 40 to 45 sacks. No, you're doing good. You're in the top echelon of the NFL. I mean, you're in the top echelon if you can get to about 45. So Von Miller is going to be able to help us, not just on the field with those 15 snaps that he's going to play. Von Miller is going to be able to help us on the sidelines with the 15 to 20 coaching jobs he's going to be able to do to help them get that sack the next time. So, yeah, Von Miller is going to help us exponentially. So, I love what Von Miller's bringing to the team, man. I really do. Mess around, he'd be up in here coaching for the Cowboys the following season. So
I think it'll be interesting if he does go into the Hall of Fame. Maybe he's like, you know what, go ahead and tack on 40 extra sacks because I was responsible for those 10 to 15 plays.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's some sacks that happened even when I wasn't on the field.
Yeah. Smart. That is smart. I like it.
You know what? He pointed out, he goes, if they had a Hall of Fame for teammates, I want to be in it.
I like
what up, Guru?
Yeah.
Man, I might need to pick your brain about Hall of Fame and not Hall of Fame for teammates at some point. Now, in terms,
I like that conversation.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the podcast right there.
In terms of tonight and then tomorrow, what's the vibe usually like at the Star practices as opposed to, obviously, it feels different in terms of fans in Oxnard?
Well, Schottenheimer pointed out that tonight they'll be in shells, and tomorrow night they're going to be in pads.
Yeah,
so
Brave
sometimes
Cowboys,
that has an overriding effect on the intensity of the practice from the player standpoint. But hey, anytime people are watching, you're going to be a little jacked up a little bit more than if it's in some sterile environment. You could see the difference in the practices in Oxnard when there was, 2,000 people there than when there was maybe 700 people there, right? And anytime anybody's we've all played stuff, right? And when people are watching, you want to put your best foot forward, and it's a little bit more motivation than if you're just out here, in the back fields here at the Star, and people are watching. Probably people that aren't supposed to be watching are watching from them buildings, right?
What is it? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No doubt about it.
But I don't know if the players factor that into the motivation, right?
Yeah,
but when you see
No doubt
people
about
in the stands, and usually what happens is they get a lot of people here that, maybe have never been in Ford Center. And this is an opportunity to go. It's free. And you get to see NFL players on the field that you may not ever get to see or can afford to see. I think it's just a neat event, and people usually show up. And it's a good thing that the practices are a little late, because a couple times they had them early, and I'm going, well, these people are still in, kids are in school. They're not going to get here by 4 o'clock. So the fact that I believe they start at 6 or whatever,
yes,
I think that'll increase the attendance for sure.
Yeah, if they start too early, to look like the White Sox stadium did last night. Whenever,
did you see that? Unbelievable.
I think it was the first day of school up there.
Teams, and I saw all those empty seats. But then when you're getting your ass beat by 9 runs, people probably left.
That's a good point. How sweet was that Nimmo catch, too?
Yeah, absolutely. And, the Rangers can't hit, and then they go on the road. That's fair.
All right, thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch you tomorrow.
All right, take care, guys.
Yeah, that was Mickey Spagnola. I forgot to put that on the list. I actually got a couple things and more things I want to put on the list. I might take this Will McClay segment and put something else there. Hey, it's Cowboys After Dark, man. We rocking tonight, man. Well, we rocking tonight. I told y'all we got a great show for tonight. Got the Mickey Spagnola thing in there. I want you guys to hear that. Now I want to bring you to the 1-year anniversary. Anybody know what the 1-year anniversary is? Anybody know what this 1-year anniversary thing is about? Sports Guru, I said the same thing. Camden Brown is going to push Flo. He's going to push Flo. But that's good, though. That's good, because we need a wide receiver room out of this world. We do. 1-year anniversary. Anybody know what this is about? Oh yeah, we in overtime, Miss Matrix. I didn't get no memes. I'm sorry, I didn't get no memes. I gotta do better. I'm gonna get back to the memes. Yeah, we in OT now. Anybody remember what this 1-year anniversary is about? Guru. 1 year since the Michael Parsons trade. 1 year anniversary. Now, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't have remembered this until Terrance Parsons. Terrance Parsons decided that he had a few things to say about this. And this is Terrance Parsons over here on X. This is Terrance Parsons. Check this out. This has to be one of the craziest. This has to be one of the craziest tweets I've seen. This is Michael Parsons. This is Terrance Parsons' brother. Look at this. John Machota said 1 year anniversary. Terrance Parsons said, best thing Micah ever did to get the F out of here. Really? I thought he didn't do it to get out of here. I thought he didn't do it to get out of here. Oh, so now we're telling the truth. You know, I'm going to tell you what's going on with Terrance Parsons. You know what's tearing Parsons? You know what's tearing Parsons' soul up? You want to know what's tearing Micah Parsons' soul to pieces? Is that the Cowboys look so much better without Parsons. It's tearing their souls to pieces. It's tearing them to pieces. That they know full well this team is better without them. Full well. And they know it. They know that ever since this man got traded, this is a whole different team. And this team is going to spank Michael Parsons' team. He knows it. Cowboys are going to spank Green Bay. The Green Bay Packers are looking just like the team that Michael Parsons left. They got riddled with injuries. They lost the middle of their defensive line. They lost some key players on defense. And once again, Michael Parsons is going to be playing pretty much by himself. Yeah. Hey, but at least he got $40 million. At least he got 40 million. Yeah, he got what he wanted to be the highest paid player, non-quarterback. I think Green Bay gonna wind up regretting it. Miss Matrix said that is crazy. Just brought him up right in time for the segue. Must be the football god speaking to me. Miss Matrix. I mean, if you want a meme, it don't get no better than this. It don't get no better than this. Miss Matrix, I'm gonna remember to beat that. I got you. I'm gonna make sure. I'm telling you, I'm on some different time right now, Miss Matrix. I'm so off on my days. Terrance Parsons. Why would he bring this up? I mean, John Machota said it was a 1 year anniversary. It was the 22nd, and most Cowboys fans didn't even think nothing of it. But Terrance Parsons, because he knows the Cowboys look better, and they're gonna be better. Bryce said these shots are nasty and show how bitter you guys are. And again, if you don't think Michael Parsons is in on this, Terrance Parsons wouldn't do this stuff. Terrance Parsons wouldn't do this stuff. Because again, Dak Prescott's brother tried to do all that YouTube stuff. I don't know what he's doing now because I haven't seen nothing on Dak Prescott's brother hardly. Terrance Parsons says, bliss ignorance. They offered him almost $200 million guaranteed. So who the fool then? Who the fool? He said, Gus says, sounds like you're mad at them. Do you actually read the words you type before you send them? Or do you not understand how language works? Terrance Parsons says, still talking about my bro a year later and a year later. Yes, I'm happy he's not there no more. This fan base weird. Ain't deserved, bro. See how much he loved in Green Bay. Really? Because we don't know. How do we know he loved in Green Bay? Because ain't nobody checking for Green Bay. Who checking for Green Bay? I don't know who checking for Green Bay. Who knows anything about the Green Bay fan base being happy about Michael Parsons? And I don't really see how he say that the Cowboys fan base is weird because for the most part, I don't think a lot of the Cowboys fan base dislike Michael Parsons. I really don't. But Terrance Parsons, he decides that he's going to bring up, or he's going to say, F the Dallas Cowboys. Hold on a second. So let's get to the rest of this. Then, Bass, shout out to Bass. He's probably hit the sack by now. Or he's at work. Bass sends me this from Michael Parsons. Oh, man, y'all ready to be entertained? Michael Parsons is one of those people, and I like Michael Parsons, but Michael Parsons is one of those people, it's never his fault. It's never Michael Parsons' fault.
Just get a power side.
It's never Michael Parsons' fault. It's everyone else's fault but Michael Parsons. This is now Michael Parsons on the NFL podcast, Myles Garrett versus Michael Parsons. And this is what Michael Parsons had to say when asked about going to Green Bay. Watch this.
It's gonna be like the football equivalent of like Andy Murray. Like eternal number, like outside looking in.
What?
Number 2, number 3.
What?
They were like, damn, he was amazing.
I'm Rafa Nadal.
It's just a shame he had to go against these guys to make me Joker.
I'm Rafa.
There we go.
If we're being real, you could be Federer and watch it surpass you.
Oh, Fed's my favorite.
I say I'm Nadal because I came out the gate swinging, same as Nadal. Back-to-back first-team All-Pros, all that. Just came out swinging. Nobody knew where I was coming from, 12th pick. I wasn't no top 5. It's gonna come a time. That Wimbledon will be mine.
There you go. Micah, spoken to iron sharpens iron. Obviously, we got a little bit more work in last year. You know, you were around town a little bit more. Things are a little bit different. You know, you coming off the injury.
Guru, I'll be honest with you. I don't really know a lot of Cowboys fans who actually dislike Michael Parsons. If anything, a lot of Cowboys fans don't like Michael Parsons' ways. Don't like a lot of the... Michael Parsons just don't fit this team. I think it was the best thing that happened to him. It was the best thing that happened to him. It was the best thing that happened to the Cowboys. He don't fit this team. He don't fit this team. And some of the things that Michael Parsons says, and it says he actually admits that he was a part of the problem. But just listen to him talk. You can always tell he never wants to take responsibility for the part that he played about getting out of Dallas. He tries to always throw all the blame, all the shade towards Jerry Jones. Nope. Jerry Jones isn't all to blame. I don't care what percentage people give it. Michael Parsons is also a big part of the blame of why he's no longer in Dallas. But again, I think it's the best thing to happen to Dallas because the Cowboys wouldn't be able to do what they're doing with Michael Parsons here. Where were they going to get 2 defensive tackles the caliber of 2 defensive tackles the caliber of Kenny Clark and Quentin Williams within a 1-year span? How were they going to get the draft picks they got like they have right now within a 1-year span and sign all these people that they've signed? They were never going to be able to do it. They were never going to be able to do it. So I'm loving it. I'm loving what the Cowboys have done.
New city. Talk to me about last year getting traded, how that felt, how that went down.
You know, getting traded, honestly, was a rough situation mentally for the family, just because, as you know, this year with the Browns, right? You think you finna retire somewhere, build a legacy, and kind of sustain it, and you picture yourself bringing glory back to a city, and you don't want it to be bad blood on the place that you love. You got a lot of love for organization. Like, I don't never in my life want to feel like I hate the Cowboys or a situation like that, but I wish it would have went about differently. I feel like maybe I thought I had more respect for them than they had for me. You know, I still root.
See, this is always Michael Parsons right here. The part I can't stand about the way Michael Parsons approaches things. That he had more respect for them than they had for him. Okay, hold on a second.
For them and want them to have.
Let me go back for a second. See, your actions will always betray you.
have a lot of.
I don't care what anyone says. Your actions will always betray you. And I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. I'm going to go back to Exhibit A. This is not respect. This isn't respect. On no level. That's not respect. You can't even make that make sense. That is not respect. Michael Parsons did not respect this organization more than this organization respected him. Michael Parsons was rubbing his team the wrong way with his podcast. Malik Hooker had came out about this long ago. This wasn't a fan thing. Malik Hooker was the first one that came out and said he didn't like Michael Parsons' podcast. James Slater reported it. Mike Fisher, I believe, reported it. Bobby Belt reported it. And I know James Slater did. There were people inside of that building that thought Michael Parsons was disrespectful. And they were wanting Jerry Jones to trade Michael Parsons even before he got traded. Even a guy that was on Crown Global Media, I forgot the guy's name, he let the cat out of the bag too. It was Jerry Jones all along who was advocating for Michael Parsons to stay with the Cowboys. It was Jerry Jones. Even James Slater said there were people in the Cowboys organization that were asking for Michael Parsons to be traded even before he got traded. And it was Jerry Jones who kept advocating for Michael Parsons. And Michael Parsons can say anything he wants to say. Michael Parsons not only disrespected the Dallas Cowboys organization, Michael Parsons disrespected the game. He disrespected the game, and I brought this up long before anybody else did. Michael Parsons, when he went on ESPN right after Dak Prescott signed his contract, Michael Parsons said, you know what they say about the players who get paid the most money. They can't have players on their team. I don't have to be the highest paid player. I know that's going to make my agent mad, but I don't have to be the highest paid player. As long as I can keep the guys who got me to where I'm getting to, as long as I can keep them with me, I ain't worried about it because God done blessed me exponentially. I don't have to be the highest paid player. That is disrespect. That's disrespect for the game. That's disrespect for the players who come behind you. That's disrespect for the game. That's disrespect that you're going to talk to Jerry Jones, and people don't realize how right Jerry Jones was. What ticked off Jerry Jones is that Michael Parsons sat down with Jerry Jones multiple times without his agent, negotiated a deal, and kept coming back and saying, well, I need this, and I need this, and I need this. And then when he got that deal, bloated and blowed up the way he wanted it, then he says, I need you to talk to my agent. What? Yeah, now I need you to talk to my agent. Because now I got the deal bloated. I got the deal to this point. And Jerry said, we're not going beyond this point. Hey, don't call me no more. Don't call me no more. I'm not going to call you. Okay, why we stop calling each other now? That's like a man and a woman cheating on their spouses. And then when the woman get pregnant, they say, hey, don't call me no more. Yeah, don't call me no more now because you pregnant and we married and we don't need to be doing this. Well, it's too late now. We pregnant. Michael Parsons tried to pull the okie doke that no one does. Y'all do know nobody does this, right? Maybe I'm telling us something brand new. Do y'all know nobody else does this? No, Guru, you're not getting it. No, you're not getting it. Michael Parsons disrespected the process. Michael Parsons disrespected the process. No player goes and tries to negotiate a deal with the team without their agent? Who does it? Tell me. It is rare. Now, there are players that do it, but we're not going to take the exceptions and make them the rules. It is an anomaly. It is an anomaly and a rarity for a player to try to negotiate his own deal. It is a rarity. And again, B-Bird Cowboys, nope, not giving it to you because Michael Parsons himself kept saying, oh, I don't know who started it. Michael Parsons literally had the nerve to say, yeah, I don't know who called who. I don't know who started it. He may have started it. I may have started it. Michael Parsons said that. Michael Parsons said that himself. Michael Parsons indicts himself every time he talks about this. Even Dak Prescott said to Michael Parsons in the court of public opinion, don't sit down and talk to Jerry Jones about your money. That's what your agent is for. Dak Prescott said that, and Michael Parsons didn't listen. He did not listen. And I got news for you. This is why the Players Association, why do you think they didn't get after Jerry Jones? Why do you think they didn't? Why do you think they didn't get after Jerry Jones? Because they know Jerry Jones did nothing wrong. If a player is willing to negotiate with the owner without his agent, well, really, that's that player's right. That's that player's right. Micah Parsons should have never, ever, never negotiated his deal without his agent. Never. Never. And everyone knows it, but everyone tries to give him the excuse. Lamb didn't do it. Dak didn't do it. Zeke didn't do it. No one does this. No one does it. But Michael Parsons did something real evil, and people won't admit it. He got Jerry to a point of where Jerry was going to make him the highest, give him the most guaranteed dollars. So then he says, well, now I'm going to give it to my agent. And then when Jerry starts trying to talk to David Mulugeta, no, this is the starting point. The starting point? Do you not realize how long me and Michael Parsons have been talking? Do y'all think David Mulugeta didn't know that Michael Parsons was talking to Jerry? Let me give you the dirty underbelly. Let me give you the dirty underbelly of what people don't understand that Michael Parsons did. Michael Parsons took advantage of his relationship with Jerry Jones. And he doesn't want to admit this. He took advantage of his relationship with Jerry Jones. And he used it to get that deal to a certain point, knowing full well he was going to get David Mulugeta to come in and try to close the deal. Now, Guru, what you don't understand is I'm repeating Michael Parsons' story. And that is not true because Michael Parsons said he tried to negotiate. Michael Parsons verified that he did get that he did talk numbers with Jerry. And Michael Parsons' argument is, but we never signed anything. Yeah, oh, really? Yeah, we know you didn't sign anything. That is not Jerry Jones' version. That is Michael Parsons' version. Michael Parsons said he did negotiate with Jerry Jones. He absolutely did. And he knows that he's did. And that's why even when this was coming from when Stephen A. Smith and Guru, I know what I'm talking about because Michael Parsons said as much. Because you don't handshake something that you didn't negotiate. You don't handshake something that you didn't negotiate. You don't verbally agree on something that you didn't negotiate. Michael Parsons negotiated that deal. He did. And B. Bird, the reason why Jerry Jones did not talk to David Mulugeta is because Jerry Jones told Michael Parsons point blank range, I'm not changing this deal. This is the deal that you and I negotiated. Yes. And this is why people, I'm sorry, Guru, I don't trust Michael Parsons. I don't trust Michael Parsons further than I can throw him. I don't. Is he a great football player? Yes. But to say I trust Michael Parsons? No, I don't. Because Michael Parsons all the time changes that story. But what I'm telling you, I didn't get from Jerry Jones. I have listened to Michael Parsons tell this story differently almost every single time. And he never takes any ownership of the fact that he was doing something that other players don't do. Andre Johnson, thank you, sir. I'm talking public knowledge. I'm not talking Jerry Jones. I'm talking Michael Parsons. I'm talking Michael Parsons. Bird, it ain't about trusting Jerry Jones. I don't trust Michael Parsons continuously telling a story in a different way every single time to where he never takes responsibility. That's why I don't trust Michael Parsons. Period. End of story. I don't trust Michael Parsons. Liar. He's a liar. Anybody who's listening to that story knows it's crazy. That story is crazy. Why would Michael Parsons ask Jerry Jones for his personal phone number? Jerry Jones said himself, only 3 people have my personal phone number. Michael, one of them. Why? Why? Why would he have Jerry Jones' personal number? I got news for you. I don't want Jerry Jones' personal number. If I play for Jerry Jones, I don't want his personal number. Because the same thing Stephen Jones said. Stephen Jones said it perfectly. There are players that want to talk about their contract, and there are players like Dak Prescott. Bird, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about because that is not the normal part of the process. That is not. Even Stephen Jones said, no, there are players who want to talk about their contract as far as numbers, and there are players that don't. For example, he said, Dak Prescott is one of them. Stop it. That's not true. That is not true. It is not a part of the process for a player to sit down with the ownership and start talking about his contract without his agent. No, it's not normal. It's not normal. It's actually abnormal. It's like a man being his own lawyer. A man that has himself for a client is a fool. That's a fool. I'm not going in and negotiating a contract with Jerry Jones, especially if I'm Michael Parsons. No smart man does that. That's a fool. And this is what we keep trying to let Michael Parsons off the hook for. Oh, Jerry Jones should have knew better. Do you not understand? Every owner would actually like to do this. Every owner actually would like for a player to be dumb enough to come in and negotiate his deal without his agent. Every owner would like to do it. But they know that most players aren't dumb enough to do it. You're not 99% of the players. They're not dumb enough to sit down with an owner and talk any contract issues. They're not going to do it. It's not a normal part of the process. That's a lie. That is a lie. Michael Parsons, every time he tells this story, it's always it's Jerry. Have we ever thought about that maybe they disrespected each other? But we can't come to that conclusion. They both disrespected each other. And Michael Parsons knew what he was doing. Michael used his relationship with Jerry Jones, got his personal phone number, started going to games with him. Tell me again what player goes to games with the owner? Tell me again. Who's that player? Tell me who that player is again. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Michael Parsons was 1,000% wrong. 1,000%. Bird, you said Jerry lied and said his agent told him to stick it up his rear end. Now, I remember when that statement was first made, and I clearly said, if you listen to Jerry Jones, that's a figure of speech. Some people don't understand figure of speech. Jerry didn't say that was a direct quote. And I quote, he didn't say that was a direct quote. Jerry even clarified that. Jerry said when they sent that offer sheet over, they rejected it. And Jerry took that as stick that up your whatever. And Jerry said from that point forward, he will not negotiate. He will not negotiate. And that's the facts of that whole situation, and people don't want to accept it. And even beyond that, the guy on Crown Global Media, I think he was alluding to this. Jerry was even wanting to cave in on that deal. Jerry wanted to cave in on that deal. Do you know who stopped him? Y'all better stop thinking that Jerry made that decision on his own. See, everybody is blaming Jerry for not extending Michael Parsons. I got bigger news for you. It wasn't Jerry Jones who didn't want to extend Michael Parsons. It was the people around Jerry Jones that did not want to extend Michael Parsons. I bet you if you put them to a lie detector test, Schottenheimer was done with Michael Parsons. I guarantee you. Schottenheimer was done with Michael Parsons. Absolutely. Schottenheimer was done with him. Other coaches were done with him. Front office done with him. I bet you if you put Dak Prescott and some of those players to the test, I bet you they were in on it too. I'm putting us up on game. A lot of us don't realize this. It has been years, and I mean years, since Jerry Jones has actually made a decision on his own. We are crazy if we think Jerry Jones is making decisions on his own. Even if Jerry says he has the final say-so, understand what I'm telling you. Jerry Jones is not making decisions on his own. And the decision to get rid of Michael Parsons, to trade Michael Parsons, you want the facts of the matter? It was not Jerry Jones. James Slater verified this. Others have verified this. Jerry Jones was ready to cave in. And B-Bird, it is not speculation, it is fact. Jerry Jones hadn't made a decision on his own in years. In years. This team, they were tired of Michael Parsons. Point blank. The team was tired of Michael Parsons. I don't know why that's so hard for us to understand. The team was tired of Michael Parsons. The team. And that's why I laugh. People don't even realize it. Brian Schottenheimer, I'm sorry, he was a huge part of it. When that man laid on that table, they were done with him. Cam, I'm sorry, bro. Jerry ain't making decisions like that. He's not. Because the people inside of that organization have all but said, and James Slater said it point blank, Jerry was the one who wanted to extend him. Wanted to. Jerry wanted to cave in to Michael Parsons, and that organization said no. Now watch this. You know how I know what I'm talking about? Isn't it strange how the team reacted when Michael Parsons got gone? Isn't it strange how the team reacted when Michael Parsons got gone? How did the team react? How did the team react? Other than Trayvon Diggs crying. Who else was crying? Who else? Who else cried? I have watched this team advocate for George Pickens more than I ever saw them advocate for Michael Parsons. This team is on its knees begging Jerry Jones to extend Micah Parsons? Who was on their knees begging him to extend George Pickens? Who's been on their knees begging? Who was on their knees begging Jerry Jones to extend Micah Parsons? Tell me who. Tell me who. Nobody. None of this team. None of them. None of them advocated for Micah Parsons. They were glad. I'm telling you, they were glad when that dude was gone. They were glad then, and they're glad now. And a lot of the fan base were elated. They were elated. They were absolutely elated. I got news for y'all. Jerry ain't making these decisions by himself. Because if you're going to give Jerry credit, for Micah Parsons being gone, then I want you to make sure, keep that same energy. I want you to give Jerry Jones credit for Kenny Clark, Quentin Williams, Jalen Thompson, Kobe Durant, Caleb Downs, Jashaun Barham, Malachi Lawrence. I want you to give Jerry Jones credit for Brian Schottenheimer. I want you to give Jerry Jones credit for Christian Parker, Marcus Dixon, B.T. Jordan, Von Miller. If you gonna give Jerry Jones credit for firing Micah Parsons, then I now want you to give Jerry Jones credit for everything he's done since he's fired Micah Parsons, because it's been absolutely genius. It's been absolutely genius. Every move that Jerry has made since this man is gone, absolutely genius. We're better without this man than we ever would have been with him. Ever. Micah Parsons is the type of person, everything is everybody else's fault. It's never his fault. It's never his fault. 1 year later, it's amazing. Everyone who isn't saying the Cowboys won the trade, tell me who not saying it. It's very few. It is very few people. Yeah. Jerry Jones. We better understand something, though. Jerry Jones didn't make that decision on his own. I got news for you. Jerry Jones was willing to be the face of that decision, but Jerry Jones didn't make that decision. He didn't. Jerry didn't make that decision on his own. I promise you he didn't. Miss Matrix, I agree with you there. Jerry gets all the credit. But in reality, Jerry don't get all the credit. Because what we have been watching is not Jerry Jones by himself. This is people making decisions. How many times has Jerry Jones told us this? Jerry Jones himself has been telling us this at every turn. I don't make decisions on my own. I have the final say in decisions. If I want to do something, I can. But he said, I don't make these decisions on my own. Micah Parsons wasn't Jerry Jones' decision. If there was anybody advocating for Micah Parsons, it was Jerry Jones. And Micah Parsons himself, if he was being honest, Micah Parsons knows he's a liar. Micah knows he's a liar. Absolutely, he knows he's a liar because he knows Jerry Jones didn't want him gone. Now, where was Jerry Jones wrong? I can clearly tell you what Jerry Jones was wrong. Where Jerry Jones was wrong is by negotiating that deal with Micah Parsons and refusing to talk to his agent. That's where Jerry Jones was wrong. But I also understand why Jerry Jones didn't get reprimanded for this, and this is what a lot of us aren't understanding. Jerry Jones didn't get reprimanded for this is because the PA, the Players Association, they didn't do anything. Why? Because they know Micah Parsons was wrong. That's how I know that they know Michael, they know he was wrong. They know he was. The Players Association knows full well the reason why they couldn't come at Jerry Jones is because Micah Parsons negotiated the deal. And he admitted it. Yeah, he admitted it. Because had he not admitted it, the Players Association would have been all over Jerry Jones. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Why didn't Michael Parsons on his own? Why didn't Michael Parsons on his own file a grievance against Jerry Jones? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Why didn't David Mulugeta? Why didn't he file a grievance against Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys? I'm still waiting. So what we gonna do now? Move the goalpost? Let's move the goalpost. Jerry broke the rules. Jerry broke the rules. And Michael Parsons didn't go to the PA, didn't go to the Players Association. He didn't go to the Players Association and file a grievance. Why not? Why not? I'm laughing. If Jerry Jones is so wrong, why didn't they file something on him? Why didn't the Players Association on their own come after Jerry Jones? Help me out. Help me out. Miss Matrix, I agree. Hey, I don't believe either one of them. Difference is Jerry been lying to me since Michael was born. Now, I'm not sure about Jerry being a liar on that part. I'm not sure about that. I mean, Jerry pretty much tell us stuff that he gonna do. We just don't like it. But at the end of the day, and the reason why you can't believe fully both of them in this story, you can't believe both of them fully because we were not in the room. And Michael Parsons plays on that. Man, Michael Parsons, man, there have been so many stories out here that Michael Parsons is told. It's crazy. But again, prove me wrong. If Jerry Jones broke the rules, so nobody finds it strange that the Players Association didn't come after him, so now what are we going to say? Oh, well, the Players Association, they're afraid of Jerry Jones. Okay, really? Yeah, the NFL, even the NFL, didn't come after Jerry Jones. Really? It's amazing to me that when Ezekiel Elliott didn't do anything wrong, Jerry Jones was ready to risk his career to save Zeke Elliott. Because the NFL, even when Zeke didn't do something wrong, what did the NFL do? The NFL suspended Ezekiel Elliott for doing nothing wrong. Did nothing wrong in the grand scheme of things. Nothing. Meanwhile, we're telling me that Jerry Jones did something wrong to Michael Parsons that was so egregious, nobody filed a grievance. Not believing it. Not believing it. Not believing it. Not believing it. Nope, not believing it. I got the facts on my side. Not believing it. If Jerry broke the rules, they would have went after him. They didn't go after him because they know he didn't break the rules. It is actually stated with the Players Association, a player, if he wants to, he can negotiate his own deal. Yep, he surely can. Andre Johnson, who asked for a trade if you don't want to go into another team, simple. Yep. Phil Dog, we got all the facts. We seen it in the draft video for Downs. They all agreed to move up and get him. Jerry isn't making decisions. I'm sorry. I know that's hurting people's feelings. Jerry isn't making decisions on his own. He's not. He's not making these decisions. All these decisions, even with these players here recently, I'm giving Jerry Jones all the credit in the world because Jerry Jones is listening to the people who know what they're talking about, and they're all making the right decision. That's what Jerry Jones is doing. You can love it, like it, or hate it. And Jerry Jones, if there's anybody that didn't want to fire didn't want to fire Michael Parsons, Jerry Jones. Bottom line. Stephen Miller, because it's the main point. It proves everything that y'all are saying is not right. Jerry Jones isn't the one who made the decision to let go of Michael Parsons. They all made that decision. I'm going to tell you this. If y'all don't think this ticked this team off, If you don't think this was disrespect, then I can't help you. And Terrance Parsons indicts Michael Parsons with that statement alone, if you didn't catch it. Terrance Parsons said, best thing Michael ever did to get out of here. Really? So you did that to get out of here? Really? Telling y'all, I'm telling you a million times. Now, if you ask Michael Parsons, I bet you he'll tell you he didn't do that to get out of here. But his brother is saying he did it to get out of here. Telling y'all, man, people will indict themselves a million times. It's not only the picture that indicts Michael Parsons. What have I told y'all before? Terrance Parsons also indicts Michael Parsons. Because nobody can convince me that if Michael didn't want Terrance to be saying these things, Terrance wouldn't be saying these things. I guarantee you. Because my brother, I guarantee you, my brother wouldn't be doing this. I'm a multi-millionaire. My brother did this one time. I'd stop him dead in his tracks. Don't you do it again. You do this again, I'm going to cut you off totally. So whatever you make it on YouTube, you better make it on your own. I'll copyright strike every video you do if you mention my name. Michael Parsons' brother himself is indicting Michael Parsons. Why would Terrance Parsons say Michael did this to get out of here? So now we're going to say that his brother don't know what he's talking about? Stop it. Stop it. Cam to go. Name the player that Jerry Jones didn't pay outside of Michael Parsons. Name the player. Name the player. For every player you name that Jerry didn't pay, I'll name you 5 others that Jerry did pay. Now, does Jerry like to pay his players on time? Now, maybe if you made that statement, maybe that statement would have been true. But to say that Jerry don't like to pay his players, the problem is with Jerry is that when Jerry pays them, though, he overpays them. When he pays them, he overpays them. Miss Matrix, you said you can't stop people from anything. Yes, you can. Do you take care of your brother, Miss Matrix? See, I'm not talking about normal people. I'm talking about people who got millions of dollars. Do you take care of your brother? Because I got a strange feeling. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I got a strange feeling that Michael Parsons helps his brother. I'm just going to go out on a limb. He helps his brother. If I were helping my brother, I guarantee you, my brother wouldn't say nothing I wouldn't want him to say. He would not say anything that I wouldn't want him to say. He wouldn't. Because I would straight up tell him, you say another word about me, I'm cutting you off. You won't get a penny from me. Now, you can't control your brother when you ain't contributing to his life. Yeah. See, Michael approves of the nonsense. And he approves of the nonsense by not telling his brother to be quiet. Oh, I guarantee you I can make him shut up. Because he ain't making that much money on YouTube to where he don't need his brother. Nah, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Cam the GOAT, I like the fact that you brought up George Pickens, even though they're paying him $27 million. You have to understand, nobody was wanting George Pickens before we got him. The Cowboys, I believe, are going to pay George Pickens. They're going to pay him. But you also got to look at this. It was after the Michael Parsons thing that now they're reacting like this towards George Pickens. The Cowboys are saying something that the entire NFL said, Cam. Don't make the George Pickens thing and just to a Jerry Jones thing. The entire NFL spoke on this too. They put George Pickens out there. Let every team out there say we'll give up 2 first-round picks and we'll pay George Pickens, and no team did it. Bottom line, no team did it. And you couldn't have got Pickens for $25 to $30 million because you might not remember, Guru, when George Pickens first signed, you couldn't have got George Pickens for 25 to 30 because when George Pickens first signed, George said he didn't want to negotiate. So then when it came time to George's deal, who knows what he would have wanted? Who knows? Who knows what he would have wanted? Yeah, Tony. Yeah, he did extend Dez. He did extend Dez, but he didn't extend Dez the second time. Didn't extend him the second time. And the issue is, Tony, think about this. Whole league spoke on Dez Bryant because nobody wanted to sign Dez Bryant after the Cowboys were done with him. Who offered Dez a huge deal after the Cowboys were done with him? I mean, the Dez Bryant thing was a travesty. That's all I can tell you. I can't even explain the Dez Bryant thing. But when Dez was done, for whatever reason, Dez was done. Yeah, Dez was done. Yeah, and Roster says most teams don't have two expensive wide receivers. You got a couple of them out there. But you're right, it's an anomaly. But I do believe that George is going to get extended. Dak Prescott's going to get extended, then I think George Pickens will get extended. But again, this is the 1-year anniversary. And my problem with Micah Parsons is, why not move on from this? Because I'm telling you, the Cowboys have moved on. They were asking Jerry Jones about Micah Parsons just the other day. Jerry Jones didn't have one bad word to say about Micah Parsons. Jerry Jones has moved on. Because Jerry Jones looks at the Dallas Cowboys and say, we're better without Micah Parsons. And I don't think nobody can argue that today. We are better today without Micah Parsons. It took us a year to get over it, but we're better. But this is Micah Parsons. Listen to what the rest he said. Because it's never about him taking any responsibility. Never.
Success. So in the situation I'm in now with the Packers, not knowing what I was going to walk into, I feel like I walked into a place where I can say, you know, if I do get a good 6-7 years from this place, I can happily walk away, happily knowing that I went to a great organization, a great fan.
Yeah, the Dallas Cowboys was not a great organization and not a great fan base. Okay. All right. Yeah, for all you who keep advocating for Micah Parsons. Yeah, he went to a great organization, great fan base. I guess that wasn't Dallas, huh? Guess that wasn't Dallas.
I can happily walk away, happily knowing that I went to a great organization, a great fan base, and a place that wants to win and loves their players.
Yeah, I guess that wasn't the Dallas Cowboys. All right, let's check out it. I'm only going to let you check out 2 pieces. The rest of you have to go look at on your own. Listen to this next part. Bass sent me this.
100%. You just have a lot of selfless.
Yeah, this is our friendly fire between all of us. Because we're not arguing over, we're not going to fall out behind somebody who's not on the team. I'm sorry, I refuse to do that. Hey, we ain't finna fall out over somebody who's not on the team. I refuse to do it. Not only do I refuse to do it, none of us can disagree on this, I believe. I'm sorry, we're better without Micah Parsons. Green Bay was the best thing for Micah Parsons. I said it when it's the best thing that happened for him. Even though I do believe Micah Parsons is about to find himself back in the same situation he was in Dallas. When Micah Parsons went to the Green Bay Packers, they were loaded. And they were supposed to win the Super Bowl last year. Y'all do know that, right? The Green Bay Packers were supposed to win the Super Bowl last year. Problem is, the offensive play wasn't that good as they wanted it to be. And then to top it all off, and then they got decimated with injuries on defense. Got decimated with injuries on defense. So now they've lost all those players. They lost them to free agency. They lost them in trades. Now Micah Parsons is on a team that's going to have to rebuild the defense again. And now he's going to be the highlight of the defense. Teams are going to double team him. They're going to chip him. And they're going to do the same things they were doing to him in Dallas. And they're going to wear him out. And they're going to take him out of the big games. He's now in the same situation. Same situation. And now the Cowboys are in a better situation.
Guys, and you got guys that really care about each other. Not being in the city, you got no choice but to kind of always be together. So we got this great group of guys who just bond.
Now watch this. He is going to take some responsibility here. Check this out. He took some responsibility here.
So well,
So other teams don't have great guys?
No, you guys have great guys, but like,
see, Myles Garrett put him on the spot.
Like I feel like it's like pulling teeth to get a guy to come over for D-line night or dinner night. Or guys like, oh, I'm busy or I'm doing something. Versus like in Green Bay, there's not much to do. So when Jordan Love sends out the Teamworks, hey, I have the chef come over, guys come over, eat. Out of 70 guys, I would say 50 guys is showing up. You know what I mean? Like, it's just.
So you feel like Jordan Love, y'all are like unifiers?
Yeah. Like when I have a D-line dinner, my mom cooks at the house, like the whole D-line shows up.
Well, that's because of your mama. It's
No,
not
I get
because of you. We trying to get some of her food.
Yeah, I mean, but still, like, you know, guys just showing up, they on time. Like, we're playing cards together. Like,
did you feel like you had that in Dallas?
I think it's different because, like, there's not a bunch of restaurants in Green Bay.
Now watch this. Now this is where he keeps it real, because anybody who lives up here in the Metroplex, this is a different dynamic. I'm not from the Metroplex. Where I'm from, if someone says something is down the street, it's down the street. When somebody says something is down the street in the Metroplex, doggone it, man, they could be talking about an hour down the street, man. I mean, I'm still not used to that. Yeah, man, where you want to meet at? Oh, man, we can meet down the street over here. Where is it at? Oh, yeah, it's at this place over here. Where? Oh, yeah, man, it's about an hour away. Hour? So I get what he's saying. See, in Green Bay, they don't have a lot of stuff over there. They don't have a lot of stuff over there. So when those guys say they're going to get together, they're going to get together because there's nothing over there. But in Dallas, man, it's a chore for a bunch of guys to get together because guys are all spread out. They're living over in McKinney. They're living over in Prosper. They're living over maybe in Mesquite. I mean, and then everybody's got to drive 45 minutes to an hour to get to one place.
So like,
you said that's how y'all got.
Yeah, that's all we got is we all in the crib with it. Like, but like Dallas, like everyone had their own thing going. And I could say I took part of that too. Like there were some days like, I don't feel like driving 40 minutes to dinner.
Exactly.
Like,
exactly.
I'm just going to stay home versus Green Bay. You're getting everywhere within 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Like,
Green Bay is small town.
10 seconds all out, 50 seconds you're just chilling, you're just coasting along. 10 seconds hard as
yeah, small town living. But again, this is the best thing that happened to Micah Parsons. Best thing that happened to him, best thing that happened to the Cowboys. And I say one of the main reasons why this was better for Micah Parsons, I just think Dallas's stage was too big for Micah Parsons. I just think the stage was too big. I think the stage in Green Bay is small. And as he said, not a lot of things to do, not a lot of distractions. So I think it's good for him to be in Green Bay. But I do think he's going to find himself in a predicament because they have been decimated with injuries, lost players, free agency, all those different things. And so Micah Parsons now, he gonna get paid, but he's going to be in the same situation he was in Dallas. And I think Green Bay going to look back in the grand scheme of things, and I believe Green Bay is going to say, we made a doggone mistake. I do. I think they're going to say they made a mistake. Yep. I think they're going to say they made a mistake on this whole thing. But again, I tell you this, shoot, man, for me, LaFleur needs to be on the hottest of hot seats. You go and trade for Micah Parsons, it better be a Super Bowl. There's no option. It has to be a Super Bowl if you're going to go get Micah Parsons. But again, they've lost so many players. Andre Johnson said, Michael, do you miss Dallas? He said, don't worry, we're going to see you soon enough. Man, Andre Johnson, I'm going to tell you right now, I got a feeling the Cowboys going to mollywop the Green Bay Packers. I got a feeling they're going to mollywop them boys. But if I was Micah Parsons, man, one of the things if I was Micah Parsons, I wouldn't be focused on trying to come back and play in the Dallas Cowboys game. If I'm Micah Parsons, the only thing I'm focusing on is trying to get healthy. I'm not focusing on all this other dumb stuff. I think sometimes people try to make too much out of rivalries and all that kind of nonsense. If I'm Micah Parsons, man, just get healthy, bro. Let it go, man. That's my biggest message. Man, let it go, bro. You ain't with the Cowboys no more. You're better, I guess, in the grand scheme of things about the Cowboys. And I know the Cowboys are better without you. Let it go, bro. Let it go. We've let it go. But I brought it up because It's the 1 year anniversary. I saw it. I thought it'd be interesting. Thought it'd be an interesting discussion. Thought it'd be a very, very interesting discussion. And so, again, I hope Michael Parsons have all the success in the world. Just not against the Cowboys. Just not against the Cowboys. Just not against the Cowboys. What up, Mose Logan? Man, you at the gym at this time of night, man? You at the gym at this time of night? Hey, man, you know we still rocking, man. We in overtime right now, bro. We in overtime. All right, I'm going to skip over Will McClay for a moment because really the last two segments are not going to be that long. But we're going to replace the Will McClay. The people who watch this on the replay, they'll be able to see it in the time slots. But I meant to put this on here. Rich Eisen.
Back.
Rich Eisen has decided to get on the Dallas Cowboys bandwagon.
Yes! Here we go!
Rich Eisen has decided to get on the Dallas Cowboys bandwagon. Rich Eisen is saying that the Cowboys have done so many good things. The Cowboys have done so many good things that they're basically saying, like, we got to have, he's saying we've done so many good things, the Cowboys are going to be successful. And so Rich Eisen had Marcus Spears on his show, and this is what they were saying about the Dallas Cowboys. Let me see. I want to go see if he got the timestamps here. See, he has no timestamps. Okay, we might have to. We're gonna skip through some of it. Not gonna listen to all of it tonight. All right, let me see. Hold on. Let me get to where I see a Dallas Cowboy uniform or something. All right, let's get about right in here. Right in here. Let's see.
Sounds like he's trying to speak things into existence, or at worst, tell you it's raining when it's a different liquid coming from above. You know. This feels real, though, man.
Yeah.
This does feel real, and I'm wondering what you think, Marcus.
Rich, first of all, I could talk to you all day.
I was saying on our overreaction.
All right, this is Rich Eisen talking about the Dallas Cowboys and kind of what they've done so far. And, you know, let me say this before we close out the Michael Parsons segment. I'm not mad at Michael Parsons. Again, I like Michael Parsons. I want Michael Parsons to be successful, except when he plays for Dallas. I would actually like to see Michael Parsons get a Super Bowl and the Cowboys get a Super Bowl. But unfortunately, they're both in the NFC, and they're going to have to cross paths. So whenever the Cowboys cross paths, I want the Dallas Cowboys to stomp the Green Bay Packers, and I want to see the Dallas Cowboys win multiple Super Bowls over the next 3 to 4 seasons. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't believe in coincidences. I don't. And I believe that what happened between the Cowboys and Michael Parsons needed to happen. It needed to happen for Michael Parsons' sake. I believe Michael Parsons also, let me add this in, Michael Parsons was too close to Jerry Jones, and I didn't like it. And I don't know if some of y'all remember this. I was talking about this last year before Michael Parsons ever got traded. I was furious when Michael Parsons went on ESPN and was throwing shots at Dak Prescott about his contract. I was furious at Michael Parsons when he was calling Jerry his man, his uncle, and hanging out with him and had his phone number. I was ticked off about that stuff because if I had a player that was acting like that towards the owner, I would never trust him. I would never trust him. I would never trust that player. I wouldn't want a player that was that close to the owner. It's just a conflict of interest for me, especially when he's the one that's that close. Michael Parsons and Jerry Jones were too close. It was too close for comfort for me. I'm sorry, they're going to games and stuff. I remember when Tony Romo was doing that crap. I don't know about y'all. I couldn't stand when Tony Romo was doing that. Tony Romo going to Stephen Jones' grandson's games. Man, come on, Tony Romo, you the doggone quarterback, bruh. Ain't nobody else doing this stuff. You the quarterback. I mean, I can see 1 or 2 games and maybe you out there in the stands, but you going to... I couldn't stand when Tony Romo was doing that. Couldn't stand it. And I thought Michael Parsons was too close to Jerry Jones. And the fact that they were too close is why this bull blew up. It's bull junk blew up. So, in the grand scheme of things, everything happens for a reason. I still say we ought to be thanking Michael Parsons. I still say we ought to be thanking him. We ought to be thanking Michael Parsons. Really, we ought to be thanking him. I mean, for all of his foolishness, look at where it got us. What the devil meant for bad, God meant for good. Look at the Cowboys now. Look at us now. Look at us now. Hey, man, we are so much better on paper. And this is exactly what Rich Eisen is about to talk about. And now, can we translate it from the paper to the field? This is Rich Eisen. Check it out.
Monday show, Marcus. I've been saying it for months, by the way, that they've been in my top 5 of my power rankings, whether it's way too soon or not, for months. That I was saying that Jerry Jones, at best, during the summers, sounds like he's trying to speak things into existence, or at worst, tell you it's raining when it's a different liquid coming from above. You know, this feels real, though, man.
Yeah,
this does feel real, and I'm wondering what you think, Marcus.
Rich, first of all, I could talk to you all day about sports, man. Like I love that. I love that the way you address that. You know why I'm excited about Dallas.
Thank you,
and it's
Michael.
weird because it's been quiet. It's been quiet. The George Pickens thing could have turned into what it normally turns into, and it didn't.
Yep.
Now it takes both parties to come to an agreement and everything to get settled and situated. He's in camp, playing out of his mind based on the reports that I've heard, and there's no noise from that regard. You just Quentin Williams gets his contract done, no noise, just going.
Ruffy, what's going on, Ruffy? Ruffy said, I was listening to you defend Jerry, and I agree 100%. And if Dallas wins a Super Bowl, are people still going to say Jerry was wrong for not signing Michael Beck? Ruffy, I'm going to tell you right now, man, I don't see how anybody would be mad that Jerry didn't sign Michael when you look at what we have now. Because, I mean, Ruffin, when we really be honest with ourselves, we would have never been at this point with Michael. Because I don't see how we would have done it. How are we going to get Kenny Clark and Quentin Williams? How are we going to get Rashawn Gary to go with Michael Parsons? How are we going to get Caleb Downs? How are we going to sign Ty Smith, Jake Ferguson, Deron Bland? How are we going to do all these things? Keep George Pickens on a $27 million. How do you keep George Pickens on a $27 million even franchise tag if you sign Michael Parsons? I mean, it worked out for both of them. Because I really do. I think the stage was too big for Mike, and I think it was very distracting. Everybody can't do this. Everybody can't play in Dallas. Man, this is a big stage. And again, I think him and Jerry, I just think they were too close for me, man. I didn't like that stuff. Anybody who's been following me know I said this before Michael even got traded. I thought this was a bunch of bull junk. Man, you don't need to be that close. You don't need to be that close to the doggone owner, bro. That was too much for me.
About the business of getting it done. You got Rashawn Gary, who was traded. That's not loud, but that could be super effective. I think Rashawn Gary is a really good football player. The Von Miller signing, it was very unassuming to get that type of player. And obviously Von is not the Von we think about that's going to be a gold jacket guy, but he did have 9 sacks last year. The drafting of Caleb Downs just felt super mature, right? Like everything you hear about Caleb Downs, mature football player, the history of safeties here with Darren Woodson, obviously, and the quarterbacking of the defense. The young linebackers have been playing well. The guys are showing up. But more importantly, man, just it's been business as usual. You know, camp fights, cool. I don't mind that. That shows that you got some fight in you. You know, you got to deal with that. But outside of that, man, just quiet and to your point, going about their business. Rich, I think this team, and I say this like I'm walking a tightrope.
Yeah, let me read something that Mixed Matrix said real quick as we continue to list of Marcus Spears. And I think this is a very good point. Mixed Matrix said maybe not sign Osa, Ferg, and Bland. Yeah, I think we started realizing that Osa wasn't going to fit the bill for what he was getting paid. I think the Osa move was pretty good too. I mean, call me crazy. But I think the Oso Digizua move was really good. Oso Digizua move was really good. Yeah, could have definitely lived without them on the team. Yeah, I agree. But again, Ferg and Blaine, they got him on a really good team-friendly deal. But the also thing I thought was a good trade, but I don't hate the Micah trade. Me neither. Now, Miss Matrix. And let me tell you what happened there. You said I still feel like the timing was horrible. And we could have got way more. Now, Miss Matrix, I want you to follow something that Micah Parsons and his agent did. And they did it by design. Don't let Micah Parsons fooling any of y'all. Micah Parsons wanted to stay in Dallas. Micah thought Jerry was going to cave in. I don't think Micah ever imagined that this was going to get to the point of him being traded to Green Bay. I believe Micah was banking on Jerry caving in. And I believe Jerry does cave in if the people around Jerry says, no, let this go. If you go back and look at the timeline, I believe, Michael really started clowning after the draft. After the draft. Because this lets you know that Jerry didn't want to trade Michael. Because if Jerry would have wanted to trade Micah Parsons, Jerry would have started trying to trade Micah Parsons before the draft. But after the draft, people have already drafted. After free agency, people have already picked up players. So Micah Parsons and his agent thought they were going to corner Jerry Jones. Because what were your options after the draft? What are your options? Most teams have already made trades. They've already made the draft. They've already allocated resources. So what were your options? The Green Bay Packers made the best offer for Micah Parsons. That was the best offer you could get at the last minute. It was the best offer you could get. Because in actuality, Jerry went after Quinnen Williams first, if I'm not mistaken. And the Jets said no. And the reason why they said no is because the Jets had brought in, what was that quarterback name? Is his name Justin Fields? I believe the Jets had brought in Justin Fields, and they were hoping that Justin Fields was going to be better than what he was. Justin Fields turned out to be a total tragedy, and the Jets started losing, and they kind of realized there was no point. And then they were willing to deal Quinnen Williams, give him up under that contract, and start rebuilding. Jerry circled the block, went back and got Quinnen Williams after he traded for Green Bay and got Kenny Clark. But originally, he wanted Quinnen Williams to begin with. But it all worked out good because you were able to get Kenny Clark. The Jets turned out to be an absolute mess. And then you were able to circle the block and get Quinnen Williams there at the trade deadline. But if you think about the timeline, Miss Matrix, Micah Parsons and David Mulugheta timed it perfect. They waited until after the draft and after free agency. And that's why the timing was so bad. Because I agree with you. If you were going to trade Micah Parsons, you actually should have bought that up during the free agency period. But it goes to show you that Jerry never wanted to trade Micah Parsons, and that's how I know what I'm saying is right. Jerry didn't want to trade Micah Parsons. And I don't think Micah Parsons actually thought this was going to get to the point that he wasn't going to be in Dallas. I don't think he did. I believe he thought it was going to be a cave-in. And then when he found and figured out it wasn't happening, when you figured out it wasn't happening, he said no. And even Micah Parsons, it's reported that, and I even think Micah Parsons talked about this, that when they kind of figured that this was going too far, they wanted to go back and say, no, let's talk some more. And Jerry by that time said, no, we're not talking no more because I'm not talking to your agent, and the rest is history. So in the grand scheme of things, the timing was bad because of the time that everything happened. And I'll show you that as Marcus Spears talk. I'll show you that, I think, by the timeline of what happened. I'll show you what happened.
I think they're going to be very good.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is going to be a very good football team. I think this defense is going to be really, really good as well, and good enough for what that offense should be doing week in and week out to give anybody they play against a game. And I'm looking forward to it. I probably haven't been as excited about a season for Dallas going into the season as much as this one, and it's simply because it's been business. It hasn't been, the noise that we usually get, or some storyline or some conjuring up from Jerry about what should be going on or what the narrative is about the Cowboys. It's a true, honest approach to trying to win a championship. The contracts have spoke to that. The draft has spoke to that. And you have a franchise quarterback that you can win a Super Bowl with in Dak Prescott. Now, I'm not going as far as to say they're going to win a Super Bowl, but this is going to be a playoff football team. And when they get in, you never know, hitting the strides. I tell people every time during the playoffs, you just need a better 3 hours than the team you're against, not to be better than them.
And I love the coach too, man. I love what Schottenheimer's cooking up. The post-game locker room, I know it's preseason, I get it, but the brotherhood that does appear to be building there, and what Schottenheimer went through in year one with injuries and obviously Marshawn Neeland and what was going on with the team, it just seems like a tight-knit group. It seems like they got it.
Rich, I love that you said that, man, because what I think Shotty has done more than anything, and I've said this probably 3-4 years ago, and I want to get your opinion on this, Rich. It feels like he's insulated the football team away from everything that goes on that comes with being a Dallas Cowboy.
Including the owner?
Yeah. Shotty's done a great job. And I'm telling us, again, Micah Parsons, you could have never done this with Micah Parsons. I'm just being honest with you. And I think if we're all being honest, you could have never done this with Micah Parsons. You never could have done this with Micah Parsons. And so you're watching so many things that how this was so much better for the Cowboys. And you think about something, Miss Matrix, that you're alluding to. This is another reason why the Cowboys they needed to get away from Micah Parsons. If your defense is based around one player, I know how to beat you. I know how to beat you. And that's why if you go and check the playoff record, if you go and check the playoff stats of Micah Parsons, you want to know why he disappeared in playoff games? You want to know why you can't find him in the box scores? You want to know why everybody talks about Dak's playoff record? Well, go look at Micah Parsons' sack record in the playoffs. You want to go back and look at his tackles? Go look at them. They're non-existent. This team was too dependent upon Micah Parsons, and it was a terribly built team. The Dallas Cowboys were a terribly built team with Micah Parsons. It absolutely was. That was the old Dallas Cowboys. Bring in talent, but don't have a team. Have talented players on defense, but don't have a defense. That's what the Cowboys were. And they were that even before Micah Parsons. They've been like that for years. We were similar to that even when DeMarcus Ware was here. We've always had these standout players on defense, standout players on offense, not having a complete defense, not having a complete offense, not having a complete special teams, not having a complete team. Totally dependent on a handful of players. This is the smartest thing the Cowboys did. They decided we're not going to do that again. We don't want to be a top-heavy team. Micah Parsons was the blessing and the curse. He was the blessing and the curse. Everything was predicated on him. And when you took him out, you took the defense out. It was over. It was over. Once you took him out, it's over. And that's what teams started doing in the playoffs. Take him out. Even offensively, same thing with Dak. They didn't take Dak out. They took away his weapon. Take away his run game, take away his wide receiver. Oh, it's over. Game's over. Game over. This team has done something really smart. They're not top heavy anymore. They are balanced and they have a team. It's the smartest thing they did. And that's why I say, man, we got to, shoot, we thanking Micah Parsons, man. Man, we need to be thanking Micah Parsons. You know, we be thanking God for this whole situation. And Miss Matrix, let me go back on something that you said. See, the problem with the timing, I want to show y'all something that Michael Parsons did that was absolutely genius in the grand scheme of things. I mean, Michael Parsons and his agent was playing they was trying their best to play chess. I want to take you back to something. Tell me this isn't crazy. Let me show you how good Michael Parsons played this game. So you got to realize free agency happens where? Somewhere around March, somewhere when the season begins. Then you have the draft in April. I want to take you back for a moment. Hold on. I want to take you back for a moment. Check this out. See, when you talk about the timing of the Michael Parsons issue, you can this actually meant to be. I don't know if y'all remember, but on April the 24th, Michael Parsons was sitting there on the Bleacher Report, and Michael Parsons was going crazy when they were interviewing Tyler Booker, when Tyler Booker got drafted got drafted in the first round by the Dallas Cowboys. So we got to realize something. See, the reason why the timing was so bad on the Michael Parsons trade is because during free agency, Jerry didn't think Michael Parsons was going to be traded, and neither did Michael Parsons. The draft, Jerry didn't think Michael Parsons was going to be traded, and neither did Michael Parsons. If you go back on the timeline, it wasn't until April the 1st. It was April the 1st when Michael Parsons wrote that insane letter. You can see it right there on the screen. It was April the 1st when Michael Parsons wrote that letter saying, "Thank you, Dallas." Now think about what he did. What are you going to do? It's August the 1st. We're literally a month away from the season starting. Michael Parsons says, "Thank you, Dallas." Then after he says, "Thank you, Dallas," Michael Parsons, he was coming to practice, but he wasn't doing anything all of a sudden. He started moping around, bad body language, wearing his jersey on his neck. Then you get into the preseason, and Michael Parsons starts doing all the stuff about lying on the tables and all of this stuff. And then you get to August the 25th. And this is why the timing was off. Let me see here. And it was August the 25th. I'm sorry, I got the same thing pulled up, but I know what the date was. It was August, and here it is right here. August the 28th. All of this stuff started coming to a head around August the 20th because it just went too far. And so it was August the 28th. So think about why this was bad timing. Because the truth of the matter is, Michael Parsons, I believe, never thought he was going to get traded. Jerry Jones had no intentions on trading Michael Parsons. I 1,000% believe it. Because the consensus is from everybody who was around this situation said if there was anybody who was advocating for Michael Parsons, it was Jerry Jones. And that's why it's so disingenuous for Michael Parsons to sometimes be saying some of the stuff about Jerry Jones that he's saying. Michael Parsons knows doggone well Jerry Jones loved Michael Parsons like a son. Know that he did. Because I'm telling you, I was even saying, man, they're too close. And I could go back and pull up the video talking about it. I was saying it. They're too close. Didn't like it. Didn't like Michael Parsons calling Jerry his uncle. What? Stop it. Foolishness. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. You don't hear Dak Prescott calling Jerry Jones his uncle. Man, it's crazy, crazy. But again, Miss Matrix, Michael Parsons and his agent played this perfectly. They let it get to August before they really started making these super strong demands. Because what really frustrated them is that Jerry said, "I'm not going beyond the Michael Parsons handshake negotiated deal." And that, hey, we can love it, like it, or hate it. That's Jerry Jones' right. But both of them was wrong. That's my problem with it. Both of them were wrong. And that's why the timing was so bad. It was bad. It was terrible. You got to think about it. Matt Eberflus. And I believe also Matt Eberflus, in the process of this, I believe Matt Eberflus thought he had a free pass. That Matt Eberflus kind of figured, well, since they've traded Micah Parsons, the defense ain't going to be no good. I can just sit back and run zone 97% of the time. And then in 2026, similar to what Jerry Jones is doing for Christian Parker, Jerry Jones is going to do for me. I can sit back. Jerry hired me. Jerry brought me in. I can sit back on my hands, let the defense be terrible, just let it be a doo-doo year, and Brian Schottenheimer take all the blame. And then Jerry would turn around and get me the players I want next year, and then I'll be good to go. But Brian Schottenheimer said, ain't no way. He said, ain't no way, ain't happening. All right, Ms. Matrix said, I think we're agreeing. Mike had been saying the organizational front office. He never specifically said Jerry. Oh, okay. So maybe he is talking about the other guys who wanted him gone. Yeah, because I'm telling you, Ms. Matrix, from what my understanding is, no, Jerry didn't want Michael gone. And you're right. We might be saying the same. Yeah, maybe he is talking about the front office. Yeah, because Jerry didn't want him gone. This went further than anybody thought it was going to go. And that's why the timing was so bad, because it crashed August the 1st when Michael wrote that letter on X. Y'all remember when Michael wrote that letter on X? Boy, people turned on. Ooh-wee. Dwayne Nickerson, he said, Parsons lived near one of my cousins in Pennsylvania, and he was known as being a me guy. Wow. You know what? Okoye Media said the same thing. Just up to similar to that. But again, hey, you know what? 1 year anniversary. Look at us now, as Chris Brown say. Look at us now. Michael Parsons, for all intents and purposes, he says he's happy, and I think the Cowboys are ecstatic. Cowboys fans are ecstatic. Cowboys Nation are excited. And even a lot of people in the media like Marcus Spears, Rich Eisen, man, we're better. We're better on account of it. It broke us down for a moment, but it didn't break us. And now we're going to be better for it.
So what you're saying?
Including
owner,
owner.
the GM,
including owner.
You know?
And
Yeah.
regardless of if their relationship is great, and I think it is, I think Jerry is now starting to kind of ignore. Jerry is realizing, and Jerry probably been at odds with me, probably been mad at me for years. But I think what Jerry is starting to understand is that I have people in this building that can do their job at a very high level.
Yes.
Let me still do my thing and put my stamp where I need to put it. But it seems like the football has just become football.
Yes.
And that.
Yes. That's one of the best things. I'm telling you, man. That's why I keep saying, boy, Jerry ain't making these decisions, man. Jerry is a part of these decisions. Jerry isn't making these decisions. But again, because he's the GM, and rightfully so, he's going to get a lot of credit for it, as he well should, because that's what GMs do. You know, you listen to the people around you, you listen to your scouting team, you look at the needs of your team, and then you get the players that you need for your team. That's what Jerry Jones has been doing. And he's been doing it. He's listening to his coach. He's listening to his coaches. He's listening to Will McClay and his team. And they're all collectively making the right decisions. I mean, what else can you say? I love it, man. It's a great change. It's a great change. And I think it's about I think we're going to win more than 7 games. I think we're going to win more than 7 games this year.
That's what I have been screaming for years, because I think you get to this point, which we're projecting, but I think you get to this point a little bit faster. And it's not about Jerry not meddling. He's going to be a part of it. He's going to do his interviews and all of that. But the football of Dallas is what we've been talking about all season.
Yeah.
I mean, all off season.
Yes.
And think about how much of a change that is, Rich.
Thank you, George Pickens. Thank you, George Pickens. George Pickens, Brian Schottenheimer, Dak Prescott, thank you, CeeDee Lamb. They are a huge part of the reason that this is transpiring the way that it's transpiring. And Michael Parsons kind of being his own man. And, Michael said he put all his trust in his agent. But I got news for us. George Pickens trusts his agent, but George Pickens didn't put all of his trust in his agent. I love George Pickens for that. I was saying this when we started talking about this George Pickens stuff. Your agent works for you. Your agent don't get to tell you what to do. You tell your agent what to do. And you don't put your career in the hand of your agent. It's your career. Your agent is there to guide you, help you, but you ultimately make the decisions. He's there to help you understand contract language, and he's there to get the best that he can for you. But you got to tell him what the best for you is also. And you got to be the one to tell him, point number one, I'm not leaving Dallas. You got to tell him that. Because if you don't tell him that, you wind up like Michael Parsons. See, Michael Parsons didn't tell his agent, I'm not leaving. At least, as far as I can tell, he didn't tell him he's not leaving Dallas because he left Dallas. But George Pickens and James Slater said it. James Slater said, I talked to somebody inside of George Pickens' camp, and they said, and I quote, James Slater said, no, George is his own man. George is his own man. He listens to his agent, but his agent doesn't tell him what to do. James said that. And if you think David Mulugeta told George Pickens to sign that contract and come into camp early, I don't care what George tell you. That ain't what David Mulugeta told him. And you know how I know? Because that's not his track record. Because everybody said that he wasn't going to play. He wasn't going to sign early. He was going to wait till the day before. He wasn't going to go through camp. And he did. And he did. And he missed voluntary, Guru. It's simple. Because, as a lot of people say, it's called voluntary for a reason. There's a lot of players that don't show up to voluntary workouts. Voluntary. You can't even make the argument with voluntary because it's voluntary. It's voluntary. And even James Slater said, George told us, his agent told him to miss. But James Slater said it clearly. And Guru, even you have to admit, tell me any client that David Mulugeta has that has played on a franchise tag. Name the client. Name the client. Like James Slater said, that was Pickens' decision. He didn't have to sign the tag. He could have waited until the day before the season and missed the entire involuntary or the mandatory. Why? Because you cannot come to mandatory unless you're signed to a contract. So George had the right to even wait even into the season. If I'm not mistaken, George Pickens could have waited until the second or third game of the season and still fully got the $27 million, if I'm not mistaken. Why did he do it? Why did he do it? Because he wanted to. And that's why I say thank you, George Pickens. Thank you, George Pickens. Thank you. Thank you, George Pickens. George is one of the reasons why this isn't a circus. He's one of the reasons. I got to give him credit. I got to give George credit, man. I love George Pickens. Absolutely love George Pickens. Great, one of the greatest decisions that he made. Miss Major said, one thing I will say and I always do about Jerry is, if nothing else, he takes care of his guys. Can't take that away from him, so Michael messed that part up. He wants to make Michael Parsons one of his unadopted sons. Sure, boy, Jerry was trying to put Micah in the family, boy. Shoot, you better ask Darren Woodson. Shoot, Darren Woodson, one of Jerry Jones' sons. Shoot. Darren Woodson was Jerry Jones' son. Darren Woodson said, I'm more successful now than I ever was playing football. Yeah, Jerry putting them in on them deals. He wanted the same thing for Michael Parsons. They were too close for me, though. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. They were way too close for me. Them jokers was like father and son. That was too much for me. they were too close for me. I didn't like that, man. I'm sorry. I didn't like that mess. But again, man, I give George Pickens so much credit. So much credit. Schottenheimer, all these guys. I give them so much credit, man. I really do. And I really do think there is something going on behind the scenes. I really do. I think there is a full plan in place for George Pickens to get extended with the Cowboys. I think they're all in on it. I do. And I was really keying in on George, said California breeze. Nothing to be worried about. Man, y'all better George. I love how George is doing this.
From the conversations of the past 5 summers.
Marcus, give me the name of the team we're not talking about enough. Right now.
That's Marcus Spears. Andre Johnson said Jerry loved Michael, but Michael needed BTA. Man, I'm gonna tell y'all something, bro. Cause Jerry Jones is this old school cat. Man, I don't care what nobody say. Jerry cried in the car, man. I don't care what nobody say. Boy, I don't care what nobody say. Jerry cried in the car, man. I don't care what nobody say, man. Jerry cried in the car. Ain't nobody can tell me nothing different, man.
It just feels more real.
Jerry cried in the car, y'all. Jerry did not want to let Michael Parsons go, man. He cried in the car, I'm telling you. Jerry cried in the car, y'all. He absolutely did. Jerry cried in the car, man. Jerry lost the son. I don't care. Boy, people tell me anything they want to, boy. Jerry cried in the car, man. Shoot. Boy, Jerry was was punching air, man. When Jerry had to let go of Michael Parsons, boy, Jerry was crying in the car. Shoot, Jerry told Steven, I need to be alone right now. What is it, Jerry? Leave me alone. Leave me. I got to be alone, Steven. Jerry cried. Jerry cried, boy. I'm telling you, Jerry cried in the car, man. Jerry cried in the car. Jerry did not want to trade that man. I don't care what nobody say. Jerry loved Michael Parsons, man. Shoot, that messed Jerry up. That messed Jerry up. I'm telling y'all right now. That man was messed up. Guru, what you say? Guru, stop it. Guru said I cried in the car too. Mose Logan said Parsons still cries. Shoot. Boy, it's some people that cried over that trade, boy. Boy, they cried over that trade, boy. And again, man, you right. It's some people still crying over that trade. It's still some people crying over that trade. Boy. Miss Major said, "G with the foolishness at 5 a.m. Stop doing the Jerry voice. I'm laughing about the big." Shoot, Miss Major, I'm guaranteeing you, boy. I bet they had to leave Jerry Jones alone for 2 days, boy. Shoot. Jerry, boy, I bet he went on a binge. Jerry went on a binge, boy. Jerry said, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Shaw's fault. Shoot, Jerry, boy, I'm going to tell you. And what if Green Bay would have got a Super Bowl last year? Boy, Jerry Jones would have been saying, I told y'all so. Told you we shouldn't have let go of Micah. Shoot. I bet the Dallas Cowboys front office, boy, because when Michael first went over there, boy, Green Bay was on the tear. Boy, I bet you the Dallas Cowboys front office was so happy when the Green Bay Packers started losing, they didn't know what to do, man. Because, boy, if they would have lost, if the Green Bay Packers would have won a Super Bowl, they never would have been able to tell Jerry nothing, boy. I told you. I'm taking all control back. Boy, it's been nothing but problems, man. It's been nothing but problems. But I'm glad, man. I'm glad everything turned out, and I think we're going to all be happier for it. All right, let me see what these guys are saying over here on the trade assets. And I'm not going to go to the article over here, but what they were talking about is, and I'm going to kind of pump the brakes on this story, but what Nick Harris was talking about over here on X. Nick Harris was saying that the Cowboys have two reliable quarterbacks in Sam Howell and Joe Milton. I did not realize that Joe Milton was this short. I mean, not Joe Milton, Sam Howell. Is this just a weird running position? I didn't know Sam Howell was that short. Well, Nick Harris is saying that the Cowboys now have some trade assets as in Sam Howell is good enough and Joe Milton is good enough that they could trade one of these quarterbacks, I'm pretty sure. But I don't think we're at that point yet. I don't think we're at the point to where people are going to say yet that we want to trade for Joe Milton. I don't think there's anything happening right now for a team to say, other than that debacle over there with the Atlanta Falcons. But somebody made a great point earlier. Man, you couldn't pay me to go play for Stepnoski, bruh. You couldn't pay me. You couldn't pay me to go play for Stepnoski. I'm sorry. He's a terrible coach. Terrible. No way. This guy is riding a coach of the year. No way. This guy's a quarterback killer, man. Guy had Baker Mayfield. I mean, he just runs through quarterbacks. No, thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, I'm with you, Christian. Joe Milton is not something that I would even think about trading until next season. And I mean, somebody got to be coming with something. They're going to have to be coming with a second or third round pick. Second or third round pick next year for Joe Milton. Because I'm definitely not giving up Joe Milton for a 6th round pick. Now, I got to have a second or third for Joe Milton. And even then, I'm not going to stick with Sam Howell. I'd probably just go out there and develop me another quarterback. Yeah, I'd go out there and develop me another quarterback. I'd probably develop me one and then I'd draft me one the following year. I got a strange feeling that other quarterback, the guy with the gambling problem, I think he may come back up. I really do. All right, let me see here. Top Wolf, he said, hold on. He said a lot of players on that team didn't like old boy. Who are you talking about? Because if you're talking about Michael Parsons, that's exactly the argument that I was making, but I'm not sure who you're talking about. You got to tell me who old boy is when you say whatever you're saying right here. I guess you're kind of talking into the phone and it's probably translating. A lot of players on that team didn't like old boy. I'm not sure who you're talking about when you say that. Yeah, it ain't happening. Porter ain't happening. Porter said he wants to reset the market. Ain't happening. Oh my gosh, you're not getting a 1st and a 2nd for Sam. Man, you're not getting no 1st and 2nd for Sam Howell. Because in other words, how the Cowboys get it? No, you're not getting no 1st and no 2nd for him. It ain't happening. Yeah, you're not getting no 1st and a 2nd. I mean, not in this universe anyway. But again, Christian Kreiner, yeah, that was the point. I don't know what that means, but Christian Kreiner, if you're answering the question that there were people on the team that didn't like Michael Parsons, yeah, that's the point I made earlier. That players on the team didn't like Michael Parsons and some of the people in the front office. But again, Jerry Jones loved Michael Parsons. Shoot. I'm telling you right now, I bet you Jerry Jones he's still having nightmares, boy. And I'm telling you right now, shoot, had the Green Bay Packers won the Super Bowl, boy, y'all saw a different Jerry. Yeah, we saw a different Jerry there. But again, yeah, I don't think I think we're jumping the gun. I would even say on Joe Milton. I think we're jumping the gun on Joe Milton. Let's let Joe Milton continue to develop. Let him continue to develop. He's going to get some time, I'm sure, this year in some of the garbage time games. So let's let Joe Milton continue to develop. The best thing that happened to Joe Milton is coming to Dallas and being behind Dak Prescott. You can already tell it's helping him out. So let's just wait and see on Joe Milton. Joe Milton may actually get a full game this year with the Cowboys at the end of the season because I still say I got a funny feeling the last game of the season might not even matter for the Cowboys. It might not even matter. Depends on what happened. All right, so that was that. No need in doing a deep dive on that right there. The trade asset story. Let's kind of look at something real quick with the Cowboys. I wanted to look at this before we got out of here. The Cowboys released their next depth chart. I don't know if y'all have seen this. Cowboys released their next depth chart, unofficial depth chart or something like that. Yeah, Miss Matrix said, thank you, G. Definitely feels premature on Milton. It's very premature. 2 games, never a full one, not going to cut the mustard. And when you look at the competition that he's going against, so he's very much improved. He's very much improved when you look at the competition that he's going up against. But let's kind of pump the brakes, because when you start talking about first team starters, that speed, it's a half a second faster. Everything's a half a second faster when you're going up against better competition. The windows aren't there. The space isn't there. So many different things when you're playing against the starters, and not to mention Miss Matrix, when they're game planning for you. It's different when they're game planning for you. They're game planning for you. They looked at your weaknesses. They've looked at your strengths. They're going to neutralize your strengths and expose your weaknesses. They're going to take away they're going to take away a particular player or whatever the case may be. See, all of those things come into play. When you're in the preseason, you're not really game planning, preparing for teams as much. You're just trying to evaluate players. You're not game planning. And when people start game planning for you, shoot, ask a lot of these second-year quarterbacks. Ask the Jaden Daniels and the C.J. Strouds what happens when teams actually start game planning for you. They got film on you. Shoot, you like a whole different quarterback. They were ready to crown C.J. Stroud the best. They were ready to crown C.J. Stroud as the best quarterback born. Shoot, he better than Dak Prescott. Jaden Daniels, he better than Dak Prescott. Yeah, how that's working out? Yeah, how that working out? Shoot, man, let me tell you, these defense coordinators, when they start game planning for you, shoot, they had you crying. They had you looking for a whole nother quarterback the next year. All right, this is the Dallas Cowboys depth chart. Let's kind of put this up on the screen. The Dallas Cowboys depth chart. And I'm telling you right now, Cowboys Nation, Cowboys got some serious issues going. I'm telling you right now. They got some serious issues going. This is coming up for the next preseason game, so looks like we're going to see Joe Milton, Sam Howell. I got a feeling we're going to see some more Jaden Blue. We're going to see some more Jaden Blue. We'll see Malik Davis. Probably won't see as much Malik Davis. I got a feeling this game, you're going to see more. You're going to probably see more Phil Maffa, Israel Abanikanda, and Jashaun Corbin. I really don't expect Malik Davis and Jaden Blue to play a lot. I don't. And even though Shotty said that Sam Howell and Joe Milton are playing, I'm going to be shocked if they play a whole half each. I'm going to be surprised. But I guess you only got 2 quarterbacks, so if anything, I'm expecting Sam Howell to play more than Joe Milton. I could be wrong, but I would expect Sam Howell to play more than Joe Milton. I think Joe Milton might get the seat early if he does well early. If he comes out, opening drive, scores a touchdown, maybe second drive scores a touchdown, it'll be all she wrote. Sam Howell will get the rest of the game against whoever he's playing with. I expect Jaden Blue, Malik Davis to maybe be on the first drive and the second drive. They drive down, do what they're supposed to do. I think you're just going to see Phil Maffa, Israel Abanikanda, and Jashaun Corbin. I would also expect on this depth chart, I don't expect Camden Brown. I don't expect Camden Brown nor Jonathan Mingo to get a lot of playing time. I think you're going to see more of Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I think you're going to see more of Anthony Smith and maybe even some of these guys back here on the back end. I don't expect Camden Brown, Jonathan Mingo. If there are 2 drives or 2 or 3 drives, they'll play on those, and then I think you'll start seeing the guys on the back end again, because you don't want to start risking These guys are depth. You don't want to start risking depth. Cowboys, I think we're going to see, hopefully we can get Michael Trigg healthy, but I think you're going to see a healthy dose of Schoonmaker and Zach Kuntz, Mitch Voren. Might see more Zach Kuntz and Mitch Voren than you even see of Schoonmaker. We'll see if Michael Trigg can get back on the field. I got a strange feeling the Cowboys don't want Michael Trigg back on the field. Yeah. Got a strange feeling that Michael Trigg is about to end up on that quote-unquote injured reserve list. But that's kind of what I expect to see offensively from the Cowboys. Defensively, I don't expect to see a whole lot of Jashaun Barham. I'd be shocked if it's more than a drive or two at the most. But I do expect to see a lot of Shamar James. I expect to see a lot of Shamar James, a lot of Maurice Leofau. Man, we're going to talk about Maurice Leofau later on today when we do our show later on today. Man, we're going to talk about Maurice Leofau. I don't know what the Cowboys are going to do about Maurice Leofau. I think the Cowboys want to keep Maurice Leofau on the team. I just don't know how you justify it. How do you justify keeping Leofau? I mean, you're going to keep this front line of linebackers, Malachi Lawrence, Jashaun Barham, Von Miller. I don't know, man. Justin Barron may have earned his way on the team over Shamar James. Then you got Maurice Leofau and Sam Williams. What's going to happen with them? You just can't keep all these guys. So these are the guys I think that you're probably going to see a lot of because they're going to be auditioning for other teams more than likely. You know, you might could get lucky and let Maurice Leofau or Sam Williams, you know, Justin Barron or Shamar James hit your practice squad. But James Houston is making this team too. So I'm just wondering how many linebackers are you going to keep? I think we'll break that down a little bit more over the next couple of days. But boy, the Cowboys are in a tough situation. I mean, they got some really good depth here, and I don't think you're going to be able to keep these guys. So, again, I expect to see a lot of Kalen Carson, Josh Butler, Childress, Elijah Clark. I think you're going to see a lot of these guys. I do expect to see Devin Moore. He probably needs to play a little bit more. But I don't think you're going to see hardly any Savon Revel Jr. I really don't. I don't think you're going to hardly see any Savon Revel Jr. I think the Cowboys have seen everything they need to see from Savon Revel Jr. But I do see here they got him. I don't know what this is. Maybe this is just preliminary, as in who's going to start. But as far as this coming Friday goes, I don't think you're going to see either one of these guys. I think Savon Revel Jr. has shown them enough to where I think he's played enough to where you're not worried about him. You don't need to see him play. Miles Logan, I'm trying my best to get back to my regular time. I'm going to try to get back to my 4:30 time, but it is Wednesday. So I don't know. I've done this stream so late. I'm not even sure if I'm going to do a stream tomorrow. I may just do one tomorrow night again. It all depends on what happens tomorrow. We'll see what happens. I'm trying to do Cowboys After Dark about 3 to 4 times a week. So we'll see what happens. But I'm sure if I don't be back later on the day, you'll see me again Thursday. I don't know. I may take some time off tomorrow and be back on Thursday, but that's kind of what I'm expecting to see. But the Cowboys got a lot of decisions to make. Oh my gosh. I don't know how they're going to do all this. Yeah, Christian Kreiner. Yeah, pretty much the first 2 rows are probably not going to be. I do expect to see a little bit. I don't know. I got a strange feeling you might see a couple of them. Maybe a couple. Because again, you really don't have, I expect Joe Milton to maybe do 1 or 2 drives. And then the rest of it, it'll be Sam Howell. Yeah, I think the rest of it will be Sam Howell. Yeah, Miss Major said we keep talking about these cuts, yet most of them are special team guys. Who in the world is going to play if everyone's gone? Yeah, I don't know. If you're talking about Friday, it's going to be a skeleton crew. Yeah, these guys going to be wore out. You guys going to be wore out, so they won't be worth anything. They're going to need all the time off they can get. And then, we're going to come out of the Friday game. The NFL is brutal, man. The Cowboys have to come out of the Friday game And then you got to have your 53-man roster by April the 30th, which the Cowboys have most of their roster, but they got some serious decisions to make. Frank Lawrence, he says, give Leofau a spot or safety, cut Marquise Bell. You know what? I'll be honest with you, Frank Lawrence. I would cut Marquise Bell. And I would keep Maurice Leofau. And I would turn Maurice Leofau into a safety. And I would prepare Maurice Leofau to take the place of Malik Hooker. I really would. I think Maurice Leofau could play safety. I do. I think he could play strong safety. I do. Absolutely. Maurice Leofau is one of these guys you just kind of like, he's a good football player. He may not fit what you want to do as far as, linebacker. Because I always thought he was kind of undersized for that. Put him in safety. And start developing him. I would. Yeah, Mose Logan, I really do believe they should take these rosters to 60. I just think 53, man. That's tight, man. Guru, well, I tell you this, if you don't move him to safety, you're going to move him. Because he can't make this team. Who does he get to make the team over? Yeah, he can't make it, though. Now you got to tell me, if you're not moving him, Guru, what you doing with it? Because you're not keeping him over Overshown, Winters, Gary, or Izaraku. You're not keeping him over Lawrence, Barham, Von Miller. You're not keeping him over James Houston. That's 8 linebackers right there. You already got 8 linebackers. And then, do you keep him over Justin Barron? Do you keep him over Justin Barron? Do you keep him over Shamar James? Man, my question is, oh, okay. I see what you're saying there. Okay, I see what you're saying there, Google. You said adios, amigos. You said adios. You said adios, bro. Yeah. So that's kind of where we are. So I'm going to be watching the Friday game. I'll be watching the Friday game. I'm going to be watching the Friday game half sleep after all these Cowboys After Dark. Because I'm probably going to do Cowboys After Dark Friday night because the game will be so late. So I'll probably let everybody else do their post-game shows. And then I'll come on Cowboys After Dark on Friday night. And we'll talk about the game. We'll talk about the game and stuff like that. But, yeah, I'm going to still watch the game on Friday night. I know we're going to be watching a lot of 3rd, 4th, and 9th stringers. We're going to be watching a lot of crazy stuff. But it is what it is. It is what it is. So, man, let me show y'all something. I was looking at this the other day. Let's get to our last segment for this morning. I'm in overtime now, man. I'm in overtime.
Yes! Here we go!
All right, let me give us our last segment for tonight. I want to go around the league. I'm probably going to start doing this too. I'm going to add these memes, and this will be another segment we're going to be adding around the league. And I'm in particular, I'm going to be focused on stories around the league that I believe affect the Dallas Cowboys indirectly. Stories that affect the Dallas Cowboys indirectly. And what I mean by that is NFC East teams, I consider that to be directly. Or you can consider that to be indirectly. Let's consider it to be indirectly. NFC East and NFC teams, especially those teams that are supposed to be competitive. So I'm going to bring us some of those stories on Let's Talk Cowboys because I think they're important. So let me show you this right here. I want to take you back down memory lane again. Let me show you why Dak Prescott doesn't play in the preseason. Let me show you why Dak Prescott doesn't play in the preseason. And as long as Dak Prescott is the quarterback here, he will never play in the preseason. Anybody remember this? Shout out to Sleeper Cowboys. 10 years ago today, we're going to kill the sound so we don't get a copyright strike. 10 years ago today. Do y'all remember this? Wow. We celebrated the 1-year anniversary about the Micah Parsons trade. Do y'all remember this? This is why you'll never see Dak Prescott play in the preseason. This was Tony Romo in the year that we drafted Ezekiel Elliott. And this team in 2016 was custom made for Tony Romo, who had did what he did in 2014. It was the catch against Green Bay, got robbed. I think he wound up getting hurt in 2015, and then he came back in 2016, and this was supposed to be the year that Tony Romo was supposed to go to the Super Bowl, because after they let go of DeMarco Murray, they went and got Ezekiel Elliott. This was Tony Romo playing in the preseason. Whoa! Oh my gosh. Do y'all remember that? End it, Tony Romo, man. Watch how he slammed Tony Romo's spine. I mean, slammed him right on that butt bone and just messed him up. Watch this. Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh! Oh my gosh. Vicious. Vicious. And look who warming up. Golly. Vicious. 10-year anniversary. Wow. This is why you will not see Dak Prescott. You will not see Dak Prescott playing in any preseason games. You're not going to see it. They're not letting that happen. Shoot. They're not letting nothing like that happen again to Dak. They definitely not letting it happen to Dak Prescott. That was crazy. Man, I remember seeing that. And everybody thought it was pretty much over for the Cowboys. And it's crazy when you look at this slide right here. I mean, this right here. Watch this. This is the part that's crazy. Everything happens for a reason. Man, you look at this right now, and you could literally play Superman music behind this. You could literally play Superman music behind this. Rain, Dakota, Prescott. Out of something bad, something great happened. Dak Prescott. Wow, man. Wow. Everybody thought it was over, and it was just beginning. Who knew? Who knew? We were about to have one of the most incredible seasons that we had ever seen. One of the most incredible seasons we'd ever seen. That boy Dak Prescott came in and killed it. Killed it. And Dak Prescott had already been doing great that entire preseason. Kellen Moore, I think, went down. There was another quarterback in front of Dak Prescott. He goes down. I mean, the job just fell in Dak Prescott's lap. Dak Prescott had balled out during the Senior Bowl. Jason Garrett had told the Cowboys to get Dak Prescott. And I remember because, if I'm not mistaken, Jerry Jones wanted Paxton Lynch. If I'm not mistaken, it was Paxton Lynch that Jerry Jones wanted. Man, Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott were a menace. They were a menace. And they came in and they did work. Now, the reason why I brought this up, you're never going to see Dak Prescott again. For every time you say we want to see Dak Prescott play in the preseason, this is why you're never going to see Dak Prescott play in the preseason. And Guru, it is so crazy that when Dak came in this league, Dak was absolutely a running quarterback. But then he got his ankle twisted around backwards because of a drop hip tackle. And I still say the league need to outlaw that tackle. Got his ankle broke because of a one of them drop hip tackles and turned into one of the best pocket passes we've seen in a long time. This is why you're never going to see Dak Prescott do it again. Oh, yeah, brave Cowboys. I remember his meritocracy speech. We played that a few weeks ago. I remember his meritocracy speech, which was his retirement speech. Shoe Andre Johnson, where's Pastor Lynch now? Exactly. Man, I remember all those quarterbacks they said was better than Dak Prescott, Carson Wentz. Jared Goff is about the only one still standing. Yep, he about the only one still standing. Miss Matrix said, yeah, G, that's why they say we need to be scared of Dart and Scatty-Boo. The new Dak and Zeke ain't gonna happen. Miss Matrix, let me tell you something. You know why I'm not afraid of him? I'm not afraid of him because guess who Dak and Zeke ran up against? They ran up against Aaron Bleeping Rodgers. Yeah, that's why we didn't go to the Super Bowl. Man, I believe Dak Prescott Dak Prescott is not just in a place to where the Giants aren't going to be able to beat him. The issue is this time is that Dak got his boys with him this time. Yeah, Dak got his boys with him. Yeah, Dak ain't rolling by himself no more. Yeah, you're not going to see that deer in the headlights look that people say Dak Prescott has had in the past. No, Dak got his boys with him now. Dak got George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Javonte Williams, got a pretty good offensive line. Jake Ferguson, hopefully we can work in Michael Trigg, Brevin Spanford as a blocker. You throw in those wide receiver crew, you name it. We like 5-6 deep wide receivers. You look at that defense, we got Christian Parker who gonna give these Christian Parker is gonna give Jackson Dart fits. You watch what I tell you. Christian Parker gonna give this man fits. If Christian Parker is giving Dak Prescott and his offense fits, what do we think he's gonna get a Jackson Dart? And if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw it reported today. It'll probably start coming down. I'm not sure if it's true. I'm hearing the New York Giants went out and got Tyreek Hill, or they are about to go all in on Tyreek Hill. But from what my understanding is, Tyreek Hill ain't even Tyreek Hill no more. So we're gonna see what happens. Yeah, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid because Aaron Rodgers and those Green Bay Packers, shoot, man, they took everything, every punch that Dak and Zeke threw and still beat them. So I'm not worried about no Jackson Dart. We don't even know if he gonna make it. I mean, he love to run. He not the runner that Dak Prescott was. He not the runner. He stay in that blue tent, man. Shoot. He stay in that blue tent. So I ain't worried about Jackson Dart and Scatty-Bo. I'm not sold on him in that ankle situation. We'll see. But let me show you what happened, the other story that I want to bring to you. Did y'all see what's going on with the Seattle Seahawks? This is a battle of attrition.
Son of yeah, we gravy. Huh?
We got you, bud.
Hell yeah, cuz we all gravy. You heard me.
Oh my, we are in a battle of attrition. I don't know what the play was.
We gravy. Huh?
We got you, bud.
Hell yeah, cuz we all gravy.
God.
I bet.
So here's what we're gonna do, okay?
Yeah, what we're gonna do?
We're gonna help you up.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna get you on a cart. We're gonna send you in for X-ray.
All right.
Okay.
That's cool. Cool.
Did y'all see this? Wow. Done, bruh. If I'm not mistaken, he done. Yeah, he done. This is Seattle Seahawks. That was one player. Not only that player, if I'm not mistaken, let me see if this is the same. Maybe let's see. Look at this. Look. Y'all see this one? Tell me this isn't crazy. 2 players, Seattle Seahawks.
Somebody right. Somebody right.
ACL. It was like dangling. Like the guy hit him? Huh? The guy hit him or he just fell on it? No, he just fell on it.
Ooh. Thank you, God. Just praying the Cowboys stay healthy, man. God. 2. See, this is why I'm telling y'all, man, people be penciling in teams to do this and do that. It's not just the teams you got to beat. You got to battle attrition. It's the battle that nobody wants to talk about. Everybody think it's all about the players on the field. Yeah, it is. What players are you going to have on the field? It's a battle of attrition, man. It's a battle of attrition. It's tough. The 49ers, I'm telling y'all, man, what did I tell y'all you need to win a Super Bowl? You need a team, you need preparation, and you need luck. Have y'all been paying attention to what's going on with the 49ers? Decimated. Decimated. 49ers are getting injury after injury after injury after injury. I mean, decimated. Praying to God this team stays healthy. Praying to God this team stays healthy. Mose Logan, Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase, they're saying they can't even believe Jamar Chase didn't suffer an ACL tear. They thought he was done too. But from what my understanding is, Chase isn't an ACL tear. Ashton Genty, they thought Ashton Genty had tore his ACL. It turned out to be an ankle injury. So Ashton Genty is going to be back too. But I'm going to tell you something about the Raiders. Everybody keeps talking about the Raiders trading Max Crosby. I think the Raiders may have to start thinking about trading Ashton Genty. I mean, we're in year number 2. Genty don't look like a first round running back. And I know, okay, he don't have the blocking. But, man, even when you don't have the blocking, when you are supposed to be that pedigree of back, we're still supposed to be seeing some stuff. We are supposed to be seeing some stuff from Ashton Genty, man. Ashton Genty, who knows when he's going to be back on the field? Might miss a game or two. Who knows? Who knows how many he'll miss. But, man, I'm sorry. If I were the Raiders, I'd be kind of looking sideways at this whole Ashton Genty thing. You're a young team. I'm sorry. You're young enough that you could start over. you could literally start over. I don't know. I know, Guru. I'm hearing about his old line, but I'm not seeing nothing. That's my issue with Genty, man. I'm not seeing nothing. I mean, I think you need to be seeing something. I'm not seeing nothing that makes me believe that Ashton Genty is a Bijan Robinson. I'm not seeing that. But, hey, we'll see. Give it a little bit more time. But, man, this situation with the Seattle Seahawks, oh, my gosh. Ooh. Yeah, Wicked. You know what? Hey, Wicked. I did say maybe they need to trade him. Yeah, maybe they need to trade him. Why not? You said I spoke very highly of him during the draft. Yeah, maybe you need to trade him. Yeah, maybe you trade him to a team like the Cowboys. I don't know. Maybe you trade him. Because I'm telling you right now, you're wasting him. I mean, they're wasting Ashton Genty. They're either wasting him or he isn't what people thought he was. I can tell you this. I just think when you get drafted that high as a running back, I need to see more. I don't care if you don't have no blocking. I need to see you make a couple of guys miss. I need to see a couple of long runs here and there. I'm kind of like, man, I'm struggling with this Ashton Jeanty thing. Yeah, Wrestler said he don't know. He said, yeah, don't know about Jeanty. Seen other players in college better than him. I mean, I'm struggling. So, I don't know. I'm gonna see what the we'll see what the Raiders are, but they're kind of in a rebuild mode, and so they could actually trade Ashton Jeanty and maybe go get them another running back. Shoot, Ashton Jeanty might do better somewhere else. Put him on a team that's not rebuilding, because by the time they get to the point of getting good enough to once they get good enough to where they can do something with Jeanty, shoot, he'll be in a doggone contract season. I mean, gotta do something. Tim, what's going on? Israel Abanikanda is gonna be on the practice squad. Yeah, Israel Abanikanda is gonna be on the practice squad. The Cowboys have already settled on this thing. And I think it was already settled. I think the Cowboys had already figured out Malik Davis was the number 2 running back already. And I'd already said it made sense. Jaden Blue can't be your number 2 running back because I don't think he's built like that. Jaden Blue is something else. And I think the Cowboys got plans for him. But, yeah, man, that's kind of what I was saying. Man. Boy, the Seattle Seahawks, man, people be penciling in, Super Bowls and who gonna do this and who gonna do that. But, man, there is a silent opponent that people are battling. Every single team is battling that opponent. That opponent is injury. It's a battle of attrition. And I'm thankful, man, the Cowboys, for the most part, I mean, we've had, Fant? I think we had the tight end Fant. He went out with an injury for a season and an injury, but for the most part, man, the Cowboys have been pretty healthy. So I'm thankful for that, man. I mean, we've been healthy for the most part. We got players who came back from injuries. Those players, they're still healthy. I mean, the Cowboys, man, they're battling attrition pretty good. They're managing themselves really well. So I'm very happy with what the Cowboys are right now as far as, things that are going on. But we got a long way to go, brothers and sisters. What's going on, you dig? Man, we got a long way to go. Long way to go. Long way to go. Ready for the Cowboys to get this last preseason game knocked down. Ready for the Cowboys to get this last preseason game to get, knock this down. And then after this last preseason game, Cowboys get some rest. Yep, Cowboys get some rest. And then it's back to business. Start getting ready for that first game of the season on that Sunday night against the New York Football Giants. Man, and I think we're gonna see. We're gonna get a good test for the Dallas Cowboys. I don't really think the Giants are a threat to the Cowboys. They've had some injuries too. Giants have had quite a few injuries on that defensive line. They've had some injuries. I'm not sold on Jackson Dart. I just know how this league humbles quarterbacks. This league humbles quarterbacks. Man, you come out and have those great first seasons. Dak Prescott has one of the greatest first seasons in NFL history. But, man, these defenses will humble you when they come out against you, and they will expose you. Man, I can remember before the Cowboys got Amari Cooper, man, it was getting tougher and tougher and tougher and tougher. Man, we got Amari Cooper in here and Dak Prescott, boy, Amari Cooper and Dak Prescott transformed life for each other. And so, these teams, man, they got a way of equalizing these second-year quarterbacks. But again, if Christian Parker is giving Dak Prescott some problems, what do you think he's going to do to Jackson Dart, Jaden Daniels, C.J. Stroud? I mean, just think about all these quarterbacks. Christian Parker is going to do a number on Jalen Hurts. When they see the Baltimore Ravens, he's going to give Lamar Jackson fits. Lamar Jackson ain't that quarterback when it comes to that stuff. Now, he's going to probably be doing some running and stuff like that, but the Cowboys going to give him fits. The thing about the Ravens is going to be a problem is going to be the run game. But other than that, shoot, man. Man, I'm telling us. Andre Johnson, he said, we appreciate you 30 minutes away from clocking out. Great show. Yeah, man. Hey, the night crew, bro. The night crew workers, boy, I bet the night crew be loving it. This like talk radio for them. It's like talk radio. So, but again, man, we just gotta stay healthy, man. Stay healthy. Stay healthy and execute. Well, we're gonna be a problem, I believe, for a lot of these teams. Yeah, we're gonna be a problem. Okay, probably Love since he's healthy, but all things being equal, I would say Genty because he's in that QBX system. Yeah, we're gonna see, man. Genty, though, I'm telling you, bro. Man, Genty, you know, I guess they got patience, but boy, I just hadn't seen, like I said, I hadn't seen enough from Genty, man. But again, maybe they should trade him. Yeah, trade him to the Cowboys. Yeah, trade him to the Cowboys. We could do something with Genty. Shoot, we got a good offensive, we got a good enough offensive line. We can send Genty between them tackles. Yes, sir, Wicked, man. I know you talked about that one time before. Congratulations, bro. You stopped drinking. God be the glory, bro. To God be the glory. Yes, sir. All right, Cowboys Nation, I appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. I'm gonna go in here, sit around, and chop up some of this stuff and release it for some videos later on today. Probably fall asleep around 8, 9 o'clock, get up around 12 or 1 o'clock, and be right back at it, man. Andre Johnson said, better than talk radio, G. You killing it. Appreciate you, Cowboys Nation. Appreciate you. All right, man. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. Until the next time, DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys. We talk facts. Peace.